start streaming. Yeah, we are live. But we are now live on this one. So, where have we got your... How do I get to your live stream now?
Yeah, that link I left over debate discussion, that channel.
Yeah. Put that one. Bertie Charlie says he's going to help me. He's going to show me how to use an auto level. That's nice.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If he ever meets me, that is.
Oh, Bertie Charlie wants to literally meet you.
Yeah. There you go. See, that would work.
Yeah, this live stream has been up for, let's see, 4 hours so far.
Yeah.
I just sent an invite to the boys.
Yeah, I think there's only one person in the chat on, I don't know, on mine or yours. It is 2:30, and Nathan Oakley is live, so...
Oh, yeah.
So this is going to probably be quite slow.
Yeah, who knows? It's a normal day, you know. Same old, typical discussion. I mean, I guess if people show up, we could get into a couple things, but...
Yeah. Yeah, just a boring discussion. So people can come in. Emma's got roles, I see. What roles are you giving everybody when they come in?
Oh, I just had like, yeah, it was just straight in, you know, unless you guys changed something.
Well, like Emma's come in at the chat thread, right?
Yeah.
Then there's a list of roles. What roles do we give them? Because you've got Discord bot, mod, muted. Obviously, Emma gets mod. And horizontal, right? And what's the muted globe head and wannabe? What's wannabe? What's that for? What is there any specific roles?
No, I mean it's just a title, really. There's nothing special about either one of those. Globe head and wannabe. Chunky butt boy is a globe head, and Naps was a wannabe. So yeah, it means nothing really.
But that they need those roles to enable them to come in here to talk to us, though.
I don't think so.
Well, they can.
Is the invite working, Cleary?
It should be, yeah.
Because I just sent it and they're saying it's not working.
Try to grab a new one.
It'll tell you to stop spamming. Like banning you.
So you know how to grab a new invite?
From where, Cleary?
You would click right there where you see the little man above the voice on the right, up the top of voice right there. You should be able to click on the little man and share link, copy link.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, in my chat on mine, we need to keep dropping the link to this, or links in the description.
Yeah. Should have updated that. Sorry, it was early this morning. I said, I'm just going to go live. I can update that, though, when I get a chance. Shouldn't take too much effort. But here I am right now. I got some stuff I got to do for a few minutes. Be right back.
Right, so I'm having to put in the thing that there's a link in the description to the 3 Space Discord server, this place that we're at right now. Anybody wants to come and chat. And there is an other YouTube live stream, depending on which one you're listening to this from. 2. I don't know. There's 4 people listening in now, so... This is the new 3 Space. Welcome, Cosmic Surfer. Yeah, there is another Discord, YouTube link that will be running 24/7. We're just sort of broadcasting on here. If anybody else has got any live streams that they want to put out, I'm guessing, just live stream it out there. Turn up, you can get your gaming on. Anybody can come in.
I gotta sort out some stuff first with that. That's why it hasn't been broadcast in a little bit.
I'm going to offer, actually we'll have a debate. Slice Barcane always, as always. He never comes to any debates, but I'm going to keep saying that every time I'm on a live stream. Slice Barcane, if he ever deserves to come or ever man's him up enough to come and have a chat, the offer's always open. Same goes for Soundly, Jesse Kozlowski, Larry Scott, that guy from Maine.
Yeah.
Anybody,
B-ball.
yeah, anybody wants to come over.
Bob Noodle.
Yep. Ranty. Brandon, anybody wants to come for a chat about anything, I'll have a chat. I'll even try and walk everyone through the straight line test using practical tools. If anybody's got any problems with it, that you can't find any problems, anybody's got any other stuff that they want to come and discuss, any other tests, but we only deal with reality subjects. Don't come talking about fairies and pink elephants.
What ifs and just imagine, and that shit don't fly here.
Well, I don't know. Imaginometry, if you want to update us on some of your latest imaginometry, that would be handy. Always up for a nice story. You've got to really believe it, though. We don't want people shit talking like that. We want, if you're going to come up with some really weird stuff, we want you to really believe it.
Really sell us on it.
Yeah. Some more people. Yep, we are live streaming here from a new server called 3 Space, based around Euclidean 3 Space, the geometry of reality. If anyone would like to come and have a chat, we're open to discussion. We're
Come
very
on
fair.
down, the price is right.
Good morning, balanced truths. I like that. Anybody got any guilty pleasures for that likes to watch us and listen to people talking about stuff? Like a few of the people we've had round recently.
All right, I'm back. Cool.
Okie dokie. Well, like this is only a practice. There's only a few people watching right now, and obviously Nathan Oakley's still live, so nothing much is gonna happen.
Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day. It'll take some time.
Anyone got any hot topics of the what the latest argument is?
Actually, SC, we were talking about this last night. Remember that video that Buddy brought in about that fucking space balloon thing?
Yep.
So I was looking at this video last night. It was about this atmospheric space balloon, and there was a number. And a number caught my attention right away. And that number was 100,000 feet. But right after that, it said, and I quote, "It will ascend to 100,000 feet above 99% of the Earth's atmosphere." What does
I'm
that
so glad you
sentence-
said that, bro. Yeah.
What does that sentence mean to you guys?
Well, I've brought that up to them and they corrected me, believe it or not. They say it's 99.8%.
Oh wow! Well, that'll make
Yeah.
a difference. So that means what? That the atmosphere is, they think, it sort of ends shortly above 100,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like a curved air thing.
Hmm.
It's weird.
Oh yeah, they imagine the air is curved, to be sure, around the ball, yeah.
Brenda said air doesn't curve, though.
Yeah.
When I was talking to her about hydrostatic, so I'm not real sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that either. It can't be a curved 100,000. It can't be. I've got which chat are we in? Live chat. Let's have that. I've got some stuff that I have pictures of stuff level, and I have diagrams of the hydro. No, it's not. Here we go. Fluids in the ionosphere and gas temperatures and ground based and the altitude. And there's something strange about that. Well, it's not. I don't think it's strange at all. But you notice there's no curve to that air either. The
Seems to
altitude.
be
Yeah,
a
they always
layer,
they always say the thermosphere is 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but the atmosphere is so thin up there it doesn't feel hot. So I'm like, what kind of thermometer do you use to measure heat that doesn't exist?
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
they
a
gotta
trick
count.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it has an electron density. I don't know what that means.
It's a theory, some kind of theory. Yeah, I thought Jim Pena would come by. Did you drop a link over there, SE?
I dropped the link, but apparently they're saying it's invalid.
Yeah, you weren't able to grab a new one.
No, I don't know how to do that thing that you said there with the little man there. I haven't done that before.
Can somebody drop a new Discord link right there in live chat?
Yeah.
Maybe you
Invite
can
people.
copy that.
Yeah, that I can do easily.
Here you go. That one.
Cool.
I'll put it in the Put it in there in the chat if anybody wants to come. That's the Discord link.
I just dropped it in Gems.
Was it valid that time?
We'll soon find out because they were laughing at the other one. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, they'll just be scared to click it, you know. It'll probably be fine. They'll just be scared to click it because that'll mean that they join the server.
Yeah, there was like
I'm sure out
107.
of 60. Sorry, Cleary, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say there was like 107 members. There's probably 108 or maybe more now. Go ahead. Out of 60 people there.
Yeah, I was going to say out of 60 people, I mean, one of them should have a backbone, no?
Walter
One or two of them?
Russell, he's a roll. Oof.
Oh, at least come and chat. You know, text, whatever.
Yeah. What are you, Walter? I mean, we need to know, like, what do I give him? What role?
You don't have to give them anything.
I'll give him a...
You know who he is, right?
I don't know.
That's Merle, I think.
Is it Walter Russell? All right.
I think so, yeah.
I've given him a wannabe role. I don't think there was a Dunning-Kruger clown role. I don't think a special one. Alright, I'm going to have a look, see if anything's happened on the YouTubes, because there's a few good comment things.
We got a bot too. If y'all wanted to listen to a different area, it won't broadcast on our live stream, but
we can bring a bot in, can we?
Yeah, the bot's already in. Maybe it's still here. Was it Rhythm? Ruby? I can't remember.
Yeah. I'll who should we have on? I need to find something first then.
Actually, if you had a bot on your live stream right now, it would probably show.
Yeah, it would on my live stream. You'd be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't do it. There's 9 people in now though, so it is filling up.
Is that where is that at?
Yeah, on my live stream on the YouTube.
Cool.
Join us at 3 space on. There you go. I'll keep posting that in the chat every now and again. But
Yeah, I saw Mike Dornan came by on the live stream earlier.
on yours, jolly good.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've got about 20 people watching it, that'll be it. That's the audience. My job's done.
Yeah, it'll
There's
be.
not
who
many
knows?
of us.
Could be 40.
There's not many of us, but we are loyal thinkers.
Yeah, if anybody wants to drop it over Brandon's or Jose's or something.
Yeah, I'll go over try and go over the principles of the straight line test as well. See whether, because I think it's going to need going over quite a few times, to be honest.
I can't believe not one person has joined. What a bunch of spineless individuals, man.
They've not got
They'll watch it
the
on
mute
YouTube.
button. They can't mute you and then pretend that you've said something. That's this is going to be a frightening place. This is
Yeah.
they don't have control. They will consider this Nathan Oakley like, although it's not. And all
But
of that
we're all
stuff.
dumb. We're all dumb and stupid. It should be easy for them.
The large-brained individuals of Globe Debate Channel. Globe Debate Channels that have never had a debate.
I can't believe I was taunting 60 people on Gems and not one of them bit. What's the matter with you guys, man? I never seen a bunch of yellow bellies in my life before.
You yelly belly one-eyed son of a fur dog.
Yeah, they might be on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I'll put it out to Twitter. I don't think I've not done that yet. I'll let the Twitter guys know, because
I should create a community post when I get a chance here in a minute. Hopefully. It looks like this train's going to block me, so yeah.
yeah.
I would have thought a guy like paid NASA shill. Here we have virgin trolling ground. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think Esteban Elebaca, he might
Oh,
show up.
yeah. He'd be key. He'd be a good one, because he's got the triangle axiom to sort out, hasn't he? I could definitely walk over that with him to explain that. The problems of the plumb line divergence. I don't like using paradox. There's too many of those, isn't there? Yeah. Keen to see if anybody is willing to take up that particular mantle of the geometry, the globe geometers. Where are they all? I don't think there is any. I think there's people that think they can handle it, but for reals.
Here we go. About to do a community post.
Oh, yeah, I can put a community post out. Live streaming from Three Space. Is this a new debate or a new chat? What we calling it, Clary? What discussion?
Yeah, it is. It is that.
What?
All those things, depending
Debate.
on who shows up.
Debate, discussion, and
chat.
and
Debate,
conversation
discussion, and chat.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a CogDis help center.
Yeah.
Deprogramming institution.
Now open 24/7. Not.
I thought Nug and everybody would come over.
Terry just posted your whiteboard with all your gizmos.
Yeah. In gems.
Yep.
Tell him he can come over here. He can have a look at it. I'll switch the camera on for him.
You know who Terry is, huh? He has a server.
Does he?
Oh yeah, he's the Aussie. He has a YouTube channel and everything. It would be good to get him over here. I don't know if he has a spine. I heard Australians have more backbone than usual. Let's see.
Talk about Terry. I'm not sure who that is.
Terry has
Somebody
he has a live stream. He has a YouTube channel. Blue goes over there a lot of times. All the top ballers go there.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that either. Send us a link to his Discord and I'll have a quick Let's go over there and have a look. See.
Okay, I see. I know I have his YouTube channel. I'm not sure if I have his Discord. I'll
Well,
check and
give
see.
us his YouTube, and he should have his Discord on his YouTube, shouldn't he?
Yeah, I'll try to find that. It's been a while since I've been over there because I triggered them with the Hasselblad, and they booted me. So, but they allowed me back in.
Wow, they booted you for knowing something about a camera.
Yeah, and you know why? I was talking with their top camera expert. Yeah, and I triggered the hell out of him, and he's the one that booted me.
You get in a lot of trouble with that Hasselblad.
The cameras as
I don't
well.
like
Like,
that.
they're a bit protective of their camera work, right? Because most of their stuff happens behind the lens of a camera. So you attacking the camera is like you're attacking their eyes. It's their vision. That's how they get their proofs from pictures. All the
Oh
time.
yeah, they get really triggered with the Hasselblad. That's one of their Achilles heel, as well as the cupola. We'll have to talk about that one day.
Yeah. The cupola as a geometric thing is funny because that's at the top of like large religious buildings. That's where the
A cupola in Italian means is it dome or cover?
It's the top of the dome where they add all of the relief work, normally of the gods in the heavens.
Uh-huh. Glad you said that. Guess who designed the cupola?
Michelangelo?
Close. The Italians did that.
Oh, yeah.
The design was handed over to an Italian team, and they're the ones that made it. But they used an actual design. Well, the O-ring design anyway was done by an American.
Well, WS says he's blocked, but he can click the link. The link to come in here.
Is he blocked on Discord?
No, he's talking to Shills, and it'll be in my comment. He's blocked from my YouTube because he's a worthless piece of shit. But he can come in here quite easily. I've got no need for WS on my YouTube or in my Discord or any other Discords that I come into. But I mean, this is an open platform. This is different. Come over, WS, please. Come over and have a chat about anything geometric. I'd love to. I know you won't.
Bit also.
Shills can come in. But yeah, doing fine, Shills. This is some good times at the minute. This is live on my stream, but like I say, this is a new live stream for 3 Space. This is going to be a place where we can come and talk about all of the weird and strange happenings that happen around here. Anyone can come and chat. Anyone at all. Yeah, so we are doing fine, Shills. How are you? This is some good fun times. We were saying the other day, like, the people that we've met round here over the last few years, these are some good people, some good conversation, and there's some good stuff to be gained from it. But more importantly than that, this is some fun times. I've laughed loads in the last, I don't know, over the last few years. People get wound up, but I mean, once you lose getting wound up, this becomes hilarious situation. Good times. What are we watching, Anton? Did we get a chance to watch this video of Lancer looking at what canal? Oh, is that the one with J Tolan, Anton? Because he's not a land surveyor. He's just got a thing. And he's at the side of an aqueduct looking at mountains. That one. I think that's the one. Yeah, water being level is a pretty easy thing for you to get a grip on. In reality. Oh. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah. We have watched it, Anton, and it's pretty misleading, I think. Although, I don't know, he may be factual in what he's saying. He's at the side of an aqueduct looking at a mountain. The Imaginometry shills on the website. It's probably one of the finest bits of work I've ever done. For full, to get into the idea of the spirit of how ridiculous you have to get in order to learn the Imaginometry as a joke, when you take it with real geometry and the real logic and put the two together, it really exposes the ridiculousness of the model that I'm guessing everybody has. Yeah, that one is the latest one, Anton. Yeah, that's the one we've seen. It's the one. It's the one that Ruhif's already had a go at debunking. Sort of, I'm getting the idea at the minute is that if it doesn't really matter what information you give them, they will debunk it. That's what they are. They're debunkers. There's a team of them. They think they're the great debunkers. Well, if you give them information, they'll debunk it. And you know, or we all know, that if they give us any information, it's falsifiable easily. So this is just an information thing. People just swapping it from one to the other. Here we go. Come on in. Shills.
Did I call it, Bev?
What
did I say? Who would be first?
Shills. If we get Shills in first, I mean that first guest.
Oh, I thought you said he was in.
He's just come, yeah. He's in the server, in the chat thread.
I know.
He said Jim would come in.
Yes, he said Jem, and I said I don't.
No, I said I would invite. I would invite Jem. I said, but I said I bet you Chills would be the first one in.
That's cool.
No,
I know me, my trolls.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't use the equipment properly. It's just, if what you're after in this thing is to measure an elevation change or something to do with elevation, then surely you go for the best tool for measuring elevation changes. That tool is obviously an auto level. All you've got to do is ask anyone. And an auto level has an operating range of, I don't know, some guy from Maine said 30 meters is the maximum operating range that he'd use at his auto level. So anyone that looks over massive distances and then tries to extrapolate some sort of a trigonometrical angle of an nth degree is I mean, that's just not what you do. You don't do elevation checks like that.
Yeah, the same guy that says you use it at 30-meter range looks out across the ocean at lighthouses. I just don't understand the contradiction.
Yeah, and can't notice that there's two different ones. I mean, Jay Tolan was just doing these. I mean, if you play the game that everybody plays, is like, let's play, there's a model. Let's pretend there's two models to reality, and we don't know which one it is. It could be this one, or it could be this one, which is ridiculous. There's only one model of one reality. So you've just got to do whatever you've got to do. Now, that isn't a trigonometric leveling for elevation is very low down on the list. It may be one step above GPS for elevation leveling, but that doesn't mean it would be anywhere near one of the first choices that you would ever use for elevation leveling. Step one would be an auto level, and I say that isn't even step one. The most accurate one is a water level, because there will be zero elevation change with a water level. It's just a bit cumbersome walking around with a... I mean, if you've got a 100-meter water level, then you can literally go 100 meters, which is way more than what some guy from Maine said that he would go with an auto level. It's like 3 times as far. So yeah, I don't know. Anybody playing the what model is it and looking in the distance over massive distances, well, anyone knows that you, for one, like if you get a camera or whatever, you try and look into the distance that far, it does some weird stuff. And anybody trying to use a professional piece of equipment to do something like that is, don't know. They're not really playing the professional game. They're taking it to...
Yeah, I wanted to... Go ahead. Sorry.
I
just wanted to say, go ahead, sorry.
They're taking a tool that isn't meant to be used like that
ahead.
and reappropriating it.
Oh no, that came in.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Just a second.
Just hold on.
Yeah. Tool abuse.
This is my first 25 seconds of this Discord was him rumpusing the shit out of me.
Don't make me server meet you.
You saw me. I posted some Nug memes and I said, please don't ban me. Another great day.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, Cleary.
Yeah, I was thinking about these people, you know. You could say maybe they don't know what they're doing, or maybe they're being dishonest intentionally, you know. And I think that the propaganda they're pushing out on Jose's channel, these guys, yesterday I was listening to them, just giving misinformation after misinformation on purpose so that people think they live on a ball. When you get down to the true techniques of surveying, the practical application of geometry, we understand that elevation is a change in vertical from the horizontal. That is true. Okay, a lot of people these days use GPS and they don't realize that maybe. Maybe Larry Scott doesn't realize, you know, that it's a vertical change in elevation is, you know, it's not curvature. But what did he say? Elevation is curvature. You know, and to hear someone who says they're a professional surveyor make that statement and also say that they don't know what differential leveling is and they don't What was the other thing? He didn't know what double rotting was. It's just crazy, you know. They got this 24-hour propaganda machine running on all these different platforms. So now that's what we have here. These people, they can come here and they can try to do their propaganda, you know, their water bending. But yeah, we've had enough of that.
Yeah, sorry, I've got the kettle on. I've
Yeah,
got
that's
that
fine.
bit on the cutting board. I'm looking for it now because there's a couple of clips that I want to take from that one session we had at Jose's after the, you know, trying to get them to talk about the test. There's the one that I've already got with Blue, not understanding elevation, and like you've just said, the problem between the elevation and curvature. I mean, Jem's always said it. I've heard it used multiple times over the last 2 years, and I've purposely not talked about it because I know that the more these people talk about this, you're conflating elevation with curvature, it's now turned into an argument on their behalf, on their side, right? Just to be able to say you're conflating elevation with curvature. Well, the problem is when you start looking into the geometry and realizing that they're just straight lines, and elevation is a measured straight line. It's the two right lines that we use in all sorts of daily life. The two reference frames are vertical and horizontal. So when they say you're conflating elevation with curvature, they're telling you about their own state of mind. They cannot explain it. You'll never get any glober to explain what the difference between elevation and curvature is. And it's shocking because it's a straight line. But they'll
Yeah,
have to
that's where
imagine it as a curve.
yeah, that's where the debate, their model debate ends right there. When you ask them, you measure out, do differential leveling for a mile, and you measure an 8-inch drop. You know, they say, I'll say, what is that? They say curvature, and I say, no, that's an elevation change. You know, and they realize, yeah, that's right. So then, how do you measure curvature? That's the question we've always asked and never gotten an answer. Never will. Sorry, it gets loud. I have to mute sometimes. But yeah, it's all about balance when it comes to water. Water at rest in a canal is horizontal. If you measure an elevation change in a body of water, then you have flowing water. You have a river. You know, they have nothing in response to that. You know, and I think that might be why they're scared to talk.
And Cleary, what makes it even easier is you can set any benchmark. You can make it random and measure elevation change from that benchmark, up or down. It doesn't have to be mean sea level. It's only mean sea level because that's where all the slope goes to. That's where all the water flows, right? That's slope, elevation change. It doesn't have to be mean sea level. You can put a random nail in a tree and measure elevation for hundreds and hundreds of miles based on that particular benchmark.
Yeah, I would say tens of thousands of people for hundreds of years have done just that.
Yeah, well said, Jim. I mean, clear.
Hey, can you just check? I've just put a link in the chat there. Shills has said that WS is being a coward or whatever and not coming, and sent us a link to one of Brian Lakey's videos. I've been on both of my devices and there's no comments. It says there's 34 comments, but I can't read any of them. You guys just check that. I've just put it in the live chat. Are the comments there? Or have they gone?
Rob Keane, what's up?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I can't see that, Shields. Newest first, eh? No, it's a blank page. I'll put put it in the chat so you can see it.
What's a blank page?
This is what I see when I go to the Brian Leakey's thing. It
Oh,
says
okay. I
the
thought you were talking about.
comments, but I can't see any of them.
Yeah, as long as my.
That's it.
Oh, couldn't hear you, Rob.
Shield says press newest first.
I did, yeah, that is new. It's first.
Now, Bev, just look in your DMs.
Alright, I have never run from them. You are being lied to by Bev and Cleary. I ask them questions on Discord and they run off. WS, you're a proper man about this, obviously. Ask them why they always run away from the questions. Why Bev is so useless, yeah. Yeah, he's
Because we don't live in text.
Yeah, we've told him we talk in chat and use practical things to do everything. I mean, he just hides in text saying Euclid proves the globe, and then gives us a quote about a circle, the horizon being a circle, which goes against basic logic. So yeah,
Never wants to come talk. That's your problem, WS. You can come talk.
Yep.
Write a reply here.
At some point, WS, somebody's going to ask you to prove what you've been saying. Just come and tell us now and sort it out. You can make a big video about it, right? You can come over here, press record, destroy us with your proof of the globe, and then that'll be brilliant. We can all pack up our bags and start talking about other things.
He can shut you down on the first show. You have to change the name.
Yeah. Well, it is
Imagine
three
that.
space, right? Their
You'll make
model
it four
is only
space.
2 space.
Yeah, you'll have to change the name, Cleary. 2 space or 4 space.
Yeah. 2 could be 4. Never mind. Definitely not 3. Well, 3 in reality, 4 in Spaceland, and 2 in geometry. It's hard work, isn't it? Knowing what to do when you've got so many models floating around.
Well, Michikaku has 11, so we have room to improve from 4.
Yeah, somebody's trying to tell us that the other day, like 5 and 6. It was somebody over at Gem Panda's server. It's fascinating to listen to people inventing dimensional thought patterns that again, a certain group of people can't understand, right? That their imagination of these extra dimensions are only so they can feel superior to people, a certain group of people, to them. I quite like the idea. Go on. Sorry, I'm making a brew. Carry on.
No, I was just going to say, Bev, it takes a great deal of imagination to imagine 11 dimensions. I mean, I'm having a problem with 4, right? Incorporating time. Now, I can't imagine what 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 look like.
Yeah, Einstein said imagination is more important than knowledge, I think.
Yeah, he said his greatest moment of his life was when he was imagining his friend fall off a roof.
Yeah.
I think that's when he came up with relativity, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that.
Oh, so it wasn't his relative then. I always thought it might have been his relative that fell off a roof.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there in the Three Space YouTube chat. It's hard to keep up with things when you're on a mobile.
Well, we got 15 people watching presently. Not bad for first time out.
Oh, is that on the Three Space or is that on Bev's?
I'm watching Three Space right now.
Wow, that's good.
14 over here. Doing no good. It may be the same.
Could be the same, yeah.
It's Constance. We keep putting the link in.
Oh no, I was watching Bev's. My bad. I'm all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll keep mentioning that servers open, Three Space, Discord server. 24/7? Not 24/7, but you know, live streaming for people to for people that get frustrated and not being able to say what they want to say in other servers. We could come over here and discuss arguments and frustrations of other places, maybe where you don't get quite to say what you want to be able to say.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say real quick was we don't talk about politics or pandemics or controversial issues that YouTube does not like. You know, we talk about geometry, logic, surveying, reality. We don't talk about models. You know, we talk about hydrostatic equilibrium. You know, the tangible.
To be fair, Cleary,
Mhm.
to be fair, YouTube doesn't like what we talk about either.
Yeah, but you don't get like in bad trouble. You know. Well, we don't talk about that though. We don't even talk about that. That thing, that four-letter word that starts with F.
Oh, I was thinking like horizontal is level,
There you
and
go.
horizontal is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Right. That's what we talk about.
That's what
Reality.
gets them triggered. It's straight lines. I wonder if they can define a straight line the same way we do, but as soon as we want to say level, they change it, because horizontal in their textbook, horizontal is a straight line. I don't know if you guys seen a bunch of images going around Discord right now of a textbook on surveying that shows some stupid curves, calling them level. Let me just pull this picture up real quick. I think I got them saved. Right here. Check this guy out. Oh no, I put that in the wrong. On the level. Live stream chat. I'm gonna put a picture in there. Just the pure ridiculousness of this. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, you can post anything you want in the live chat right here, free space.
I'm in the live stream text on the level.
Now come over to 3 space.
What are you talking about? 3 space.
That's where we are
Yeah.
right now.
You mean I'm not here with you guys?
Yeah,
I'm
you are. You're in the voice on 3 space.
That's funny. The avatars are like the same color. You probably don't see the difference in them.
Oh, snap. Okay. I'm here. And okay, I'll post this picture in live chat. This is
I already know what's coming. Yeah. This is from a guy called Cosmonaut. He's
but this
Fight the Flat Earth's buddy, and his claim to fame in all of this
that's Arnold Schwarzenegger, right?
He's being a troll. No, that's Reckonaut.
I thought that was the guy that sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, that's Reckonaut. This is Cosmonaut, who's New Black Death. He's many troll. He keeps changing his troll name. He's one of the Pinkertons over at Gem Panda's server. His claim to fame is finding all of these books from books of old textbooks, and they're literally just the pictures of a level showing a curve. Well,
I get it.
Yeah, well, that's his claim to fame.
But
he's not a surveyor. He's not ever done anything, and he cannot debate this stuff because it's just literally a load of pictures with curved lines, and it says level.
Yeah, but if we look at the picture, horizontal and plumb are straight lines.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's why I made a proof to show that level is horizontal. It's a straight line. That's why the proof that I've got is because this man, the one that put all of these pictures out there, is one of the men that made me come here in the first place. The very reason that he thinks that showing a picture like this means that he can call you a child abuser for saying level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's the very reason I'm here, and the very reason I'm developed a test to show that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. All he's got to do is prove it. I mean, that's the deal, right?
Yeah, prove that the textbook level line is curved.
Yeah.
How would you prove that your textbook is true?
Even in that picture,
that your textbook is not true.
Yeah, we did a few of these logical statements, and one of them was elevation curvature is radius dependent, which exactly what that picture shows. That's the reason we wrote that one. So it gets the curve changes the further you go away. Well, it doesn't. There's no curve. It's a straight line. That is so ridiculous. It can be disproved many ways very simply. But these pictures are doing the rounds again. They've been doing it for ages, right? These trolls think they dealt with us. Yeah, they think they've dealt with me ages ago. Yeah.
This picture is ridiculous, though. Like, anybody with half a brain can test these things, and then if you look on the right hand side, they're actually showing you straight lines for plumb and horizontal.
Yep.
Well, horizontal's not at a point, like some of them think, but they're showing it horizontal at a point in this stupid textbook, and I think that's where Brad the Science Guy keeps trying to play this horizontal at a point game.
I think actually that horizontal at a point was rumpus. Going back through all of my talks and chats that I've had with them, that is one of the things that they did say. Was that Rumpus was the first one to come up with horizontal at a point. But what you've got to understand with that is that is in fact bendizontal. Because that horizontal at a point turns into a circle in their imagination, which is bendizontal, which is where they got to end up. That level is horizontal. It's the same thing. There's a cog disc thing that goes around in your head where it's either curved or horizontal turns into a curve. Like they say, it's a measurable change in the vertical height. That's what elevation is. But if you look on that line, on that thing, the horizontal, just here, this bit here, there's a change between the level line and the horizontal. But that's what you call elevation change. Like Blue got stuck with the other day. I'll get that one. That was a classic clip. They can't have both, but they want both. Struggle with a model, and WS can come. New Black Death could come and explain any one of these pictures he's got. You know how it works with surveying and how you actually measure this elevation change that isn't an elevation change, but it is measured change in horizontal. Jesse Kozlowski says.
Was it Blue the other day that said elevation is curvature? I was thinking it was Larry Scott.
No, it
Maybe
was.
they
It was
both
Larry.
did.
Larry super chatted first of all, and then he came back in later on, and we did. He once again confirmed it through his voice that elevation is curvature. And in the bottom of that picture there that Rob's just put, it does say datum elevation equals 0. So that's the sort of the same thing. Elevation is curvature. So anybody tell us the rate of curvature of elevation? What's the curvature rate of a 0 elevation change? That's a good question. Yeah? Should we write that on the board? What is the...
That's a good one.
...curvature of a 0 elevation change? What's the curvature rate of a 0 elevation change?
Yeah, I guess their only supposed surveyor, Larry Scott, left. You know, has no clue about that. They're in a bad spot right now. I guess that's why they're activating the troll squad like they are, trying to combat the truth about reality. I guess that's why we got this.
Squad...
Go ahead.
Sorry, Clear. No, I thought the troll squad was activated. Where are they? I mean, I'm a little disappointed at their side.
Yeah, that's why we got the 24-hour live stream. We'll see how many hours we get initially here because, we're just kind of getting started, working out the kinks and everything like that. But yeah, that is to combat that propaganda machine that they've got. It's going to be a tough thing, I'm sure. They're going to do everything they can to stop it. They won't come in here and talk. Some of them might.
The brave ones.
Though.
I don't think there's anyone brave enough. There's definitely no globe geometers that will come in here and try and attempt to tell us the curvature rate of a 0 elevation change. But that would be right.
8 inches per mile squared.
Can you remember? Like, I think I'll pull out one of my things, but I've always been asking them for the curvature of a water level. What's the curvature rate of a water level? I'll try and find this original picture that I had for asking them initially, you know, what's to come up with a test, and nobody's ever come back with an answer. There you go. Come on. There you go. Could you please supply us with your most accurate method for the measurement of the curvature of the water level in the length of canal in between locks with a distance greater than 1 mile? Thank you very much. I've never had an answer to that. Never. But that's the curvature of a zero elevation change, right? That's... DP, good one. Measure. How do you measure curvature using only straight lines?
The method for the measurement of the curvature of the water level.
Mm-hmm.
So that statement right there says that the water level is curved.
Yeah, I've been asking the ballers because they tell me I'm a child abuser for saying to my child that there is no curve.
But yeah, because there is no curve. But,
well, yeah.
But to say that level is curved, that's a claim. We should hold them to task. That question should be answered.
A little bit robotic there.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite hear that last part.
My robot? Yeah, I'm outside.
You're a little bit better right now. What is their method?
Yeah, that's what I'm after, is just any method to measure the curvature of the water level, because that's what I say. I say I have a proof for a straight line. Now, if I've got a proof for a straight line, all they've got to do is show us at least a method to show how it's curved, because geometrically a straight line proof is a straight line proof. I'm guessing geometrically they have to show us a proof for a curve. That's why all I've been asked there for so long, a method.
But the answer to that question should be something along the lines of the 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but the only method I've ever seen or heard for them to do this is look down it. Well, that's not a method.
Look across the body of water at like 26 kilometers with my theodolite.
Yeah.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Tough, right? You know, like any sort of, like, are we talking practical methods as well? I mean, we did go over this earlier. There's tools for doing this. There's people that do it as a job. They're called surveyors, and they measure the land, and they measure the elevation change, which is a change in the vertical from a tool called an auto level. It's established from the horizontal, and it's a measured change in vertical. So there's no curvature there, only imagined curvature. And I don't know, we've been silenced and shut down for God knows how long, and this server is finally a place for people where they won't get silenced for talking truths and coming up with ideas for things. But I mean, it's got to be real ideas, no fantasy ideas. Try and keep it stuff that we can all do.
There's been a lot of talk in the community about, you know, different things that you can't prove, like a downward bias. A lot of those things. It seems like it's been a big distraction for the reality of the water level. But yeah, no problem. No problem. We just haven't really been participating in those discussions. It's fun to imagine things like that, but unless you can prove what you're talking about, you're just kind of basically perpetuating this 5 or 6 year long circular argument to nowhere. Just
Chunky's in the chat asking how long ago this conversation was. Do you want to tell him when was this conversation recorded? Chunky's in the chat
about
asking.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds before he's hearing it.
Yeah. You can pop in, Chunky. I mean, we're all here. DP's can't be around at the minute, but he was thinking of doing a drive time with Chunky.
Drive home.
Yeah, drive time with Chunky. So, yeah, it's not recorded. This is live. Over on 3 Space. Pop over. Hopefully you might have a new cell tower fitted around your area. Get a better connection.
Is he on your YouTube?
Yeah.
He was in the server for a while.
How long ago was this conversation? And you're still asking the same questions. You come back. I knew you would. Couldn't keep away, Chunky. On which one? Brad Boy Chuck. That's the old one, right?
Yeah, it's a stormtrooper looking thing.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying the other day, man, you guys are so focused on just one thing.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Oh, it's like we had Andrew X-Crate in earlier, and he said that it's strange because the only things that are provable is that we do not spin and that water level is horizontal. They're the only actual things that we can prove to ourselves quite easily. And they're the 2 things that get hit the most by the trolls, because they just can't have it. It's a strange mental thing. I don't know. It's Brad, come on. There's no need for that. Don't be childish. Brad's one of these people that seems to think saying level is horizontal and being able to prove it is mentally abusing children. If you do that with your child, yeah.
I don't understand the obsession with that.
Yeah.
Nobody's triggered by it. It's just stupid.
It is.
Maybe they think they got power in that.
We think that saying falsehoods like that make any difference to anyone. I think it's more likely, Junkies, that you'll wake people up. People will go, why are they doing that? But I think level is horizontal. Do you think everyone that thinks that level is horizontal is like that, Brad? Because I'm sure a lot of people would be, oh no, you do think level is horizontal. Well, how do you think I mentally abuse my young boy? Water isn't flat. Well, horizontal is, a horizontal plane is a flat surface, Brad. 2-dimensional. I really don't understand your confusion. It's shocking. Come on in. I mean, we've had these conversations lots, and you say we get boring and repetitive, but saying truthful things never gets boring and repetitive. A water level, Brad, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. A horizontal plane is a two-dimensional surface. Flat is also a two-dimensional surface. The links between all of these things together go together very well. This conversation going out onto the YouTube chat with Brad on try thinking YouTube, but there is a all surfaces are 2D. There we go. I will I'll put the link to the other YouTube chat and the Discord that we are in. Anybody wants to come? Is that? Oh, that's Brian Leakey. What have we got now? Yeah, Flat Enough's going to have a conversation. That goes round forever. Flat Enough with the 2D, 3D surface of a sphere is one of the great geometrical conundrums that they're faced with, because when you go deep enough into the geometrical argument, like Chunky here has done, you find that the globe earthers believe that they live on a two-dimensional surface, and he thinks there's nothing wrong with that at all. He doesn't even realise that a two-dimensional surface is flat. So what Chucky's actually doing is arguing for a position where he is a flat earther. Doesn't realise it. And they're that blinded by their model. They're afflicted by their model. That they argue for a surface of a sphere being two-dimensional. It's almost as if it's like a cog disc sort of thing. The geometry's led them into. He's actually arguing that he lives on a two-dimensional surface. He just wants to badly believe it's a sphere.
It reminds me of the guy in the movie there with the steak. He knew it wasn't real, but he chose to go back in.
It's like there's, I don't know, over these past few years, and it's become clearer and clearer that there's a group of people that think and imagine that they are so far mentally superior that anything that someone that they deem is a flat earther who says something to them has to be wrong, and all they have to do is take the contrary position. But problem with, I mean, you can do that with science, because there's all sorts of stupid papers that allow you to do that, and different thought patterns, but geometry doesn't. It literally does not allow you to do that. It's the foundation of mathematics. There's a definite answer at the end of it, and that answer is a truthful one, because there's a proof to get you there, and it will always be the same. They're struggling big time.
Yep, they have to hold opposing thoughts in their brains every day more and more. Open is closed, closed is open. We're spinning, but we're not spinning. We're stationary, but we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. It's getting tough. Mm-hmm. Straight lines curve.
Mm-hmm. We can be spinning, yet have a plumb bob be a vertical, like Brian Mabbott says, right?
Yeah, that was the realization.
How can you do that? It's like, how can you have a pendulum that is a plumb bob that makes a vertical that supposedly spins? What? I mean,
well, you remember when we were doing the whiteboard thing? That's the realization I came up with when we were talking, me and you wrote it on the board. You remember?
Truth Matters is just put in the chat there. Euclid defines that a surface are bounded by a three-dimensional object, right? A three-dimensional object is bounded by a surface. So at that point, if he deems it necessary to redefine it, it gets redefined at the third dimension when he adds in solid geometry. Up until that point, everything is planar that he's talking about. There's no curvature until you add in solid geometry, book 11. That is the point that Euclid redefines a surface. There's no point in doing it up until that point. It's an axiomatic system. There is only two-dimensional geometry in the beginning of Euclid up until book 11. 2D is a flat surface. Everybody knows this. You have to
that's why they
Go on.
that's why they think Euclidean geometry doesn't work in reality, because they're not aware of the fact that it's Euclidean 3 space.
Mm-hmm.
And it certainly doesn't work on a two-dimensional surface of a sphere that they don't even realize that it's actually a curved surface. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a manufactured geometry to make people believe that they could possibly be living on a ball, but you have to deny actual geometry to be able to do that. It's really obvious that 2 dimensions is length times breadth. There's no third dimension for a curvature allowed. It's a plane surface. In order to have that Z axis, or the one where you add height, vertical elevation change, you need the third dimension. You can't add curvature to a 2-dimensional surface. It's just not possible without entering that third dimension.
Yeah, I think it was George was saying that elevation is measured from the center of the Earth. Something like that, I heard recently.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I don't know. They use a geoid. Well, that geoid surface is actually, we all know, it's flat, isn't it? That's why they have a problem, because they try and put a curve underneath it, but the reference for the curve is a straight line.
They automatically place themselves on a ball right away before they do anything. Their beautiful geoid. That's the starting point in their brain.
Yeah, well, that's why the issue always has been, to me. I mean, I know a lot of people say we can't use water, but if water is what is meant to be curving, then the only place we can look for that curve is within the water, because it must curve.
Yep, that is their Achilles heel, right there and there. And then water.
And using a water level as a tool with 2 points is the foundational basis, I think, of geometry. There's 2 points, and the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. But that means, in reality, see, I have to try and relate everything to reality. Now, in reality, a horizontal distance between those 2 points is the shortest path, because if you move 1 point either up or down from that horizontal line, what you do is you effectively make a hypotenuse for a triangle. You make the longest side, as opposed to the vertical change in height would be a right angle from what would have been the horizontal with the shortest path, and therefore you make a longer path. It's geometrically provable that is the shortest path is on the horizontal in reality. So that's why the horizontal is important. Now the vertical comes along with that horizontal and is perpendicular, geometrically described as such. Those two lines, vertical and horizontal, like we keep saying, the two right lines in reality that make a right angle, is the right angle that everything's used. That's plumb for buildings. It's the right angle for all trigonometry and all measurements for triangles, triangulation. That's how they base all elevation changes in surveying, the horizontals being parallel and all perpendicular to vertical. It's the only way it works.
I think Nug Life was talking about it. When you're looking through your auto level at the measuring rod, the auto level is, vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal, and the measuring rod is vertical, perpendicular to the same horizontal. It wouldn't work any other way.
Yeah.
You got a lot of viewers on your channel.
21. How many have you got?
I think it was 0.
What?
I think it's hard to see the link in the description. There's a lot of stuff in the description.
You've been putting it. Is that you just put it in there then?
Yeah, I put it in the message.
In there, yeah, if everybody. Yeah. That will be the live 24/7, not 24/7, but you know what I mean. It will be I won't be live streaming that much from this channel. This channel will be for mainly recordings of any debates or anything that happen in the future. Hopefully we'll get some people we'll get some good debates going. I'll show people how to debate.
Yeah, we'll talk a good majority of the day. For me, it's East Coast from like 5:30 in the morning till somewhere around 5 p.m. and maybe later than that. But then we're probably going to run some videos, probably a lot of Bev's videos. After that, we'll sort it out. We'll see what people like.
Yeah.
We'll see if Paige out in Australia wants to maybe have some time. If she has time in her schedule, she can kind of do a presentation, just to hang out, whatever. We'll see where it goes.
Come on in, guys. Come on into the. Come and have a chat. We're still waiting for the first. I don't know. First conversation of somebody coming in. We're ready for talking about any of this sort of stuff. And I'm waiting for a globe geometer. Somebody with some sort of, I don't know, some sort of an idea on the test that we're doing. It's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get my camera on later and show you my water level. Did I show you the one where we change the elevation and see what happens with it? Did you see that? Water, I mean, it says water doesn't expand, but I don't know. Maybe it might expand and contract depending on an elevation change. Bev, truth matters. Hey, WS, how you doing? Come on in. Somebody send Truth Matters a chat, and he'll bound to come in here. It says, Bev, tell the audience where Euclid defines a non-rectilinear angle. What's that useful for? Is that a non-measurable angle?
That's the thing with the WS. It's always got questions.
Yeah. Why don't you? Oh, say, yeah, that's definitely WS. Come on in. Come and have a chat. We'll do. Bring your proofs for proving. What is it? The curvature of the horizon. I'll bring the logical statements and the proofs, and you bring whatever it is you've got. I'll bring my proofs for level being a horizontal straight line. And you can bring your proof for some sort of a curvature of the water level. Curvature of the elevation. What is the curvature rate of a zero elevation change? WS. I predict 0 answers coming from that. Other than... because I can give you proofs. Oh, here we go. Chunky's gone. He's talking to Flat Enough. A line can exist in 1, 2, or 3D source. A 2D surface can exist in 2 or 3 or more dimensions.
Yeah, he's always about the
3.
mathematical concepts. Never talks about reality.
I like that. Bring your long distance measurements over, say, 10 plus miles that confirm what you say. I bet you can't. Yeah, there's a canal here, goes 27 miles with a 0 elevation change. That is a horizontal surface of water. I can prove the horizontal surface of water being a straight line. WS. It's pretty easy. Truth matters. Bev, you obfuscated away from the Euclid definition. And I'll read it out for you, especially the definition of an angle. Just for you, WS. A plane angle is the inclination of two lines to one another in a plane which meet together but are not in the same direction. And then a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another which meet together but are not in the same straight line. The only way to measure an angle, like we've said, WS, is a division of a circle into 360 degrees, 360 parts, or even more if you want to divide them down into minutes and seconds. But they are always, every time, a straight line. You will never get a curved line for an angle. You can't measure it. Immeasurable, unmeasurable. I don't know.
Yeah. He's been told that 100 times, and he has to know that by now. But he's just playing stupid.
Yep, absolutely.
That's all I can figure.
And now he's saying, show us the measurements of the canal. I've done that before as well. It's easy. You get a scale map and put a scale ruler up against it and measure it. What is so tricky about that? There's no definition of a non-rectilinear angle, WS. you are boring, and at some point, WS, somebody else will use one of the things that you have told them as though it means something, and it doesn't. There is no way to measure an angle. Now, if you can make up an angle that isn't measurable and then say Joe Bloggs said it is, look, here's the definition. Well, no, not even here's the definition, telling you to go and get the definition. The map makers have made maps 2-dimensional, 2-scale. WS. I did say this. I said the people that have been telling people absolutely ridiculous things will be the ones that have to push the ridiculousness more, and it'll just get more and more and more. And I'm guessing WS is going to be one of those ones, one of those people. Book 3, Definition 7.
Spot on was just saying, am I invited? I'm like, yeah, man, come on.
Yeah, come on in. Everyone can come in. We are live, though, on 2 channels. See, that's book 3. We're not talking about book 3. That's circles. WS. Circles. The book of circles. Everything to do with anything in book 3 has to do with circles. It's strange that you keep... Well, it's not actually strange that you go there, because you are absolutely obsessed with circles. We start at the beginning of Euclid and start with a straight line and work to a plane, and then you go to a circle, and still there is no 3 dimensions in it. You keep going to circles, and circles do not have vertical and horizontal. They're just circles. Yeah, well done. So I'll have a look. Do you want to know the perpendicular? Because that's a bit tricky, isn't it? WS. Come and have a chat. Wouldn't everyone here like to see a WS in a debate?
Yeah. We'll be nice to you, WS. Come on in.
Yeah. Well, just come and have a chat. I can show you some definitions. Yeah, I don't think it... Actually, that one that you were talking about is the angle of a segment. Yeah. I guess you've never read the... why is Chunky doxing? What's that about, Chunky?
He's probably trying to get in with the troll squad, because he's like a low-level nobody. So he wants to probably impress one of that potato person.
Yeah. Goodbye, Chunky. We don't have that sort of stuff. But nice of you to show us how triggered you were getting. I guess you can come in here if you want. Anytime. But you won't be... there's no point you typing anything else in the chat. It's that I think he got triggered because of WS. Maybe they have a close relationship, WS and Chunky.
Yeah, probably
Similar
so.
sort of arguments, right?
Mm-hmm.
They do. He definitely got triggered there, though.
Yeah, I don't think WS has quite an understanding of geometry. He's always asking questions. He never has anything other than just questions. And then Chunky is obsessed with the conceptual definitions of geometry, and he just can't apply it to reality. That you can see a difference in them. They're mainly text chat people. But actually, Chucky will come talk. He's not scared like WS. WS so scared to come talk. I would be too if I had to defend a globe model and trying to use spherical geometry to do so. I don't blame you, WS.
He types a big game, though, eh, WS? He types a big game.
Yeah, his fingers must be
Yeah.
completely worn out.
Might just be copy paste, right? He seems to have a load of things that he just copies and pastes all the time. Does it sound better there? Does do a lot of copy and pasting.
Yeah, there's a couple people over in the chat. I would guess if you weren't live streaming, maybe the YouTube viewers might head over there.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really matter either way. It's up
Well,
to you, whatever you want to do.
Truth Matters saying that me and you are the ones that run from the discussion. Well, we're saying we are here right now in this Discord. We will send you the chat. You can just come. WS, we know you're on Discord. Just press the link and come and chat. It's really easy to do. We're not running.
Yeah, I'll tell you how you...
We're inviting
Yeah.
you. Go on. I'll find it.
Wait,
while
I'll
you're
tell you.
chatting.
Yeah, I'll tell you how to do it. If you want to come talk to us, but you want to be able to escape quickly, just come in with a story like, "Hey, I've only got a couple minutes," and you can, weasel your way out real fast if you haven't learned that globe head technique. That's how they do it. Or they might say something like, "I'm in a bad cell phone area, and I might drop out at any moment." When the discussion gets a little bit too tough for me to defend the globe, I might lose my signal at that point and drop out.
Could
But
always bring a tag team partner, right? That's another one, right? You could just tap out and just do backwards and forwards.
Yeah, get George or Rumpus sitting in the, in the wings there, and when they realize you're having trouble, they can just swoop down and try to obfuscate for you.
There'll be no muting or anything unless it gets to heavy rumpus levels of ad homness and whatever. Just come and have a chat. See, look, he's saying it again. We're running from the discussion. We're here. We're not going anywhere, WS. We are here. Come on over. I'll put another link in the chat just to prove that we're not running anywhere. We want this discussion. We want you to come. We will not run. You can trot over here, or you can walk over, stroll over, do whatever. Just come over. We're definitely not running. We definitely won't be us.
So let me get this straight. You're inviting somebody to come over and have a talk, and you're here, and they're telling you that you are running.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. This is. I also invite Slice Barcane, Soundly, Jesse Kozlowski, that guy from Maine. He can come over here.
Yeah, you can start sending invites out on Discord. Maybe somebody will come over.
Come over here, WS. Just come over here. He wants us to go to Brandon's chat because he feels safe there. Yeah, he wants us to go to somebody else's Discord chat because that's where he feels safe. Doesn't want to come and have a chat.
See, that's the problem. They were so scared of Emma, they wouldn't go over there. So now we've got this free space for you people to come and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Just come and talk. It's just a regular Discord. You can come straight in. Shouldn't be scared.
Yeah, bring some friends. I mean, I don't know how many friends you would need. There's what, 5 or 4 of us are here. I mean, we could sort out a little spare room if you wanted to, where there's only 2 people allowed in there or whatever, you know. Or maybe you could bring 3 of your friends and make it 3 versus 1. You know, if that's how you feel more comfortable, you could get George and Rumpus and WS. You get together. You could, as long as you didn't let them do all of the talking for you. You know, as long as you got to say something, we gladly invite you for the chat. I mean, you have seen there's us. We'd go anywhere, right, Clary?
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Here we are.
Yeah. Apart from the places that keep banning us because they don't want this conversation, much like when WS says he's come here. I was saying, WS is saying we ran from Brandon's chat after asking WS to come for a chat hundreds and thousands of times over millions of Discord servers. WS
Over
just
hundreds of
runs.
days.
Yeah, over hundreds of hours of you not showing up, WS. And is that what you do as well? I mean, I bet the debate would go, there's a definition in a book. I think, have you ever read the notes, WS, at the back of any of these books, or have you just gone for finding something in a book that does that sort of stuff? Because I think there's a thing that says something about notes on Euclid on the 3rd book. Let me find it. Because in the notes it does say it is an axiomatic system, and in order to get from one place to the other, he uses that to get to the next one, and it is never used because you cannot measure an angle to a curved line. And I can't find it at the minute, but I will. If you want to debate, WS, you come over and we'll go over these things together. Right? You bring your case for how to measure an angle to a curve, and I'll bring all of the evidence to say that you cannot possibly do that. I mean, it'd be a great discussion that we would have, where you might want to be able to run.
Yeah, he would definitely need right line geometry for that.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the tools that he needs. Somebody should have gave him maybe a better model, maybe some better geometry.
Yeah. I'd also like to have a go at the 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. Like, what do you think of that one? That one sounds like a good one.
I wonder what he would think about the triangle axiom. Esteban Elebaca failed miserably with the triangle axiom. And I was going to make a video, but of course, there's always something else going on. It'd be nice if he came by. He was over there in Brandon's chat. I just dropped a link to the YouTube.
Oh, here we go. This is... It says here, the eighth definition seems intended to include the cases in which an angle is formed by the meeting of two curved lines, or a straight line and a curved line. This definition, however, is of no importance, as the only angles ever considered are such as are formed by straight lines.
Bam!
The definition of a plane rectilinear angle is important. The beginner must carefully observe that no change is made in an angle by prolonging the lines which form it away from the angular point. Wow, that's in the notes. Wonder why they do that, right? To go over them, just to show how these sort of things work, right? Because it's an axiomatic system. You need to be sure of what you're talking about yourself, and not get bogged down on certain definitions that you imagine support your case. They don't always. Very rarely. Even at all. But you can keep saying it from a text chat if you want. And imagine that saying yes or no. And keep asking me yes or no after I've just defined it and showed you. Well, not showed you, but if you want to come and have a debate about it, surely, easy. Yeah,
you can always take breaks, Bev, if you need to do anything, of course,
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
got 32 in the chat, so hey, we're
Sweet.
about to tip that number, and if we do, that'll be like the most people we've ever had.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that is WS in the chat. Truth matters, but apparently not to all people, right? Yeah, I can be really honest, WS. That's the whole point of the on the level thing, is we try and be as honest as possible. I'll give you all of the information. Just come and have a chat. No animosity. It's all for learning. You want to teach the people on the globe side how Euclid and Euclidean geometry proves a globe. Please don't refer to one definition, no. That'd be really bad, wouldn't it? Imagine that, trying to just base everything on a definition of something in a book within an axiomatic system. Right? Oh, WS. There you go. Here we go. What's this? Book 3, definition 7. That's it now. Just one definition. Is Chunky here? I've got him blocked. There we go. Is that Chunky? Yeah, it is. Chunky, yeah. You were writing my name in the chat. Why were you doing that? You get triggered, I think. WS is stuck on a definition, repeating it verbatim. It's an axiomatic system, WS. If you come through it, and we will work through how an axiomatic system works. It's very simple. We've done it, all of us here. Well, I don't know whether all of us here. Those of us that ask the questions of how to solve this, that you've done, because you've been parroting it for God knows how long. How long ago was it that we did that? Definitions of circular geometry, book 3. It was quite a bit ago, WS. So I don't know what Chunky's got. I mean, what's Chunky doing? say again, anyone can come and have a chat. We're open for this discussion. There's a lot of people wanted to imagine we're on Gem Pandas or Fight the Flat Earth or something, and you want a super chat, but this is like super chatting for free. And you can actually come and talk to us and ask us the question. Just click the link, come over. Use some talky words. It's free. What better? What a deal. Good Friday, Easter weekend. Have you turned your live stream off, Clary? Or is it gone?
No, I think it's still there. Is there a problem with it?
It's not in here, is it? It's not in this room anymore.
Which room are you talking about?
The live on YouTube. Do you not have to have a 3 space in here in order for it to show, or?
Oh yeah, 3 spaces in there.
Is it? I can't see it in here.
Yeah, I'm still live according to YouTube.
It's not showing in the list. Hidden. Sneaky.
Really?
WS is going. See ya. WS is scared. Anytime you want to come back, WS, you can free to click that link. Just pop on over. We're definitely going to be talking a lot.
There's always some noise around here. I gotta mute myself. Yeah, I think I'm good on the YouTube side. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know why 3 space isn't showing.
Yeah, there's
Strange.
only 3 people showing. You've got it showing as feedback. You need to change that, don't you?
Yeah, I do, and I tried to do it a minute ago. I couldn't get in there for some reason. I think I've got a minute now. Maybe I'll have time to actually do that.
Yeah. For anybody watching on my stream, we won't always be live streaming from here. There is a YouTube that Clary's now opened that does live stream this stuff.
There's 27 people watching now.
Yeah. That's on mine. That's what I'm saying at the minute. This is the other YouTube. This is Clary's. Will be the 24/7 thing. Imagine you going over to Gem Pandas and there's a 24/7 live stream running, but you don't know about it. Well, that's what Clary's got. There's another live stream running at the back.
Except you know about it here.
Yeah, we will make it apparent all the time. We will not try and sneak it on anybody. We are live streaming and you can come over and have a chat with us. You can talk to us through the chat with text chat, but I mean, like, as WS has just shown, saying the same thing and repeating rubbish in the text chat does not mean that you can debate or anything. Just come in, put your case across, and let's see how we can go. Should be quite easy. Have a civilized discussion about anything, really. Mainly geometry for me, logic as well, and anything that's provable, really. Anything you can do in reality that we can all do. I mean, because the Discord channel, in the way it's set up, Discord, we can swap videos and screens, and we can do all sorts of stuff. And we have people around here that do actually do thing. So we've had Big Brian Mabbott, showing us his vacuum test of vacuuming water and watching the bubbles and stuff happen. Real things, real stuff. Rakia switches his camera on when he's driving over his bridge over Lake Pontchartrain. The ability that we have on the Discord to show things practically that we do, all of us, is it's very good. And in fact, I've seen more stuff in the Discord than I do normally on people's channels where different tests are being done. Hopefully we can start showing a few more of that stuff, right, Cleary? We can get into that here.
Oops, sorry. I'm sorry. What was that?
I said
Get into what in the future?
Get into just showing tests and getting the videos
Oh, yeah.
up and.
Oh yeah,
putting
everything's
screens
happening
on.
now. Yep, with the springtime weather, you know, it's gonna be a lot going on. I'm sure I'll be doing some different things, and you've got some things, and
Yeah.
Euclid, he said he's got some things he wants to do.
Yeah, there's quite a few of us with the water levels thinking of different tests and different things that we can do for ourselves. Yeah, I've got them around here. It's quite interesting, flat enough, watching the trolls say things. Certain ones, you know, when they get triggered, they get highly triggered. The ones that we have are hanging around at the minute don't normally get too triggered, but they are fun for listening to stuff that they don't know. Bertie especially. And you know how serious a troll they are is the fact that how scared they are to come and chat. The true trolls like to stick in text chat, don't they? The true text heroes.
That really is weird that I don't see 3Space in the voice. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying before. It was earlier. I'm sure it was. I'm sure I saw it in the chat.
Yeah.
Your it is still showing, isn't it? The video.
Who knows?
No, I don't think
It's
it
still
is.
live.
I think its screen is stopped. It's showing in the chat thread, but there's no sound.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. Yeah. You've got 9 thumbs up, but I can't hear any sound coming out of it.
Let me look at it again. Turn the volume up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Your
Maybe there's
one-
an issue.
Your one's stopped. You might need to pull that account. It may just have been booted from Discord.
It's not any way in. See, that's why I need the virtual machine.
Yeah.
Could have been my son. He might have gone in there and did something to the computer.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, everyone, if I sent you over there. Well, we'll keep this one going, for the live stream.
Yeah, that's cool.
We do need to start live streaming a bit more. I get the feeling that we are being silenced by the very fact that the trolls make it untenable for us to be anywhere where they are, because the abuse is getting a bit ridiculous. The abuse gets ridiculous, and then the arguments also come across like chunky and WS. There doesn't
I'm gonna make a
tend to
quick
be
phone
much
call.
of an
I'll be right back.
argument. Okie dokie. Yeah, exactly. Flat enough. They think there's they have a really short memory, but I think a lot of people in this arena do as well. Everybody has a short memory. I mean, everybody can remember Rumpus getting wrecked, but they still ask him a question about something as though he's an authority. Everybody's short memories are really short. And yeah, we want to progress forwards, not get stuck in a circular argument, although a lot of people do like circles and models and stuff. I think there's going to become a point where the model, I think a lot of people are already there. The model discussion and the model circular argument of going round and round with you saying that, oh, well, this doesn't work, and this does work, and this works on this model, but it doesn't work on it. We need to just start in reality. Because the only people that are this infatuated with a model are the people that have been around this debate so long with the model. But both sides, I mean, not just one side, both sides have a model, and that model is affecting the thinking. Rather than focusing on reality, it's focusing on trying to make reality fit a model. But I'm not too keen on the idea of that. Yeah, there's no exactly flat enough. There's no such thing as a model. It's all a concept in the mind. There's only reality. The model's completely made up in somebody's head, and everyone does it themselves. Everyone
That's
makes
why
their
they
own
place the
model.
globe in front of you from a young child. It's in your mind from, 6 years old? When you go to grade school?
Well, it's from before that, I think. It starts at Father Christmas with the parents, and then carries on into early childhood schooling, where they implant a model into your head, and from then on, that's it. You're taught that people lie to you, and there's a model that's definitely there, but you construct that model yourself. That's why they're scared to drop it, because they made it.
It's incredible, yeah. You're right.
Where
We're
they
conditioned
implant a model into
before
your head.
school.
Ooh.
You're right. With Santa
And
Claus,
from
the
then
Tooth
on,
Fairy, to
that's
imagine, to use our imaginations.
You're taught
and
that
it's okay
people
to
lie
lie
to you,
children,
and
no problem.
there's a model that... Yeah, that's better, Cleary. You're back on again. What happened? Was it off? Did it switch off? Started hearing myself talking. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's gone. Looks like Cleary's having problems with his live stream. Yeah, objective. Yep. 3D is the reality that we live in. In order for something to be an object, it needs to be 3D. It's tangible, right? It's a real thing. Exactly. Objective reality.
You can't have reality without an object.
Yeah. Well, I think we had it the other week when was it Babs in the debate that Babs had, and he went with Jose, and DP had already made a meme, and their idea of physical is something that you can see. Light is physical. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, it all sounds fantastic, and like, so they think a rainbow is a physical object, and I mean,
I heard that. Yeah.
If you can have that,
ridiculous.
then how do you have physics, as a subject, and have it being, I don't know. I mean, I suppose like physics is light is part of physics, but is it really?
Yeah, like the first principle they can't understand. You cannot have physics without an object. Like, hello?
Yeah. I don't know, but I guess if you've been to college and stuff, then they could tell you, they must tell you that light is a physical object, right? It must be.
Yeah. Even though they tell you at the same time, Bev, it has no mass.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to talk about double speaking.
Yeah, I always thought traveling at that speed, it'd be like sand blasting stuff. If everything that we get told was true and it did have a mass and it did travel at that speed, then we'd be shredded to bits.
Oh yeah.
Which we obviously don't.
It's retarded. Their whole thing, light, when you travel at the speed of light, time dilates, and when you go through when you go next to a gravitational area, it's sheer fantasy, La La Land.
Led.
Yeah, you're back. Your live stream's backed. What happened?
Yeah, I think I just got somehow maybe kicked out of Discord, and you know how you get kicked out of Discord sometimes.
Yeah.
And that Streamlabs, man, ever since I had to get a new hard drive and reloaded an operating system and put Streamlabs on there, it's different now. It's almost like you don't need to open YouTube in a browser anymore. You just open up Streamlabs and it auto-populates your chat on the right side. And all you really have to have is Discord open, and the OBS is, displaying the scene, or scene display, whatever. So yeah, I will see how long that one lasts, but it looks all right. Besides, it named it again, feedback. I got to change that again. But whatever, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, good. Ironing out the problems with it.
Yeah, I think the problem is you're literally streaming from a computer that's going to do weird stuff, unlike the virtual machine might be a little better. Anyway.
Yeah, your mic
don't want to talk too much up.
A little bit watery again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Could be because I'm swimming. Hang on. There we go. Maybe it's better.
Yeah,
maybe it's the same.
No, sounds a bit better.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know whether to swap on, put on the chat, or or the text, because you've got. I know there's going to be Chunky saying some stupid stuff, so I think I'll leave it. I'll leave it
Yep.
on this window like you for now, where we are all chatting, and then if I need to go to the main window, we can go from there.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm live streaming at home, I got the desktop, and then I can look at different stuff on my phone. Well, you could have OBS set up to where it's just displaying what you wanted to show, which I never bothered to do that.
So shout out Constance Bruns. I think she's making tea. I don't know whether she's just listening in now.
Yeah, the viewers were 30 something last time I looked.
Yeah, it's up and down. I mean, it is it's a live chat, isn't it? And we're getting used to it.
Yeah, it's basically what we do every day. It's just now you just happen to be broadcast out to the world.
Yeah, everybody listening in. We might start freestyling it in a bit once we get a bit more active. I think the moment I can shut mine down and we can bring a bot in, then we can start.
Yeah, that would be good. That'd be fun.
Yeah, maybe like when you get back and we hit the thing, we can put the big screen on. Can you do that from where you are? Hit.
No, I could.
No.
I could get my tech support guy.
Yeah.
Over in the data center there to do something, but yeah, we'll work out the kinks. It's always like this,
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking at the minute, like, I want to start showing this straight line test.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want some feedback from anyone, really. Just to see whether they think it's a straight line test or not. It's pretty simple to me.
Yeah,
a geometric straight line test would show a straight line. If somebody thinks it wouldn't, but again, I need to show it for people to understand it, because I don't think people have quite got a grip on it yet.
Yeah, it might be like whiteboard time a little bit later in the day, when we can get that going. But I think paid NASA shills put it beautifully for the globe heads, is that you would be establishing a chord between each 100-meter water level, and across the whole distance you'd be establishing a chord. I know I said that earlier.
Yeah.
I'll keep saying it, but basically he's admitting that you will establish a horizontal straight line, all those segments sharing, being shared through there. But where he goes wrong is that geometry doesn't match his ball, so he has to cut a chord through the surface of his ball to properly demonstrate that straight line, and there it is, man. That was an awesome mess up by a NASA shills. That'd be cool if you could draw that out, but
yeah. Well, that's
you can do that on if
I
you're
was
still
looking
streaming.
for it. I think I've already done it. It was the concept of the Dornagon, right? When I drew it out, is those lines that every line from the 16, if you were doing the 16, would join up against each other. And can you remember that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've been looking at 16.
It's when I drew the concept of the Dornagon on Slice Arcane's test, which sort of was at the beginning of the formulation of the Dornagon. you know, the concept of the water levels of each individual pair of water levels being like the chord. I guess that's what it is. You just draw the two lines together on from a curved surface.
Yeah, I can't visualize it right now, but
Yeah. I did draw it out. I can't remember which pad it was in. I'll have a look in a minute. I'll be back in a minute anyway.
okay. Yeah, we can be quiet sometimes. It's all right. Hey, Redmond, you made it over, man. What's up?
Busy, busy bee, as usual.
Yeah, I know the feeling, man. It's crazy today. Let's see, what is DP saying? Oh, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, my stream is back up now. Need to edit some of that stuff.
I ran back and looked and counted all the stops. 21 stops today.
Wow. How many have you done so far?
I'm down to my last one, but one guy came and helped me, and I gave him 5 stops.
Man, you are going to be done early today.
Yeah, I got a couple things I need to do when I get off work.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd do enough work this week to where wouldn't have to work tomorrow, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Did you go over to Nathan's show today?
Nah, I haven't.
Okay. Oh yeah, you've been slamming. You haven't had time for anything.
Yeah.
I have days like that too. There we go. I think I got my live stream straightened out a little bit now. Oh, dude, is it lagging? No. Yeah, most people are over at Bev's watching.
Oh, okay. That's
But,
cool.
I just turned on YouTube and I heard myself talking back to myself.
Make sure you tell yourself hello.
Yeah. That delay's weird. Yeah, it's good to have help. We got an extra guy helping us today. It makes all the difference in the world.
That's awesome.
Might actually get out of here at a decent hour. That'd be good. It's only so much the warehouse guys can load, so if we do a bunch, then it's like, yep, y'all are done now. They can't keep up. Excuse me. We'll see what's going on. Anything over here in chat? I don't even know what is going on with Chucky. He's a little bit obsessed with all that. Interesting. Yeah. See what's in live chat here. Yeah, a little more. Yeah, this will grow into something pretty big. It'll take a little while, but we'll get there. Might just start sending out some invites here in a little bit. Got a pretty big member list here. Yeah, that'd be something crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it seems they're
Got
afraid to come
Sean.
in for some reason.
Yeah, let's send Sean Hawkins an invite real quick.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's exactly what we need.
He might have me blocked or something because I click invite, it doesn't do anything. Usually it does something when you click it. Who else would be fun? Uh, mm, if he Dogma, he might actually show up. Who else do we have here? Kosho, Bueller. Yeah, I don't think I could deal with that.
Kosho, huh? Yeah.
Crow XE still exists out there. Yeah. I sent him an invite. Oh, Jim Panda. Maybe he'll show up. There's Doofus and B-Ball, Larry GPS.
Send them all invites. Invite them all.
Oh, I did. Space Pope. Bandsaw Bandit, he's pretty cool. The Gator, he usually shows up when I invite him. Flat Earth Bane, that's Chucky. Ruhef, he won't show. Who else? Yeah, that's about it. We'll see what happens.
I can't believe it. Fresh trolling ground. You know, they can troll away, and it's wow. Maybe the word hasn't gotten around yet.
Yeah, it takes a little while. The YouTube channel I've got that I'm on there, Three Spaces. If you do a live stream on there, you might get 2 views. It's just not an active YouTube channel. If it was on Cleary, it would probably, maybe have 40, maybe 30, 40 people. Who knows? Bev's channel's, right there too. And it's kind of an early part of the day, so we were competing against Nathan. Not you, Nathan. But yeah, and he's off now, I guess. So who knows? Maybe Jose will be on before too long. I don't really keep up with him. He comes on at some point during the day. Probably varies day to day, but we can go over some of that stuff. Listen to what's happening out there. But yeah, I mean, when you're doing this kind of thing all day long, people come and go, and there's moments where, it's kind of chill. Somebody out there is like, yeah, nothing going on here. It's like, well, come on in then. If you want to talk, you want to hear somebody talking, come in and talk. Or y'all can listen to me talk.
I would have thought they would have taken the opportunity to come in and tell us how dumb we are. They have a chance to do that now.
Well, that's what they tried to do, right? They were like, you always run away, you're scared. And it's like, well, really, here we are. Just come on. They always want to drag you away. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. I need 60 people in gyms to back me up.
I think it's a control issue.
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
they're too chicken to be on their own issue. we go in there 1 against 60, but they're too chicken to to talk with a few of us.
It should speak volumes, right? That you've got these people sitting here like us. We supposedly don't know anything. They should come in here and try to educate us, but they won't. They won't do it. There's just a couple of them that might come by, and if they don't, that's fine. We can have a discussion on our own. Been wanting to do that for a long time. Have a all day live stream where from moment to moment people could just be hanging around, talking, joking around, and then somebody shows up and you get into more of a serious geometric discussion about stuff.
Oh yeah, yesterday we were having a good discussion on cavitation. New guy showed up, the Sun, interesting fellow from Sweden. Yeah, you never know who will show up here, and nobody will get insulted like some of the other, shall we say, channels.
Yeah, the Sun, he's been around a few times. He's really into history a lot, He's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's on another level, right? He is.
Yeah.
That guy's definitely on another level. It's I find that the problem is slowing him down.
Yeah.
He imagines that everybody's there with him, and yeah, he's obviously probably one of the cleverer. But yeah, don't know. There'll be some of the interesting conversations that he's going to have. I mean, he did want to have a word with Bob Nodell.
He wanted to have a word with Bob Nodell?
Yeah, about the data collection. About for his gyro.
Right. Well, they were giddy over at Gems the other day.
Yeah, it didn't last that long though, did it? It was very, very short-lived.
Bob neutralized it.
I think that they should have. I don't know. They should have made more of it, but it disappeared. That initial
Can you guys
data nerds.
I say something about that?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I hope I don't roll by here, but so that fiber optic gyro is supposed to be measuring a 15 degree per hour spin or drift of something. They say that it's the Earth spinning, right? But the Earth, in their model, the Earth isn't just spinning. It's also spiraling through a galaxy, and the sun is also whizzing through the galaxy. But it's not picking up any of those other motions in the galaxy. It's only Earth spin that this fiber optic gyro is detecting.
Well said, brother. Well said.
Yeah, my thing is,
I don't think people really grasp that. This fiber optic gyro is only picking up Earth spin, none of the other 6 motions that the Earth is supposed to be doing at the same time.
Last time
I say the Earth isn't moving a smeg inch.
Yep. Last time I checked their fantasy model, I counted 11 different motions, supposedly. Of course, we don't feel any of them. And the ridiculous 1.5 mile an hour, 1.5 million mile an hour speed.
Well, yeah. I'd like to know which way they think that this thing is spinning, flipping, twisting. Which way you turn on a gyro and it has some type of what do they call it? 15 degree per hour um, deviation within itself. No matter where you go with this thing, it's going to have. You can go on Pikes Peak. You can go down in a valley. You can take it anywhere you want. But when you turn it on, you're going to have some type of reading. What does that mean? To me, it just means you turn this device on, and you put it in different places. What was its orientation? No one knows. It's just a sheet of data that they had, and they wanted to make some deal out of it. But I think Bob said it good. He said, you can imagine it's the earth spinning underneath you, or you can, like me, imagine it's the sky, the ether moving over the top of me. So that's the end of it, really, for me. They can't
you can
figure it
imagine
out either
anything
way.
you want. Yeah.
Yep. Someone would have to do something more. They would have to demonstrate something more than what supposedly has been demonstrated. This whole thanks Bob 15 degrees, what is that? I think he did a good job of showing that it's just data.
Look, if the Earth is spinning underneath our feet, right, it should be very easy. A mechanical, not a optical, a mechanical gyroscope should be able to show this very easily.
Have you ever messed around with a mechanical gyroscope? Bev
Funny you should
has
mention
one.
that. I want to
Yeah.
buy one, but the one I want to buy, they claim that it's not sensitive enough. And I've been trying to ask them which one, and nobody's giving me an answer. Because there's one sold in England. It's around $300, 300 UK. But I don't want to spend that money for nothing,
Yeah. I have a very different definition of science from QE. My definition of science is you go out and experience something, right? That would be the experiment, and that is what will make you an expert. So a lot of people talk about gyros. Most people have never seen a gyro, touched a gyro, owned a gyro, watched one spin, move one around, see what it does. Yeah, they'll sit there for hours talking about gyros and all that. Maybe they read a textbook Rumpus let them borrow. I don't know. But get a gyro, whichever kind, rent one, buy one, build one. I don't know. See what they do. And then maybe you'll have some expert knowledge on what a gyro is. And maybe then you could determine whether it'll prove something to you one way or the other.
Agreed. Yeah. I've played with toy ones, but I want to get a good one. But I'm not going to put up 300 UK for nothing, It ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I was also looking at some gyroscopes. I was also thinking, look at them, because there's like plastic gyroscopes and certain kind of metal gyroscopes. What about like a gyroscope that's completely made out of like titanium or something, a really dense, heavy metal?
Brass is what they normally make them out of.
Yeah, I know, but I'm wondering if a certain type of material is going to affect how it spins and how rigid in space it can be.
No, I think you might be getting mixed up with the different types of gyro, right? There's a mechanical.
Well, I'm thinking a mechanical axis gyro.
Yeah, it's not a laser optical thing.
No, I'm thinking a full mechanical one, but using light, dense materials and then really more dense materials and see if they perform different.
I think they spin for longer. I think it's the weight is the how big the spin for the gyro actually is. For the
did you see that guy? He had that big metal wheel on like a metal rod, and it was spinning. It was really heavy, but once it started spinning, it was really light, and he could move it all around.
Yeah, one hand over the
Pretty
top
cool.
of his head.
Yeah.
Emma
Yeah, it
says
has
in the
weird
chat there,
properties.
we've got Louis in, who's saying he's brave enough to come in the chat at least. Shout out Louis. He's sort of all of that's been answered. He says
All of.
all of, well, you know, when Louis came here, he answered loads, didn't he? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
huge references, though.
But Emma's said to tell Louis to tell Jem that his YouTube's down. So it appears that Jem's YouTube isn't working properly. Anybody wants to tell Jem that he's...
You know what happened? I think he retired.
I'm not actually on that server because we left it.
Yeah.
the other day.
I think he retired.
Cleary sabotaged it today on his opening day.
The nugs.
Yeah. He had to quit.
We sent a nug
He's
or
like, "This
two
is it."
over there for him. There's a nug in the system. Took his YouTube down.
A nug in the system. Yeah, nice.
Well, I do hope he gets his YouTube sorted back again.
Yeah, so do I. Unlike them, we don't wish bad on them.
Yeah. Yeah, so Louis, if you're listening, go and tell Jem that his YouTube isn't working properly. He'll be happy to know that. You can't get any super chats if your YouTube isn't on.
There'll be some YouTube issues. Well, you didn't have any issue. I had some kind of issue, but I'm back online now.
Yeah. We still gonna wait to see how many. I predict that I don't think we'll see anyone from the globe side. No, there's no globe geometers. I may have to disappear, change my name or something, pretend I'm not here.
Yeah. Just get a different account. Nobody will recognize your voice. I could never do that either myself.
No, I can't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be a voice actor or any sort of actor at all. I'd be useless.
Yeah, you can do whatever. I don't know how long my stream will stay up. Hopefully it'll stay up. But yeah, I'm not sure if anybody will show up.
I'm keen to stay. Keep the live stream going. I mean, it's not as if we ever really say anything that's beyond it. I mean, we did used to work out all sorts of game plans and how to do things and to progress the argument and all of that. But I mean, we've come to a point where we know they've got nothing, and
right.
Quite honestly, I think we come to the understanding that they don't understand what we're talking about anyway. It's like a foreign language. They've said it to us many times. You're just saying words, because they don't understand what the words mean. When I say they, I don't mean to alienate anyone in particular. But I'm sure if you think you may be one of they, then that's on you. I'm not saying anybody is one of them. But I do know that lots of people seem to get triggered by things that people say. And people also imagine people getting triggered by things that people say also. So that's the best way of doing it. Is in order to make sure that people aren't misrepresenting you, you should just come and try and represent yourself properly. That's what we're doing here. This is a right of reply. Anyone can come here and say whatever. There won't be muting, and there won't be I don't know what was that, misrepresenting, muting you and then misrepresenting what you said and rephrasing it into a way that so you didn't actually say what you ended up saying. I'm talking about Gem Panda here specifically. Would try not to do that.
I'm sure Gem will pass by. I'm sure he'll be one of the guys that'll pass by. I'm sure of it.
I don't know whether there's a certain limit of people that start watching, right? And then once we hit that limit, then people have to then come in and stop the conversation.
One thing
Yeah,
I'll
they
say
will.
about Gem, unlike most of them, he has guts. He'll go in and talk to people. I got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, he might be a little mad at us because we left his server. Now we started our own far superior live stream. So I don't know. He might be busy trying to get his YouTube back up.
It's back up.
Oh, I
It's
don't mean
working
today.
again.
Yeah.
It's all good. You can stop fretting. Gem Panda's server, YouTube is back online.
Good job, Range.
Maybe we can have a hug-a-thon. You know, like those guys that hug the trees there.
No, nugs, not hugs.
There's a super chat come in that said, if we want to be more like Gems, you'll need to be more insulting in voice and text.
Well, that's their job. They need
yeah.
to come in and do that.
Yeah. We need to, yeah,
Okay,
we'll offer
smell
Gem
like a
anyone from
mulberry
to come over. Super chat.
Wow, it smells like springtime, man. Bunch of flowers blooming. Nice.
Yeah, it's an ideal time, isn't it?
-5 here.
Getting out and for a walk at the side of the canal tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. Maybe we'll have 3 or 4 drivers and I'll actually get out of here at a decent time, but we'll see how it goes.
You're down south, Cleary?
Yeah, Savannah.
You're in Georgia.
Oh, yeah. A little bit farther south than you are.
Yeah, just a touch. It's funny, we had plus 20 degrees Celsius a few days ago here. Yesterday we have snow, and today we're -6 Celsius.
Yeah, when it gets down minus like that, pretty close. 0 is about the same as 32 here. Yeah. 22 to y'all is about 70 something to us, I guess.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
There's another
Put it
super
this
chat
way,
coming.
32. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, 32. 32.
32 is 0.
Yep.
32.
At sea level. Did you get a super chat in, Bev?
Yeah, it's come for being more like Gems. I have to tell you all, you're idiots.
Oh, who's that from?
That's just a super chat. It just to get us into being more like Gem Pandas, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Maybe we should talk about Dungeons and Dragons or something.
Yeah, maybe we could do that of a live stream. We could do a special. You could. Do you want to get some Lego? You can build a spaceship in Lego.
Yeah, force the line with Lego blocks.
Yeah, we
They actually do have these big Legos now. I think they use them in some kind of construction, maybe for like office cubicles or something. I can't remember what I saw, but it's funny.
They say Emma says we need a random insulting woman to be more like Gems. Emma, you can come in if you want, if you'd like to try. Just come and insult a few of us, or maybe not us. Yeah, I don't know. We wait for
I have
somebody.
an idea. Bev,
Mhm.
if Emma comes in, they might be brave because a lot of them like insulting women. That might work.
No, Emma's the scary one. I mean, that's why they wouldn't go to On the Level server, because Emma was there.
You mean grown men scared of Emma?
Absolutely. Did you not hear? Like
No.
you not hear how scared they were to come over. I mean, Kosho tried for a bit, obviously.
The kosher.
Bueller. Chad got banned for saying that. I guess he got banned from Brandon's for saying Kosho was Bueller. I don't even know where he was at, but it was funny.
It'll have to have been Gems, won't it?
I couldn't tell.
Kosho couldn't have a ban, be able to ban somebody from Brandon's, could they? They won't have modded Kosho. You never know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Chad was cracking up. He cracks me up when he's laughing.
He's got one of the best laughs. It sort of explodes, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. God Scalpel's sitting there telling him jokes, and he's laughing like crazy. He's like, "It's not that funny." I'm like, "What do you expect, God? You're sitting there telling him jokes. He's going to laugh."
Did you send an invitation to George?
George won't come here.
No way.
George Nunchuck?
No,
Sure he will. Come on.
Zach, nah. No way. George, he needs a few.
George has told me many times he will never talk to me again. Although I did get a chance to talk to him over there at McTunes, but
He did come over to On the Level for about 15 minutes, and it was one of the shortest chats we had. And at the moment when he wanted me to supply two different answers for a question about level and what would it be like on another model, I thought, that's ridiculous. There's only one reality. How could you possibly have anything other than that? And at that point, he decided that was it. It wasn't worth talking to me because I couldn't present two models to him.
I wish he could have finished that thought when George was over there the other day. I wish he could have finished his thought about he needs a new geometry.
Yeah.
I wonder what he would have said.
He got saved by someone, and then John interrupted. Yeah, I wasn't supporting.
I think he was about to say something really stupid.
Yeah.
And he didn't get a chance.
Because somebody saved him, right? You got to take note. If you ever listen to that, listen back to it and listen carefully. Because I think I was of the same opinion. I think somebody jumped in to save George. Now, I think you'd be surprised at who it is.
Yeah.
And that shows quite a lot more intelligence than normally gets shown.
Yeah, Rumpus yesterday on that Jose show, I think he drew a circle and he was saying, "Look, here's all my horizontals, here's all my verticals." Such a disgrace. Draw a 2D circle and draw all these lines, pretending like they're vertical and horizontal. It's just wizardry, and he does it all the time, repetitive, all the time.
I went over a video, like, you said you might be playing videos on this. Well, I went back and I found one, the first meeting of Rumpus, where he said he was just walking past and he decided to pop in as though, and that was the first meeting, and I asked him what he'd done with the surveying equipment, and he said he'd never touched anything. It was obvious the first time we ever talked, because he was still talking nice to us halfway. You could tell, when you're listening to it, you could tell it was our first meeting, and you could tell the point where he turned into the Rumpus that he is now. It's because in the argument he doesn't understand the argument. And he realises that he's been trapped and cornered and put into a position where he's defending the model, obviously against reality. And that's when he turns nasty.
Yeah, Jesse and Doofus and Larry and George and Rumpus, they've all been on this huge misinformation campaign, this propaganda of deception for so long. And they've gone completely unchallenged by anyone.
Yeah, even on
I can't
their own
imagine
side.
anyone. Yeah.
Isn't it? Now to the point that they've disappeared. There is nobody who knows what they actually did. They've just dropped there's bam. And bam! There's the radius of the Earth. And walked away.
Yep.
Just left it there. Boom. There you go. Boof. There's the radius. It's like, how did we get it? Who knows? Just plucked it out of thin air. Found an angle.
Yeah, just because you say Jesse directly measured the radius, just because you say that, Sally, does not make it true.
Yeah. Whether you imagine it or not. He did agree, though. Jesse did go, yeah.
Yeah. Seemed like Jesse might come around the other day when Larry was over there messing up, but he never did come in, I guess, did he? Stayed out on the sidelines. It was probably very busy.
Oh, well, now that he's banned us again, there's probably going to be a free space for him to come in again.
Mm-hmm. Safe space.
Yeah. Make a nice safe space for Jesse to go over there and talk about it. But I mean, I'm not too sure, because I think he still might get asked questions. Or he should still get asked questions from his side.
Yeah, they like to do that no right of reply type of thing. He won't come over there when you're there, but when you're not there, they'll come over there and talk shit all day, I'm sure.
Where were you banned again?
Jose's.
Jose banned you guys, it's true. I heard that on Gems.
Yeah, in order to clean up his chat, because he doesn't like mention of people calling people child abusers. So he banned everybody in the chat to do that, and then sent us an invite back again and said, if you want to get accused of being a child abuser, can you please go into the into the gossip chat or something?
Also, there's a designated room where you can talk stuff like that.
Apparently, yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, the ones that accuse you are still allowed to just accuse you of child abuse whenever they want, right? You know that's the way that the rules go.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I can't really go over there for somebody who's going to protect the child abuse accusers and ban any conversation about people talking about being accused of being a child abuser, it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit wrong. See, because a lot of this stuff, a lot of people, I don't know whether people realise it or not, when people say to me that I should be talking about the child abuse, and then people say, why don't I address the point of all of the textbooks that say level is curved? Well, the reason I don't address it is because the guy that has given them all of those little snippets from every book and every textbook that says level is curved, with no context to them or anything, just the clips of that, is the very guy that calls me a child abuser. And he openly does it. So I don't address any of that stuff as information that I should take in, because it's been given to them or me via the guy that calls me a child abuser for saying levels horizontal. So I don't take any of that. I'll just take proof of level actually being curved. I'm just looking here for bearded now as well. So yeah, that all of that information, he's told me it's his legacy. He's given them all to McToons. Every citation and every book that states where level is curved actually comes from a Pinkerton, one of the trolls that calls us child abusers. Shout out Cosmo. Just to let everybody know that that's what Cosmo does. That's his legacy.
Yeah, it's like Nathan Oakley up in here, man. Nobody wants to come in.
Well, I've got here as well, but now...
Bev,
Yes?
got no sound on your stream.
What? Wait, did it just go, or what?
About the last 5-6 minutes, I thought it was just like everyone was having a break, but no.
No, it's still showing on the desktop.
Yeah, it's still running, but there's no sound. It just cut. Like I said, I thought everyone had just muted up for a minute to do stuff. That's why I came in. But no, you're talking in here and it's not going through.
I can hear it. I just
Weird.
heard you say that live, Emma. Yeah.
Yeah, Bloods
sure?
has just put I hear.
Oh my god, there must be something to do with my YouTubes then across my phones, because neither of my YouTubes have got any sound.
You must have an iPhone.
Yeah.
Need an Android.
Dang iPhone. I also just found out that apparently Crit's been going around telling Gems that I'm being blackmailed. Something to do with photos of my children.
You are?
Yes, I've just been asked, and I had no idea what they were on about.
Well, I don't
So,
know.
Crit's making up. I mean,
Well,
when have my children ever been brought into anything?
There was stories of pictures of my house. Remember that? That was they were going to have pictures of my house. So, don't know. I'll have to wait and see. Crit's full of drama, right? I'm not too sure about that guy.
But like I said, that's literally all I know. I haven't heard what he said. I've just been told, because they were all asking me,
So
are you being blackmailed?
He's been
Crit's
told
saying you're...
before you.
No, Crit was telling everyone in Gems
Yeah,
about this tale that I'm being blackmailed to do with photos of my children.
Wow, I wonder who's been making that story up and telling it to Crit. Or would it be even more interesting? Would it be even more interesting if you were to get a blackmailing thing and Crit's got inside information from the blackmailers before you've even been blackmailed? That'd be brilliant.
No offense, but just a warning. If anybody tries any of that shit, I'm not going to come on the internet. I'm going to go to the police.
Yeah. Yeah. So why would Crit start anything like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Crit's been hanging out with Space Pope. Who knows?
Oh. Thing is, I haven't seen Babs make stuff up like Crit. At least he doesn't do that. He just gets butthurt and salty. Crit, actually, I think, may be delusional.
Yeah.
Or just good at leading a drama story, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's very good at what he does.
Making up stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My children are safe, though. Thank you.
I think it's interesting. Some people will come around and talk a lot, but then when you go live, they're just not around. That's always been interesting to me.
It's kind of like they're afraid of the stuff they say.
Yeah, it's like they'll say things to this group, but then when you're live, it's like they don't really want to be associated with this group, or just any group in particular. But here we are live, It's just an interesting dynamic.
Right, can I just go over, this is one for Bearded, I don't know if he's listening. I mean, I don't know whether they do listen or not, but since we've been banned from Jose's and Bearded doesn't really go anywhere.
Hang on, when did you get banned from Jose?
The other day.
I thought he did an FE week.
He did. It was after that there was a conversation. Cosmo turned up in his chat, and obviously we were discussing water level, to which Cosmo used his genuine approach of child abuse.
Okay, yeah, his standard.
And then that means that you're not allowed to talk about children in Jose's server for some reason. But in order to clear the chat history, he just bans everyone and then sends you an invite back again and says, if you want to get accused of child abuse, please do it in a different server, please go in the controversy server. And I went, nah, I'll be all right, thanks. I don't
So
really
a guy
go for
starts
people.
calling you a child abuser.
Yeah, Cosmo, right? You know how he does.
Yeah, so you start talking about it and you get banned. Did Cosmo get banned?
I don't know. I think everyone got banned. Somebody else said
did
that.
it?
Mobius. I think Mobius was like, I got banned from Jose's as well. Like everyone in that thread got banned because he needed to, I think, clear the history of whatever.
Yeah, that's a weird way of doing it.
But then Rakia got banned too, didn't he?
Oh, Rakia, yeah, Jose's been on one last night. Rakia, I think Synclenser got banned last night, and Rakia got banned.
So he got enough
posting
money
in
to keep
Nug.
himself going for a while.
I think so, yeah. He's had a payoff.
So, yeah. So now he can just ban everybody again. I predict in about a month's time he'll have to open it again.
I predict in a couple of days, or maybe, I don't know, a couple more, Jesse Kozlowski will be there saying that a water level test for a straight line isn't. Or, I don't know. Maybe they'll come at it with a different one. Some sort of different proof of something. But I predict we see Jesse back soon. So can I do this 2D, 3D thing, because people say that show me a 2D surface like Bearded does. He says, by all means, please provide a citation that surfaces of any geometric object are three-dimensional. I'll wait. Well, I've said him back. Book 11, definition 1 and 2. And I'll read them out, right? Definition, book 11 is the solid geometry one, right? The one that definitely doesn't work in spherical geometry. This is absolutely Euclidean. A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. Right? So he's redefining. It's the first times you've got 3 dimensions there. And then definition 2 is that which bounds a solid is a superficies, which is a surface. So it bounds a solid. Now, a sphere is a 3-dimensional object that the surface bounds. So that would make the surface of a sphere a 3-dimensional with length, breadth, and thickness in the X, Y, and Z axis. I mean, I know they like to say thickness, but it's a bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
yes.
spherical geometry.
Hang on, Cleary.
Sorry, go ahead.
Guess who's in the chat? Cosmo.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. Hey, Cosmo.
He's visited our YouTube.
Yeah.
And he says, your
it-
raging
you ready to-
persecution complex is showing. Nobody was banned except John. The rest were kicked and can rejoin any time.
Except John. John who? Like... Except John. Okay, so that's Cosmo. Is he talking for Jose?
I guess he must be his spokesperson for the day.
Yeah, okay. So Cosmo's speaking for Jose about the banning
Yeah.
on Jose's. About... Nice, okay, I like that. Yeah, I like that, Cosmo.
I think that's really sweet of him
Yeah.
to
He's,
support Jose.
Yeah. He's a bendy. He's the guy that's got definitely bendy level. Right? He's that guy. He's the bendy level guy. Everyone on the globe side and everyone on the flat earth side and reality side as well, I guess, has Cosmo to thank for all of the bendy level ones where it says that level isn't horizontal. The the guy that has all of the rights to think that he can call people child abusers for saying that level is horizontal because he's got pictures from books that he's give to McToons to put on McToons' website. It's strange that, like when we had that board of everyone that's got proof of curvature, nobody ever mentioned Cosmo, and yet now that's one of the best things that they've all got. Is bendy level from textbooks. How do you explain this? Well, I explain it because Cosmo gave them all to McToons. That's the best way of explaining it. Goes nothing against the actual proof from reality or geometry.
Yeah, I just had a joke about spherical geometry. And spherical geometry only works if you're a hollow earther. But that's all. That's all I got, folks.
Well, Bertie says, I thought Bev didn't care about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, when did I say I did care about the shape of the Earth? I don't think I just did. I think
they imagine this stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people imagine that if you say level is horizontal, you're saying something about the shape of the earth, right? Not that that's a fact of reality. They imply something. I don't know. That's what triggers them mainly, I think. Their own implications of what other people say from reality. Bertie did a good one the other day as well. Bertie was asking me, that was hilarious. He was asking me to show him what connection there was between logic and geometry. He couldn't see it. He still thinks there's no possible connection between logic and geometry.
Yeah.
Now that's a troll, right? That is a surefire sign of that dude being a full-on troll. You sort of gave yourself up, Bertie.
Yeah, I saw that comment. It was really pretty funny, really, because if he worked through the geometry, then maybe he might begin to understand what logic is.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I must have said to quite a few people just recently that geometry is a tool to teach logic, I think. Although geometry is formed from logic, the actual process of geometry is to teach you how to order and logically process information throughout the rest of your life. The geometry is a tool. It's a learning tool for a thought process. Very logical, Bertie. But I'd like to and now I've got bearded as well.
WS seems to be hanged up on book 3, definition 6 and 7.
Yep.
I'm telling him to come on over on the Daily Boom there chatting, but doesn't want to come over. He wants to talk to me about it.
Yep.
I told him, you're the man for this kind of stuff.
Well, see, what you need to get, having a definition of something is, I don't know, it's it within an axiomatic system. You have to develop through the definitions in an axiomatic way. Everything has to build upon the last. What he's talking about is a definition step within an axiomatic system. He won't be able to come and talk about it because he won't be able to understand it. To him, it's just a definition. But it's an unused definition in order to get to the next step, which is the used place. It's quite clever, really. But, I mean, book 3 is definitely a bit advanced from the beginning to understand how definitions work. So I've just explained to Bearded Devil what I've just said about the 3-dimensional. And he's gone back to book 1, definition 5. So he says initially, by all means, please provide a citation that surfaces of any geometric object are 3-dimensional. I'll wait. I showed you the definition of a 3-dimensional one that followed the very definition of a 3-dimensional surface, right? Now, he said that we should go back to definition 5, book 1, to say that a superficies is length times breadth. So he thinks we should always apply everything to 2D when it's explaining two-dimensional geometry and completely ignore the fact that it gets redefined within three-dimensional geometry. Book 11, wow, he's going book 11 definition 17 as well. That's a good one. I like, for these are the guys that kept saying about definitions, right? They kept saying that I had a definition, and yeah, it's definitions of all I've got. This one says, the diameter of a sphere is any straight line which passes through the centre and is terminated both ways by the superficies of the sphere. For some reason he seems to make that is a two-dimensional, I don't know. That would definitely say 3D to me, but hey, the point is the geometry is the definitions get proved. How do you prove a two-dimensional surface exists in a three-dimensional object? I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Well, the sphere specifically.
Yeah. Like a flat table is 2D, right? The surface of a flat is 2D. A ball rolls on a two-dimensional surface. How can the ball's surface also be 2D? It doesn't make sense. To any logical mind, but we are dealing with the globe model believers.
Yeah, they have to have a 2D. It would be a nightmare if they had to work with reality, which is just one horizontal and one vertical. It wouldn't work for them, would it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're forced into their model has forced them into a position of having a two-dimensional surface of a sphere. Conceptually, it's ridiculous. In reality, it's impossible. Such is the mind state of a globe model believer. 2D, 3D surfaces. Oh, Negator's here as well in the chat. Come on, lads. Just pop in.
I invited him to the Discord. See in your YouTube.
Yeah.
Cool.
Weird how people are angry someone disagrees with them. Who would that be? Jem. Has Jem been going mad again? He always does that. Who's... Yeah, must be Jem. I'm going to have to leave you guys doing this. I've got to... Gonna make the missus some tea.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be listening.
I'll be here all day. Cool. I'm a little bit busy right now, but I'll be back soon.
Oh, it goes quiet. Should I put a video on or something? Should we get...
Just a minute, I get freed up to talk, and everybody leaves.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I was just busy for a second. I had to mute.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
I can't talk for long, but pop in.
What you got, Buster? Are you working with the water level today?
No, I did that the other day.
Uh-oh.
A few
Robot.
times. Very, very handy.
Okay, you're good now. You're good now.
Okay. Sorry, I got a bad signal sometimes here. Yeah, I used it the other day very, very efficiently. But I wasn't referencing the middle of it. I used the ends.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Like, when you use that water level to establish the horizontal, were your ends actually vertical?
Yes.
What do you use? Wow. These
Yeah,
globe heads
vertical.
must be, they need to see that, because... Go ahead.
As soon as I get some time, I'm going to try to make a couple little simple videos just showing how I use one. I got a 100 meter. I'd like to get out and do my little version of it. My water, the small one in the 100 meter. But yeah, it's funny how they talk about all the water level all the time, and it's horizontal in the middle at a point. I'm like, it's not how it's used at all. I mean, they totally conflate terminology, and it's wild, really. But I guess they have to.
Yeah, it's an interesting statement. They don't really have to lie to themselves. They choose to, you know? They're not
Well, they have to
convincing
say,
me when they lie, you know?
oh, no, I mean, it's stupid because when they talk about it and you hear these guys, and Bev's asked them, have you used one? Like, practically? No. Then they'll go off and say, it's only horizontal in the middle of the level. And it's like, I didn't use it for that. You know, I'm making a horizontal from end to end. It's the whole point of it. But they will never concede to it. So they have to make up lies and tell you straight lines curve, but turn around and talk about tangents and chords like they're actually straight. Weird times.
Yeah. Did you hear about B-Ball? He just got an auto level.
I heard Bev say something about that yesterday. I mean, is he now he's a surveyor or curveyor?
Well, we were like, oh, here comes the video. We know what it's going to be. So you made a video, I guess. I haven't looked at it yet. It's like, you got the auto level, looked at across the ocean, what, 16 miles or so? B-Ball, you can come in here and tell us all about it if you want to. But, as predicted, you know.
He showed me a picture of it. I said, what are you going to use it for, a telescope? He goes, no. First picture he sends, it's him looking through it over 16 miles.
Yeah.
Spams it in Jose's chat all day. The same picture. Doesn't get banned, but I got banned for posting pictures every so many hours, different pictures. I got banned for doing that, for spamming.
Interesting times, that's for sure. I guess it's nothing really done.
Biased as it gets, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I thought Jose was all kinds of fair.
Really?
Only when he needs dollars.
Only at the end of the month.
Jose just DM'd me. Let's see. He says, I don't care what other people think. I do what I have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he's watching.
No, Cosmo obviously went and spoke to him. Which I think is really cute. I think that's really sweet of Cosmo.
There's a lot of sore butts walking around lately.
That's not an image I wish to have in my head. Thank you, Essie.
Yeah, sorry, Emma.
Y'all notice how Cleary and Left Lane sound a lot alike and also claim to be both truck drivers? Never talk at the same time.
Yeah.
That's kind of fishy. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Left Lane, my God. I told him, I said, you are a disgrace to all truck drivers. Someone who's pulling heavy loads up and down hills, and you think you live on a ball.
I wonder
What
if
a
he knows
shame.
what a CDL is.
He should. If he doesn't, I would be like, what?
It wouldn't surprise me. The pilots on here that don't know what a PPL is, like a truck driver not knowing what a CDL is.
Yeah.
What was the other one? A PPL, the plain one?
Yeah. Private pilot's license.
And that was paid? NASA shills that didn't know that, if I'm correct?
You like little test SC. Call 100 pilots and ask them what a PPL is. Don't give them any context, nothing. Just say, sir, I want to ask you one question. Sorry to bother you for your time. What does PPL stand for? 100% of them will tell you what it is.
I'm sure, bro. I'm sure. But Air Force pilot had no clue, correct?
Now the excuse was you don't have to have a private's license to get in the Air Force, which is true, right? But if you're a pilot, someone who has refueled the SR-71 in mid-flight many times, you're probably hanging around with pilots, right? You flew for Pan Am, for God's sakes.
Well, wouldn't you, when you get out of the military, wouldn't you still have to? I mean, I'm sure it'd be an easy process if you'd already flown in the Air Force, but wouldn't you still have to get a PPL if you're a civilian again?
That doesn't even matter. Every pilot, no matter what, knows what a PPL is. 100%. People that that are not pilots, that just hang around, that knows a pilot, right? That just has conversations with them, would know. That was funny. Refuel the SR-71, huh? Just had to add that on there.
And I'll tell you what, that 3-space guy is really quiet. That's just my computer. Oh, noise is coming. Yeah, I don't know. Need to go over that. Need to go over the triangle axiom that Esteban Ilabaka failed on, and we need to go over B-balls and Ruh's stuff. Or maybe they could just come in and talk to us.
So what was it that he failed on? Because I missed that chat, Chris.
Well, it's the triangle axiom, and it's the drawing that Knucklehead at Larry or somebody drew about the like what Belu taught them about tilt, you know. So they drew a horizontal in between the two tilted lines, and then they go down, right? They just like the triangle axiom states, at some point they will intersect. So you measure the distance on those sides of the triangle, which Esteban Ilabaca apparently couldn't understand. And you come up with a very strange link to those lines, which doesn't match their model at all. I just thought it was funny. And I didn't want to have to explain everything to him. I was trying to get him to logically work it out, you know, and he never would. Bev talked to him, and he still couldn't figure it out. So I was like, well, we'll make a video. And I was like, well, we're a little busy with everything else, so if he wants to come by and talk, that's fine. But he just had a real misunderstanding of what it is.
That seems to be
Cleary's,
contagious these days.
yeah, Cleary's being really cagey here.
Yeah.
He's setting a trap for Esteban that Esteban will not even see. And it's brilliant. Bring it on, Esteban. Come on.
Yeah, I saw him out there in the chat a while ago. Probably over at Brandon's. I don't think he's going to come by, though. They want you to explain everything to them. It's like, no, work it out. Sort it out. Are you a geometer? Come on. Figure it out. I think everyone was confirming that the triangle axiom is correct. Quite a few people. Can't remember who it was. Whoop, sorry. You never know when one of those cranes will just light up that beep on you. Might do it again. I'll mute for another minute.
It's not bad on our end. I don't know if it's bad for anyone else, but I have earphones
it's
on.
loud.
I couldn't really even. It might be loud for you and not for us or something.
Yeah, I got a really good noise canceller on this new headphone. It's like 90-something% noise canceling. Let's see what happens here. He's going to want me to mute. Nope. Off we go. Yeah, it's fun to try to get the Globers to solve something. They talk a lot about geometry and math and everything, but they never can solve anything. It's like talking about math is not solving anything. They've been doing it for years. Oh well. Would have been nice if he could have worked it out. It's interesting though, like if you're going to be out there drawing things like that, you need to check them. Make sure it works out. Like every globe head ever said 1 degree for every 69 miles. I don't even think they understand where that angle is on their fantasy model. They must think the angle is up on the surface somewhere. That's what Esteban probably thought. But, yeah. Seems like he was talking over at Jose's the other day. I don't know why he's so scared to talk now. Just speaks volumes, really, to me. Like,
They need a safe space, Cleary. That's what it is. Like schools now, when somebody gets triggered, they have a safe room where you can go and feel all cuddly and safe. Well, they need that.
Yeah, I guess that's why they camp out. You got 60 of them sitting up in Jim Panda's. And you got, I don't know how many sit over in there and Jose's, but same crew. Bob, the science guy, can feel halfway intelligent sitting up in there asking stupid questions, trying to act clever. But, when he went to Nathan's that day, my God, I've never seen somebody get so destroyed like Bob, the science guy. I figured after that, man, he'd be done. But no, he's stuck around. How many years later? I don't know, a couple of years later. I can remember where I was that day. I was actually right here listening to that. Yeah, I think things get said over time, and they have to really maybe take back what they said. Like we don't see the geometric horizon. Actually, we do, and it's horizontal. It's not a ball edge. So you had to clarify that. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you see something else. Sometimes something's in the way, but you never see a curve. You never see water curving.
Well, I looked for that curve. Me personally, I couldn't find it. I've been to the river, like the song says.
Take me to the river.
Yeah.
Well, if you went to the river, you.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I said Negator's in the chat saying that flat Earth, little e, makes people feel good about themselves.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he feel good about himself?
Sure no. I had our back garden. We had it levelled off. Yeah.
Yeah, some flat dirt.
So,
Yeah, it would make you feel good.
I didn't feel any better particularly about myself. I'm not.
Well, I'll tell you when I felt good, because I had some water coming into my garage, and I leveled off some of the earth on top. And well, this year not that much water came in, so I feel good about that.
Good. Yeah, that flat dirt making you feel good about yourself. I like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Especially, Bev, especially since I gave it just a little angle up, so the water could roll down away from the house.
A slope.
Yeah.
You
You
didn't
really
have any aliens whispering in your ear about putting a tilt to it, did you?
Well, I was hearing these things, bilu, 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 in the background. I couldn't make out what that was, but I don't know.
It's like a foreign language.
Put the tilt there, SE. Put the tilt.
The tilt made me feel good, bro, I tell you.
Change your name to UE, Unstationary Earth.
SE tilt.
Hey, Negator, can you hear me? I sent you a Discord link, an invite, if you want to come.
I don't think that's. I think
her.
that's the troll Negator. That's not the real one. That. I mean, like.
Yes.
I remember I went. We had a bit a thing ago where we were trying to do 2v2 elite debate championships, and as I went round all of the globe earthers, they all said, "Oh, Negator, yeah, he's one of our best." So I was like, "Who the hell's this Negator? I mean, where is he?" And I didn't know, and like he came back in, and I don't think this is the same Negator, because this guy's no good, right? He's not one of their best, surely. He might be one of the he might be a specialist, like a sophist type thing. But I mean, he's not. The guy's not really got anything to do. He can't be the real one. He won't be listening anyway. Text chat troll, see? They don't even listen.
Yeah, probably. They say that. I think I remember Negator told me one time it's a globe because my daddy told me so. I think I remember he said that.
Yeah. Has anyone seen 50 recently? I've not seen him for a bit. Has he gone missing? Or has he reinvented himself? Has he got a new character?
Yeah, I don't know. He hadn't been around whatever his other name was before 50. It was unorthodox.
Yeah.
I was just talking earlier about Crow XE. Haven't seen him around in a long time.
Mm. Yeah, it seems like
Yeah,
a
Crow
few of them.
XE. Yeah, one of the more sensible ballers, shall I say?
Until he came over here, came over at on level. Yeah, that didn't
Well,
work
yeah,
out
they're
too well
all
for
on
him.
that. Yeah, but I mean, as far as he's not belligerent, and if I remember correctly.
Negatives just put, you ever listen to Bev call people idiots while having zero education in anything he's talking about? I can't remember.
That's kind of like
do I ever call people idiots?
that's like that super chat earlier.
Hmm.
Somebody was calling us idiots.
Data's saying I destroyed 50's 20 proofs. Well, that's dangerous, that, because he added a few more.
I think 50 had 80 proof, actually.
Yeah. That night.
Well, he also called it globe geometry in one of his proofs. Globe geometry. It's like, huh? What's that?
Do you think we could have actually set up some sort of a debate? Do you reckon there's anyone that to do that? Or, because I mean, like, you wouldn't have to do much to set up a debate, like a proper debate, to become one of the debate channels, right? You definitely go higher up than Gem if we were to sort out some sort of a formal debate. Like, you'd at least have one more debate on this server than Gem would.
Yeah, I think was it Fe Dogma was saying he wanted to meet you somewhere.
Mm.
I'm sure he wouldn't have a problem with this platform. He doesn't seem like the kind of glober who needs a little safe space up in Jose's or somewhere.
No. He definitely would come anywhere. It's like we've got pretty active text trolls. I mean, what's this place like? Is anybody, have there any of them made it into the Discord, or is that a little bit too far?
Maybe they're testing the waters in the chat today.
YouTube chat. It's like at length, you know, at a distance. They're prodding us from the YouTube chat. At least.
Yeah, seeing how, if the polar bears are fed or not.
Yeah. Bertie says I'm a flurf high priest. That's Bertie. Bertie that can't see a connection between logic and geometry.
No. Okay, this is where they're going wrong, because flurf just means earth shape obsessed.
Yes.
Okay? I'm not obsessed with the shape of the earth. I would say Bertie is a flurf because he seems to be obsessed with the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
It's a stupid tag.
Bertie wants to be a flurf high priest himself, because that's the way they always do, right? They always try and project what they want for themselves.
Yeah.
If he wants to go and join Nathan Oakley, fair play. Off you go, dude.
Yep. Tell us about your model, your flat Earth model, Bertie.
The trolls have found the stream, so.
Well, it's about time.
Have they found Cleary's or mine?
Yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's invisible. Maybe I should use the other channel. Either way.
Yeah, they'll come. they will come. As soon as I stop streaming, they'll have to go there, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Either way, that's fine for today. I don't trust mine to stay up, until I get it just right.
Wow.
That way, y'all can have control over it too.
Lannister. Does anyone know who that is? Because he's a
I
genius.
yeah. See, people like that are just unnecessary because we all know who they are. Really,
Yeah, yeah.
it's just one of many socks. So come back on your real account, your main account.
Bertie says Clary, you were one of his first subs. Oh, but Clary was one of my first subs. Bertie. You do videos, Bertie? I wonder which videos you do.
Oh, maybe he's a curveyor too.
Yeah. Clary. No, I reckon years back. Don't know what sort of stuff Clary was into years back.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
what
I
he
mean that
means.
birdie guy I was talking about.
Yeah, what he means to say is, I was his first love. He used to love to troll me. Maybe he means he subbed to me. One of my first subs. Because I don't ever watch his stuff.
Does he have stuff? He does. He likes you, but he admits to liking you, Clary. He does.
Yeah. I don't think he actually does videos.
No.
He might just have a video out that says, I debunked this. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. It's a globe. All right. Is my best evidence. Just is.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. I think he just scours YouTube for videos and things to troll. I don't see why he doesn't come talk. Come talk to me, Bertie.
Just finishing off my tea. I'll be gone for a few minutes.
Yeah, I was just driving over these speed bumps again. Got like a couple more to go. Bam!
Do you adjust for the Coriolis when you do a long haul?
Never.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what you do see though when you drive across the country. It's called like the Continental Divide, and it's like grade going down slightly, and then it kind of goes back up. It's just like the anti-curve. You would have to try to correct for that, that massive amount of like horizontal and slightly downward sloping, all of that, and then slopes up again. For all that lack of curvature over, I don't know, Texas is like 880 miles wide. All that big curvature.
You drive down those roads that are straight but curve up and down?
Yeah.
Straight curving roads.
I can tell you exactly, like when you drive back and forth from like here to California, you know where you're at spatially. You know, when I go from here up to Atlanta, I know that I climb a couple thousand feet. Because I got to drag that load up and down these rolling hills. Then when I get west of Atlanta into Alabama, it's real hilly all the way into Birmingham. But once you get through Birmingham towards Tuscaloosa, it gets real flat. Get into Mississippi where the real bad roads are with the bad potholes and the warping up and down highways that I don't know what's wrong right there, but anyway.
So you experience the warpature of highways?
Yeah, it's just those bad, cheap roads, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just straight. It's just relatively flat. You know, from there through Louisiana, Texas. But when you get to Dallas, though, it's kind of like hilly. You know, you get through there, and then you get out of West Texas, man. It's just like like a desert.
I've
Then you
driven
get
through
into,
Illinois. Illinois is like the flattest state. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that I've driven through. It's like nothing flat.
Yeah, top to bottom, man. It's from the lake all the way to the southern tip.
Yeah.
When I drove through there, I was like, "What the frick?"
Yeah.
That was years ago.
Yeah. My wife had some family that lived there, and we drove up a couple times for family stuff, and I just couldn't believe it. Man.
Yeah, it was weird, man. People haul ass too when you're going like I don't remember what the highway is coming in to Illinois all the way up to Chicago at the lake, but going up that highway, man, it's a long way, and those cars are hauling ass. I don't remember what the speed limit was, like 80, 85, who knows? But it didn't do anything except just pretty much stay level.
Yeah.
I could describe every state because I was a brand new truck driver, man. I went and got my CDL and got my own truck and just boom hit the road. So I was like nervous as hell, man. I always thought Iowa was flat, but when I came through there on Highway 80, Interstate 80, man, it was rolling hills the whole way. Not bad, just kind of gently rolling up and down.
Yeah.
I mean, you go out in the world, and you get out of your parents' basement, and you actually get out in the world, and you go, yeah, I know what this is. I've been around. I know what's going on. I think it really is a key advantage, though, to have all this weight. Because, like, cars can just fly down mountain roads, and they'll just jam their brakes, never thinking, like, hey, maybe my brakes won't work. You know, people don't think about that. You know, but when you're in a big truck, you got your Jake brake on, and you're down in a low gear, and you're on a 6% grade, and you're like, thank you, God, you know, for letting me survive that, you know. I just don't think people have a sense of balance, you know.
No.
They don't realize, you know, what they're standing on. This just solid, you know, immovable surface.
Yeah.
Stand on one foot, you know. Me and my son, you know, we kind of do a bunch of kung fu's, like yoga, balance stuff. But, you know, I was like teaching him, I was like, you know, stand on one foot for a while. See what that's like. And he's like, yeah, he's damn good at it too. That's balance. That's what I think about with water is like, you got to have that balance, man. It's like Rakia was saying, how much slope do you need in a water line for that water to run? You know, any amount, that water will run.
Yeah, not much at all. Yeah.
You know, That's where you end up. You know, you don't have to spend 5 or 6 years in this topic, but once you get a hold of the logical thought process and you say, yeah, that big ball of dirt covered in water, yeah, that's just not working for me anymore. I don't know how we
Especially,
ever ended up in. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was gonna say, especially when you add the spin and you add the different movements.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's just amazing, really. Like everybody's like, "Oh, this has been going on 5 or 6 years." I'm like, "Dude, this has been going on for 2,300 years, man." I mean, why do you think Euclid wrote two straight lines cannot enclose a space?
And there's
You
people
know?
that will argue that. It's astonishing.
Yep. Parallel lines do not intersect. Perpendicular between two right lines. Must have been some discussion going on back then, back in the day.
Oh yeah, much greater than we think we knew what was going on back then.
Yeah,
Just if you look at
visualize.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, just if anybody wants proof, right? We think we know what they were like back then. Yeah, we have some inclination, but we thought gears were invented by the Europeans, right? Mid the 14th century, whatever it was. Well, we find out that there's a thing called the Antikythera mechanism that goes back to what, 300 BC. So, like, wow, they had gears in that thing. It was the first computer. Imagine that. Imagine what other stuff we don't know.
Sorry, it takes me a minute to get back in the truck. Yeah, I was like, visualize that time period. What image do you see of those people? Like Socrates and Euclid. You always see these images of them standing around in the, you know, like a courtyard. Wearing robes and thinking and speaking and trying to work shit out. This thing's been going on for a long time. Still no resolution for them.
Yeah, imagine if these people had the technology we have today.
Yeah, I think that's when the modern era, when people got up in a plane, in World War II, and they said, "Hey, boss, we flew south a little bit down there, and you know, we had a hard time. Those planes didn't make it back."
It's not like you tell us it was. What's going on there?
Yeah, yeah, we're not having to dip our nose down or anything. We just flew 2,000 miles straight, horizontal, even altitude. What's up? Oh, you just can't tell. It's too big. Okay.
Yeah, I brought that up to the ballers. Exactly what you said, and I think it was it Big Blue that told me. Well, just gravity. You fly straight and level, and gravity just pulls you over. You think you're going straight, but you're actually going over the curve. But you're not actually doing it. Gravity's doing it.
He also says, he kind of double speaks and says that once you get into that pressure layer that you're at an even altitude, that's what keeps you flying at an even altitude, is the pressure above and below the plane. It guides you. So he doesn't exactly say gravity, but he uses the pressure. It's unbelievable. Now,
Yeah, I heard him say that recently, Rakia, but in the past, like a couple of years ago, I believe it was on Jose's, he told me that it's the gravity. So yeah, there's a
yeah,
bit of double speaking going on, yeah.
his more recent explanation of that BS is that some type of pressure gradient, where above and below your plane, that just remains constant. So your
Yeah.
plane automatically is guided, by that. Now we're talking about powered flight, right? So they're saying that because the plane is powered flight, that it overcomes, any type of Coriolis or whatever. Now they kind of doubled down on that, or doubled back and said that they do still experience Coriolis even though it's powered, and they have to correct for it. But they, it's just double speak the whole time. Every subject they double speak on.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't Blue just the other day say something really stupid? Like, did he say elevation is curvature like Larry Scott did? I don't know. Can't remember what that quote was. Hey, Blue, come
Elevation is
tell us.
curvature.
Yeah, Blue, come tell us what that stupid thing was you said the other day. I can't remember. I thought you guys knew. Is that what he said? Elevation is curvature?
He
Maybe
definitely
not.
said that. It's hard to keep up with it though. They
Oh
say
wait, no,
so
I think
many
it was.
things.
Yeah, I think it was something like. Bev may have asked him something like, if you measure a drop, what is that? And he said curvature. I can't remember. Blue, come in here and tell us. Tell us what it was. He said.
Know who else said something stupid the other day? I almost forgot about it. Thanks for reminding me. The beard. I don't remember the exact words, but he said something to the effect of angular resolution has nothing to do with your eyes.
Okay, so you can resolve things with your eyes that doesn't relate to your eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
That was funny the other day when I was talking to him for a moment. He said, all spheres have a 2D surface. And I said, what shape is the Earth? Crickets. He didn't say a freaking word.
Oh no, he would never answer that. That's for sure.
Yeah, he acts like he's not a Glover. I was like, yeah, whatever. It's a good play, though. You're like a Globe supporter, but then you say you're not really. So then you don't have to answer for all the stupid things. It's a different tactic. It's nothing new on the Globe. It's always the same. Just the new NASA press releases, and it's the same old thing.
I wonder if Rumpus got the memo because he was bad mouthing Bev yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just remembered he was saying that how stupid Bev is. he's even dumber than he said some other name. Doesn't understand his own test.
Who was saying this?
And
Sorry.
sorry,
Rumpus.
Who was saying this?
the rumpus.
Oh, really? Why does it? Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, his main argument, Emma, was that he's not gonna cite it after. That settles it. He knows nothing about geometry because he's not gonna cite the water level.
Yeah, I think I might have heard that. Yeah, I remember that. Looking down at these knuckleheads. I was thinking I need to do a demonstration like with my flat table. I could put a glass of water on each end on a horizontal surface of a table. And if I get down on the end of it and look at it just right, those water levels are not going to be the same. You know? Or you could just take a short water level and hold one close to you and one far away and sight down them. That's not how you use the water level, knuckleheads. You know that the water level in the tube is equal, right? That's what you know from hydrostatic equilibrium, from that equal pressure on both ends. It's not a closed system. You know, it's not under any kind of pressure. It's at a zero pressure. And it's horizontal. One end to the other. Straight line. So you put another straight line next to it. And another one. And then you have one long straight line. Keep it simple.
I wonder when the Egyptians built the pyramids, they must have used the water, right?
Yeah, if it was them, who knows? Maybe it was somebody before them. I don't know, but yeah. You know, that's what I thought about with the castles. You know, why do all castles have a moat around them? That's a good leveling device. It's to dig a
Yeah.
trench around a building, especially when you're building a castle. You know, you want it
But I was
square.
wondering when they use the water level to do the base of that big pyramid, the Great Pyramid, did they use a theodolite? I wonder if Rumpus thinks they used a theodolite to site it once they leveled it with water.
Yeah. Look at the old Egyptian tools. I think I have it maybe in the ancient Egypt folder. It's really cool. Like they got a plumb bob and a level and everything that they used to use way back in the day.
Oh yeah, clearly I checked out your site there. You got some pretty extensive, nice pics there, bro. Kudos to you.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff. It's all geometry related. You know, everybody ended up in Alexandria, right? All the old, you know, philosophers, geometers. For some reason, everybody ended up in Egypt.
Yeah, that was the ancient Harvard of the day.
Yeah, I mean, somebody was trying to say, hey, geometry is damn important, you know, and they made these gigantic pyramids that have lasted for a long, long time. Seems like a
Yeah, the
pretty
pyramids
important.
were there long before the library. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they've got them everywhere. You know, whatever culture, you know, whatever mason, you know, that built that stuff, they've got all around. Geometry has always been very important.
you must have
Look
seen those
around.
walls in Peru, Bolivia, you know, the Inca, the Maya, those H stones. That was not just in Europe and in Africa. That stuff was happening here in the Americas as well.
Yeah, I think they like to cover a lot of those pyramids up with dirt. like the ones in Etowah, Georgia. When I went and looked at those, I was like, why are they covered in dirt? They're like, oh, they're burial mounds. They're sacred. I was like, you know what? I think these might have been blocks underneath this dirt, and they just covered it up, maybe to hide that ancient civilization. You know, it's always a story that you know Columbus discovered America, but there were people here a long time ago.
Oh yeah, even earlier Europeans.
Oh yeah, the Vikings.
Exactly.
They came around a long time ago.
Yeah, we have their settlements up here in eastern Canada. Proof. A couple of 100 years, I believe, before Columbus, if not more. I don't remember the exact date.
Yeah, I went to an old place over here, Wormslow Plantation. Awesome. I don't know how old that place is. They said it was like 600 and something years old. Yeah, I don't know. But they were trading on the river there for a long time, like 1,000 years, man. Depending on who you talk to.
Oh yeah, the history that they give us is definitely incomplete. Like we're supposed to believe the Egyptians built a pyramid with bronze, uh, bronze, whatever you want to call them, and stone. Come on.
Yeah, the other ones you were talking about, man, I don't know how they did that. Even the guy who built Coral Castle down in Florida, there was some precision cuts, you
Yep.
know, in the stones.
No, there's no possible way that those pyramids were built by the Egyptians in 20 years. That I'm certain of. Now, who built them, I have no clue and how, but certainly not with bronze chisels and stones. That I can guarantee you. Myself, anyway, that's my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of people theorize about those were actually poured like blocks from like a concrete type thing.
Yeah, I heard that theory. Yeah.
I guess after a long period of time, it would be so petrified you might not be able to tell. But of course, they're not going to probably let anybody check that out. You know, you just have to look at a photograph and go, "Oh, okay, that's a solid rock," even though it's cracking and falling off. Okay, looks like a brick. No, no, it's a solid piece of rock. I got to mute for a minute.
Yeah, some of those were limestone, but then there's some other solid, massive 60-ton, I think it's granite or some other rock that there's no way that a primitive civilization lifted that to those heights. No way. Then there's these in the Americas, there's this wall, many walls, and you see like the edges of them are, well, I call them the melty rocks because that's what they look like. They look like they're like shaped and formed, and and you can't put like a piece of paper in between them. That's some pretty fancy stone techniques, if you ask me.
It's not biology.
Hey, Brian.
Yo, it's not masonry.
What is it, bro?
Biology. What are you laughing at?
Biology? The rocks?
Yeah.
I'm all ears, bro.
That's why they're so perfectly matched. Hold on, I'll get you a link. Make your own decision. Bum, 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 bum.
Brian, do you have your notifications?
I turned them all off, didn't I?
Obviously not, because I think everyone from this server.
Hold on. Let me just do this. And then I'll... Watch that bloke stuff and make your own decisions. It seems to make sense to me. Where am I going?
Tell us about it, Brian. What is it?
Notifications. I turned all them off. They've all turned themselves back on again. Enable unread message. No, turn that fucker off. Classical. Oh. Message.
Is Turn Up there by any chance?
He's not here, no.
Turn Up is? What are you on about?
He's not with me.
Yeah. You jump over the other server and...
Yeah, just give me a second here.
Okay.
Somehow they all turned themselves back on again, but I don't know why. I turned them all off. Right, have I stopped beeping now? I'm trying to have my dinner.
He has me intrigued, but I don't want to ask him a question during dinner. That would be rude of me.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Give us a rundown. What do you mean by this? We were talking about how they shaped the rocks in the pyramids.
Yeah, they don't shape them. What this guy says, and he's a biologist, says what you are looking at is muscle tissue structures that have petrified into rock. And that's why they get the perfect alignment and symmetry. But he might be barking mad, but he seems to know his stuff.
So he studied the rocks on the pyramids? Is that what you're saying, Brian?
No, you know these rocks that are perfectly formed and they've got like 7 or 8 different angles to them and they all fit like a perfect jigsaw.
Yeah.
We couldn't do that today. It's impossible to do it today, let alone 5, 10, 20,000 years ago or however long. What he says
Precisely my point. Yes.
What he says is a possibility, and it does make sense, is that whatever this is we're living on used to be a creature. And whatever caused its flesh to petrify into rock froze. Watch his stuff. It's very complicated, but it's give me another outlook, if you like. And I think this might be, and it's only a might, not putting any definites to this, might be why they're hiding it from us.
Now I know what angle you're coming from. I get it. Yeah. You're talking about the huge trees and the what's that life form? Not carbon, but I'm getting a brain block right now. Silicon.
Giant's causeway.
Life form.
You know this causeway?
Yeah.
That's exactly how muscle tissue is in our bodies. Exactly the same. That hexagon shape.
Yeah, I'm tracking what you're saying now. Yeah.
I mean, it could be a complete load of nonsense, but they're hiding what we live on for a reason. And I think it's because it's way beyond our comprehension.
If you see those structures on certain petrified stuff, you find it on what looks like tree stumps. You find it on the ground. It's I don't know. Can nature form such a structure? I don't know. Bees can do it, but that's a life form. It's pretty intriguing stuff.
Watch a couple of his videos. He does a couple of series where he goes through it all, and he seems to know biology inside out. And it's made me think differently of where we are.
Yeah, for sure. I subscribe to him. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
He's not a flat earther.
Yeah, a lot of people think we live on a cold, dead rock. They watch a movie like Avatar and they think it's so amazing, But everything around you is growing, You can plant seeds and it'll grow. There's some type of life, giving property to the soil, life sustaining.
Have we spawned from whatever this thing it was that we're living on?
Obviously.
Well, it almost has to be a yes
Yeah.
to that question. Yeah.
You have to drink water to survive. You have to breathe the air to survive. From dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Yeah.
Don't they say that sort of just appear in dead bodies?
I used to laugh at that stuff until I saw some of those petrified. You guys seen some of those petrified? It looked like animals and all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, the mountain range, Atlas mountain range is named after Atlas in West Africa.
Yeah, but even smaller stuff, you know, like a side of a mountain could look like a face, but I mean like smaller stuff. And you say, what the hell, man? I mean, that looks like, whatever.
Yeah, it's like those. What is it? Devil's Tower, man. That's the most fascinating thing.
Yeah. You know who has a lot of that stuff? Jimbo?
Yeah.
He has a lot of that stuff on his channel. A lot of pictures of petrified stuff. I'm telling you, I used to laugh at it until I saw some of those pictures, and man, you gotta really convince yourself that it's not what you're looking at.
There's at
Yeah,
least some correlation, right? Like,
Yeah.
Of the design, it just points towards a designer either way, whether it's
Yep.
petrified wood or if it's just the same way things are designed. It's one or the other, right? It definitely looks the same.
I'll tell you what went through my mind was, when you see a cow that's sort of decomposing, it has a real bloated stomach. You know what I mean?
That's just gas building up pressure in the container.
Exactly. And where are we?
In the cow's stomach,
Well,
by your analogy.
well, yeah. I mean,
That sounds like a bunch of
just,
bull to me.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullcrap.
I was
right
thinking
there.
about another part, but yeah, let's keep it PG.
Yeah.
It would answer for me a few questions why we have pressure, because I mean, what the hell the sun is, who knows? I honestly don't know, but it answers to me why we have a pressure.
Do we have pressure?
Well, we must have, mustn't we? Because variometers work. I don't.
Yeah, but
think
that's only the weight of the column of fluid.
Well, that's what pressure is, isn't it?
I don't know. What's density?
I don't know.
I mean, are there density layers in the atmosphere, or is it higher pressure on the ground? Those two words get mixed up so often.
I can't see somebody taking some sort of tools and building a dome over a land that he created. But if there's animals that spawn from dead carcasses, let's say, that end up internally in the dead carcass, that's all they know is their world, don't they? That's their world.
Yeah, it's not really closed all that long, though. It rots. The flies land on it. Maggots. Sorry to be gross. They're eating dinner, but yeah, it's a whole natural process.
Wouldn't it stink?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it does. How do we know it doesn't?
I was just making a joke, man. I'm not raining on your parade here.
Well, have you heard of tinnitus?
There's a lot of unknowns, right? One theory is as good as another.
Do you know what tinnitus is?
Tinnitus, like a ringing in your ear?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the explanation is for that, or one of the explanations I've heard was that this is the noise that the earth makes, and as children, we filter it out.
Yeah, the earth rings like a bell.
But something within us loses that filter system, and that's why some people get the tinnitus and hear this buzzing or a humming or whatever it is. Another thing I noticed, my missus had a pack of flour at the back of the cupboard for probably a year or more, and when we opened it, got little red flower mites in. That must have spawned from the flour, because how else would they have got there?
Was there soil?
No, just
soil.
flour. There was a bag of flour, sealed bag of flour. But for some unknown reason, it got pushed to the back of the cupboard. And when we opened it, there was thousands of these tiny little red. I mean, you could just see them with your eye. You couldn't make out what they were, but they were definitely living and moving. I think they're
we
called
call
flower
them
mites.
no-see-ums. I think we call those no-see-ums.
Are they?
Yeah.
A no-see-um.
That's what we call them. Sounds like a joke. But...
I thought he meant an actual flower, but he means the powdered flower.
Powdered flower, yeah.
Yeah.
And they must have spawned from the flower, because that's the only thing that was in the bag, other than the bag. That flour's been through several grinding processes, which I don't believe any living thing could have survived, you know. Yet it was teeming in these little red mites. So I don't know. I mean, it's just more of a conundrum for me. I don't know where they come from. I don't know. It certainly is way beyond our comprehension. Whatever this is we're living on, it's not a fucking spinning ball. It's not a flat disc flying through space. All that's complete nonsense.
On that, we can agree.
Yeah. What it actually is watch that Tyson stuff and see what you think. I mean, he might be completely barking mad. I don't know. But he seems to know what he's talking about.
Hey, the beard showed up in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
What beard?
Bearded devil.
Which one?
Which chat you in?
Bevs.
Bevs YouTube?
I ain't got Bevs. I've got live chat.
Yeah, no, on the YouTube.
Oh, right.
There's Erebus Barbazoo. Talking about bearded and bearded. There's two of them.
Oh, yeah, there's an imposter, eh?
YouTube? It's like ZZ Top around here.
He's telling you, one of them's telling you it isn't him. I don't know which one it is. It's telling you it isn't him.
That other guy's not me.
Gets tricky. Yeah, see, that one says it's the real one. Bearded Devil.
How can we tell?
That's the one, the name that he goes by on Discord, isn't it?
I know how I can tell which one it is. Hey, Beard, how many miles did you say it was to the shore when you were wrong?
Apparently, he has a bearded muff.
Yeah, it's him. The guy that said, "Where's the bridge?" That's the one. All right, we know who you are now.
The one that sounds really intelligent when I talk. Is that one? That
The
one
one
that
that
hasn't
says,
shown
"Where's
you
the
the bridge.
That's the one. Yeah.
Well, the other one said you haven't shown me the bridge.
Did he say it first or after?
After the other one. Show me. One said show me the bridge. And then the other one says you haven't shown me the bridge.
The first one I would guess is the real one. But it's still kind of tough.
Yeah.
Only
Perhaps
one way to settle
could it be both of them?
Come on in, bro. It could, yeah, that sounds like something the beard would do. Yeah, yeah. The nearest bridge. Yeah, that could be him. That could be the real
And you
beard.
know, we were talking about your test, and you actually finally I got what you were saying about it doesn't need to be measured against anything other.
Yeah.
What do we measure a plumb bob against?
Nothing. That's the point of
No.
this. They're
Because a
both
plumb
the
bob,
references that you use.
a plumb bob sets the vertical, and the water level sets a level.
Horizontal.
Yeah. So you don't need to measure it against anything, do you?
Nope. The fact that they're perpendicular geometrically like that, and geometry proves things. It's provable that the x and the y axis, you know, like that, those two right lines form a right angle. It's not because geometry says that. That's why geometry is that. Geometry follows reality.
Yes.
Yeah, the ballers have been led to believe that their reality can be led by a model rather than it being the other way around. That reality dictates the geometry.
I think what is more concerning to me now is the deception that we've all been put upon us is so good. You know, when I look back, and I was taken in with it completely and never even considered what they were telling me, that, you know, you're living on a spinning planet. You just accept it because these people got white coats on or dicky bows or whatever. And then when you actually start critically thinking and think, well, what? The surface I'm standing on is doing up to 1,000 miles an hour. To me now, it just sounds so ludicrous.
Yeah, ask them about it. They're right here, man. Larry Scott telling you that, you know, plumb bobs aren't parallel. Talk to them, you know. Why are they lying to us?
It is just beyond comprehension that these people are allegedly educated or clever people, and they can't see through the deception that that's been done to them.
They'll tell you that rivers flow uphill because their model tells them so.
Yeah, it has to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Nile is one of my favorites. Yep.
They all have their own. That was funny finding that one out. You know, like, we first of all wrote the first one to say it was Zanuck. I mean, like, they should never really open their mouth about their model, but they have to. They get put in that situation. Rumpus said it, and then I think we went to 50, or there was a couple of other ones that we mentioned it to. And yeah, they wouldn't agree with Zanuck, but then they couldn't go against it because they probably knew it was going against their model, and so they had their own. They had their own rivers that flow uphill. Zanuck has the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2 meters higher in it at the
mouth.
At the mouth compared to the source.
Yeah, but the source for the St. Lawrence River is the Great Lakes in Canada. That's
Yep.
Anik. I mean, come on. When your model makes you say something so ridiculous.
Yeah. And you can see why it is so painful for them to try and get out of that model.
Yeah, it's just well, yeah. You sort of feel sorry for. Actually, I don't feel sorry for the ballers at all. They have been let themselves be dictated to, not only by a model, but by the group of people that they've been hanging around with in chat rooms.
Yeah.
They've been supporting each other.
It's a little bit of peer pressure, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen an experiment where they had a load of students, and one of them was like a plant, and all they had to do was count the beats of this metronome or something, and this one lad knew what to do. When it done 7, he had to say 8, and they asked him first, or maybe there was 2 of them on there or something that knew, and he said 8, and the next one said 8, so everybody said 8 and just assumed that they'd counted them wrong, because it's like peer pressure. And I think this is much what's going on, because you've had somebody stand in front of you with a dicky bow or a white coat on and tell you you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Just take it.
Don't think that happens, Bri. I honestly don't think that happens, that somebody tells you you're spinning at whatever. We've done that to ourselves, being in this little group. Right? These people that you're talking to, they're the ones that have said it. And you've sort of filled gaps in your life as you've gone along to a model that you've put there. I mean, like, there's nothing that's ever been taught, as you know, right, how hard it is to get these ballers to actually say anything. Right, and that's because there's nothing really there for them to be told or for them to say. Other than what it says in the textbook. But they know, I think, that they cannot prove it. They can't do anything, so they're scared to say a number, because anytime they do say anything, it can be disproved.
Well, it's a bit like...
It's a bit like... Did he shut off then?
Say it again.
I was just wondering where the sound went.
Yeah, I think it's all right. Maybe he had to mute, it looks like.
It looks like we might be on for tomorrow. I've just checked my little pump for chucking the water through.
Cool.
It looks good. Sharpen me sticks.
Yep. God.
Got some little clips. I'll just get some tape. 4 of us there, I think. Maybe 5 ends I don't know whether we can just scoot them up 200 metres.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that. We're doing a lot of work today. I wonder if maybe she'll cut us a break tomorrow, and maybe they won't make us work. I wish, but who knows?
Do we actually have the bearded, or I think there might just be that many.
I think one of them is the real one.
Do you? Can you tell which one?
Yeah. The first one.
There's two.
The one that's not making stupid jokes.
There's two bearded devils 1864, and then there's a Erebus. I think there's at least two bearded devil 1864s.
Ask him what shape the Earth is.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I bet it's something come back about bearded muffs. Yeah. Yeah, there's
3 beardeds. Wow.
Yeah, well, there's at least two. I mean, there could be more actual beardeds. Yeah. The one that posted it at 7:21 appears to be the one that's the real one.
If Beard comes in, I'll go against my thing. I'll even let him ask me 2 questions.
Can they get straight into here then?
Yeah. Yeah, we're still waiting for the first one.
I don't think they will. They know their argument now is ridiculous.
Somebody drop a Discord link in chat over there.
The great Jose has unbanned me, he said.
Wow.
And I said, so what? He said, well, now you can come back. I said, no thanks. He said he banned me for spamming in the beginning. Like, that's what he first told me. And then he said he had to ban me to erase all the chat history. I said, what
Yeah.
history? I just posted a couple pictures every so many hours. Like, I wasn't in there I wasn't even in the the voice chat. I wasn't even in voice chat. I was in your chat room for like 30 seconds.
Was somebody
You
in
said
there
you
calling
banned me.
you a child abuser? Because that might have been why you got banned, right?
That might have been
Yeah.
it. No, he gave me a warning, right? Erase that or be banned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it had nothing to do with history, chat history, or whatever. So then he says, okay, well, the nug pics have no room to be in my server. So, well, you don't have control over that. He said the silly nug pics. So they're not silly. It's nug life. It's part of this. It ain't going away. This is relevant. So I said, here, take this one for the road. And I sent him a picture of the 15 degrees and said, thanks, Jose. He's a child amongst men. No clue. Definitely doesn't have a clue on how to run a business.
Well, you don't know how much money is he taking. In them back doors. That PayPal. I mean, you don't become the boss, do you? Unless you want to be showing that you are supporting. And I think Bearded is a boss, isn't he? Bearded and Jesse Kozlowski.
Jesse Kozlowski.
Mm-hmm.
So are we just baiting them?
We can't. They won't come, Brian. Like all this is we've been pushed out of every other server because obviously I think what we talk about is not liked over there. They do not like us talking about truth and making sense when we say it. So they have to push us out. So the conversation can't be heard in, at least to them. And they think that their little network of people are the only thing that matters in these parts around here. They seem to forget that there's other people here within this sort of, I call it a community, but there's people looking for truths, and certain groups of people don't like you to say it. Don't like you to have fun either. I mean, they don't like us having fun. They don't like us hearing us having fun. Which we do a lot.
They're miserable, and misery likes company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I keep saying it. I heard Rakia say it the other day. Is over these last few weeks we've had a ball. Well, yeah, over these last few years. Like we've been doing nothing but having a laugh. Having fun times.
Over these last couple of weeks, we've had a ball. I get it. Good one, Dev.
We took it off him.
Yeah, it's true though. You know, laughed and carried on and had fun and made jokes. You know, it's crazy. So fun.
Is that
Can
might
you
be
imagine
bearded? Come on, bearded. You can come in.
It is. One of them is the
Yeah.
beard. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they're miserable and they troll you thinking you're going to sit in the corner and cry or something, but you end up just laughing about snug life and everything.
Jose, of all people, promotes light trolling, right? Like, don't attack people. You know, don't call them names. Don't do this, but you can troll. Well, that's what I did, basically. I just trolled back, you know, lightly with something they were making fun of me about. I just used that against them.
Yeah,
You
you're
damn
trolling
people.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, this is about nobody but myself. Nug life. It's me. And you banned me for it in an after show it wasn't even a voice chat. That's how bad it's gotten. He needed some excuse to ban me. He got it. He fed the trolls is all he did. Trolls loved it.
I told you guys that 1 week honeymoon won't last.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just surprised he let us have that, right, to be honest. But again, I think that was because he was trolling a Glober, right? Because the Globers pushed somebody out. He said it, didn't he? He sort of said it. That there was only one flat earther on his show, and all of the Globers made him leave. So that meant Jose had nobody to pick on, or nobody to make fun of, nobody to get super chats from, and that gets boring over there when they start talking about space. Jose has to be the flip-flop. He doesn't like being flip-flop. Shows his true self, I think. But there's some nasty people when you listen to the way it goes normally. Most of the ballers, I think, are like nice-ish people, ish. the outliers. But once they've been in that little group for long enough, anybody that disagrees with anybody else in their little group is deemed a flat earther and therefore can be ridiculed. I think that's it's a bit of a sad way, because you know that they've got nothing in the back pocket to give you, yet they just ridicule people. I'm talking about Bob the Science Guy in particular. We'll have a chat, Bob. I'd love to have another chat again.
Yeah, if Bob wants to come in, I think I found that video where I can show that the mechanical gyro compass can be manipulated to point to any cardinal direction. So if you're listening, Bob, come on in.
Okay, Cosmo's in the chat.
Is Jose live?
I don't know.
How many people do you have on YouTube?
29.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't think
been
Jose.
solid.
There's no Jose there, I don't think.
Yeah, he's probably watching.
Yeah. I was hoping somebody might come on and have a word about the test.
I honestly thought paid NASA shill would relish the opportunity to be the first baller to come in and insult us, but I was wrong, it seems.
Now, you'll find the ones that are keenest to show themselves, because they will show themselves normally in text trolls first, but eventually some of them will have to build up the courage to come in here and come and teach us a lesson, right? You'd hope so anyway. I mean, if they don't, they're sort of admitting that they've got nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You mean like defeat by silence? Kind of like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, once we get into a logical argument, then most of their claims of a model can be defeated quite easily with a logical argument and a statement. I mean, everybody knows that. You've just got to... everybody has their own proofs anyway, right? Their own reason of why they're here. They know it's not...
For me, it's motion.
Yeah.
For you, it's a straight line. Yeah. We can combine them all, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this live stream is all about. It's about right of reply. They have the right to come in and reply. If they're scared to talk, they can come in and type. You know, it's a shame they can't come and speak. It's been their position, but everybody's watching. Everybody sees what's happening. It'll be every day, practically.
Yeah. Live stream, people chance to say things. Any sort of arguments or anything that people seem to have.
Yeah, if somebody's worried about being edited, you know, come in here live. You're free to record whatever you do. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think anybody else here has a problem with you coming in and having a discussion and recording it on your end if you want and rebroadcasting it. I mean, you could chop it up and edit it, I'm sure, and try to twist it into something, but, you know, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it live.
33 in chat. Shout out.
Shout out.
Yeah. I'm happy right there. That's like I think the most people we've ever had in the chat. Stick at that. Ah, 32.
Should we send some invites out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we've all been there. I mean, I'll state it again. I'm inviting Slice Barcane definitely to come for a chat. He can just click on the thing and come in, have a discussion about his bending water level experiment. I mean, it's pretty similar to the one we're doing. Surprisingly similar. Except we don't do leaks. I'll invite...
I dropped the link in Gems, and I dropped the link in Jose's Daily Boom.
Yeah. I don't know who'll be the first one.
That's a lot of ballers right there. That's the main baller central, no?
As far as I know, that's it. It's very limited species.
What's that guy's name? Edinburgh? The guy that used to do the documentaries? And now, over here, in this section of the museum, is a group used to call the Ballers. They went extinct.
Yeah.
Sorry for the accent if I butchered it. I tried.
No, that was good.
I sort of think that we may be responsible for those ballers, though, right? They're only ballers because they've been triggered into trying to defend a model that's impossible. I mean, anyone would get frustrated in that. I mean, all of those people that are going round there and call it in ignorance, but they're in ignorance of having somebody ask them a question about something. They could be ballers, or they could be realists. You never know. You never know what might happen when you talk to a normal person. I think we're already in the middle of the bit where we're talking to the really triggered ones. There's nobody like the people that we end up, well, the ones that are avoiding us coming here now. Those ones. Not normal people don't usually get to meet people like that. I don't think, anyway.
No, absolutely not. You know, Rakia talks about it a lot. Like, the people he encounters are just normal people. They're not, you know, hateful and angry.
The lady at the bank teller today asked me what I was listening to. I said, well, it's just a group of people that gets together and talks about geometry and hydrostatics and air pressure and blah, blah, blah. She says, what is that? You know, why are you doing that? And I said, well, we're getting back to our roots, to logic. We're getting away from math and science as much as we can because it's leading us down the wrong path. We're getting back to, and I told her logic and geometry and getting back to Genesis, right? Creation. And I said, I told her about what I believe in the Bible. I told her what I think is going on. And she was like laughing and having a great time and asking me questions and told me I needed to come back more, you know, like that it was so interesting, right?
Nice.
Nothing like you would get on Discord.
Yeah.
And it was just a random lady, you know, that happens to be a teller at the bank I go to that asked me what I was listening to. People aren't, what we're running into here isn't the norm. It's so abnormal that it's obnoxious. We don't need them. You need that everyday surveyor, right? That I've talked to over probably 5 or 6 of them now, different ones. I've talked to several of them more than once. That never ever thought about the shape of the Earth. They've never measured it, and they're surveyors. And when you start talking to them about horizontal and how they would use their tools to measure curved water, they're you know, deer in the headlights. They know that water's not curving. Now, will they go out there and measure it? Maybe not, you know. But they're surely thinking about it. And you can just see it. I mean, you can hear it in their voice and see it in their eyes. They've never thought about it before, and they know that water isn't curving. They know it. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. It's like an unspoken truth, isn't it?
That's called logic and reality.
Yeah, I think somebody said the other day it's axiomatic, isn't it, that water is level, and it's like, yes, yeah, it is. It's just a basic fact that there's no curve there.
If there's
These
ever
people,
anything you can call a law, it's that.
the people that are trying to teach us, you know, the PhDs, the Phils, whatever you want, you know, Dr. Bob, Jose, people that they think we need them. That's opposite. They need us. They need to get back to logic. Forget what they've been taught, forget what they think they know, and just get back to simple logic. You know, it doesn't mean you can't do your job. It doesn't mean you can't build an airplane or something stupid, whatever they would say. It's just all logical.
Are we still live, Bev?
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Well, I've just gone on it, and it says there's only me watching.
on which one? 3 Space or?
Yeah, you're by yourself over there, man. On 3 Space.
Oh, right. I'm in the wrong one, am I?
Yeah, I don't get many views on that channel. I might have to switch it back over to my other channel.
Oh, right. There's 2. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I could keep a live stream running constantly, but I can definitely live stream a lot more. Everyone's up for it. We have got a new live stream. Where is that? Make sure everybody gets on that. Keep posting that link to that other.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about just a second ago. Is I don't know if we'll live stream past a certain time period, you know, a day.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, do we?
Oh, heaven forbid, no.
Oh, John Watson. Hey, John. It's a long time since we've seen you. I can't remember having a chat. Maybe on Jose's. Maybe John might want to come in and have a chat.
John is a good guy.
Is that Scottish John?
Which one?
Both of them.
There used to be 2 John Watsons.
Well, one is Jon. That's the Scottish one, the one that goes on Jose's, and the other one is John. That's the one that trolls on Jose. That's the flat Earth John.
Oh yeah, okay. I never quite saw the difference there. I knew one was good. I knew one was evil.
Jason is the one that said he was going to drown me in the bay, but then apologized because he said he was just drunk.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, well.
Yeah, he just gets that way when he's drinking. Wants to kill people in the bay.
Yeah, homicidal.
John said that?
John Watson, yes sir. Jose banned him. He had to pay money to get back on Jose's channel.
Oh man, it's not like him. He does drink a lot though, that's for sure.
Yeah, he said he was drinking, so that was his excuse. I wasn't even talking to anybody. I just posted a picture of a sunset over the bay. He said, "That's the bay I'm going to drown you in." I said, "Come on, man. You know, why are you talking like that?" He said, "Yeah, I have your address, and as soon as the thing is over, I'm going to come drown you in that bay."
I'm surprised to hear that from him, but hey, if he said it, he said it.
Yeah.
Chatted. I have it, pictures of it, screenshots. Jose did ban him, man. It was a while back. He's since apologized to it. I don't hold it over him. I think, maybe he was drinking, but there's no excuse, right? There's still no excuse. It's not like I provoked him, by posting a pretty sunset of the bay,
Oh, I don't know. Can be pretty triggering to some people.
Yeah, I've not posted that picture since, just in case.
Yeah.
Did you hear the thought experiment I set to them in Gems?
No. Go on.
No.
Go on. Give us it.
I said, who would you prefer to be on a desert island with? Either Rumpus or Rakia Life? And I said, well, what would happen would be Dave would just, what was it? Oh, we got to light a fire. That's right. Light a fire. Rumpus would run to the nearest tree and break off a twig and start writing equations in the sand where Dave would just take a couple of seconds to think how he's going to, and then within a minute we'd have a fire going.
Would you say if we were stranded at sea, which one did you want to navigate your way back
Yes,
to land? And they
yeah.
all chose Rumpus.
Yeah, did you hear that?
He's over a captain. They
Yeah.
choose Rumpus,
Yeah.
who's probably never been on a boat, who's definitely never driven a boat or navigated a boat.
He's probably never been on one.
Yeah.
And then that guy from Texas goes, Davis just goes out 12 miles from shore and fishes, and he has no clue what I've done. And what he said wasn't true. I think it's funny.
That did make me laugh.
If you're a Glober and you have your pilot's license or captain's license, you're an expert, right? You're cream of the crop. You're smart and witty, and you can navigate and do all this. But if you're a flat earther and have those things, they should be taken away, right? You're an idiot.
Yeah.
No way I'd board a plane. Even if you've been flying for 30 years, if I found out you were a flat earther, I wouldn't board that plane because that's how much logic I have. You've been a captain your whole life. You've had different size vessels and you've never had an accident, and you take people all the time every week. But you're a flat earther. I'm not getting on that boat with you. No way. I think that's funny. Illogical. It gets to our point where they don't use logic. They use their, emotions or whatever else, what they think they know.
It's lunacy. What they say is absolute lunacy.
You got Paige in the chat saying, I honestly thought all I'd have to show someone was water level and they'd understand. Wasn't so easy. I mean, that's damn right, that. It is so simple, but the people we're dealing with here, Paige, are special people. They're not your average Joe on the street. It's a different matter. I think that the trick that they do is they're sort of gatekeepers in a way that they're keeping us in a circular argument. That's all they're there to do. Is to dishearten people who are inquisitive. It's pretty sad. Because if they had anything, they'd come in here. They can't hear the test. They couldn't understand it. They can't see it because they don't want to, and they don't want to discuss it because it obviously
Crit's asking if he's been unbanned.
Crit's never been banned from this place. He can come in here at any time. Crit's never been banned
Crit's
from
never
any
banned
server.
from anywhere.
Crit makes all of this stuff up himself. He says, he'll even admit it, that being banned to him is Emma saying, go away. Something like that. He'll make his own mind up on what he thinks it is, and he'll tell you that as well. Yeah. Has he ever been here? Just send him an invite if he wants to come and talk.
I've sent him one, and he's questioning whether he's still banned.
If he's not banned.
yeah. So wait a minute. Maybe I did ban him. Just messing with y'all. Y'all could unban him. Any one of y'all probably.
Where is he? I don't know how to do that. I've never.
Yeah, it'll take me a minute.
you banned him from this place.
Yeah.
I don't want
John
him coming
Watson,
here. Don't want him coming here talking about Emma and some sort of hostage thing or something. I don't know.
What am I doing?
You
John
unbanning.
Watson is on his way. He said he'll join if I send him a link. So I sent him a link.
Well, yeah, come on in, John. That's what we're here for, having a chat. That's all we want to do. We learn from talking to each other. We learn from each other. We learn with each other.
Have we unbanned Crit yet?
I don't know.
Who's a mod?
I,
Can anybody unban him?
I can have a look for you. Hang on. No, I don't have access to it with my roles. Sorry.
Crap. Where are you? Did you type in chat anywhere? Hang on, I can find you. I just can't do it right now. Where are you, Emma?
Hang on, I'll turn my
I got
status
you.
on.
I've given her a mod.
I got you.
Yeah.
You're an admin now.
There you go.
Like you
That's
were
how
before
easy it
you
is.
left.
Yeah, alright, I had a drop the other day. Just ignore me. I left everywhere. Banned.
Yep.
Okay.
Like a reset.
Yep, he's unbanned.
That should be
Damn, she's good.
interesting.
John, give me 2 seconds. I'll give you some roll. So, you're not horizontal. You are Clopet. Nice rolls, Cleary.
They don't really mean anything. I don't think they have. I mean, I think people can just come in straight up with no rolls. But they're funny.
Yeah, we were looking for a Dunning-Kruger clown for Merle. Special one.
Yeah, you can make it.
He says it's still not working, the link I sent him.
I did that the other day when Jose was doing it to me. I think there's something to do with the cache. Send him a link from send him an invite from where are you?
I'm in chat.
In the chat thread.
Live chat.
Oh, in the live chat, sorry.
Okay, you've got a few joining. You've got Ed Freeze, which should be interesting.
Try that one in the live chat.
Well, let's see who will be the first baller. Come on, guys.
Who will win the prize?
Yeah. There can only be one.
Who will be the first baller to actually speak?
That reminds me of the Highlander with the sword fighting. There could only be
There
one.
can be, yeah. That was a Highlander video the other day. There can only be one horizontal. That was a great title, Bev.
Somebody said I did it wrong. The wording was the wrong way around.
Oh, really? I thought it was
Yeah.
right. Right. It was correct.
Oh, it's all exciting. Who's it going to be? Is the bet Crit? Crit be the first baller we get around here.
I thought it was John, but maybe something's wrong with the link I sent him. Yep, he just said it's still not working for him.
Wow. Discord might be having a bit of a...
Can somebody post another link, maybe on the live chat or somewhere?
Can you see on the... just take the... Invite people.
Yeah, it's all fine on this end, but sometimes Discord has a glitch.
Try that one.
Okay, I'll try to send him that one.
He's there. He's already in the live chat. I click join voice, but nothing happens.
Oh, so he got the link. Okay.
Yeah,
It
he's
might
in,
be
he's in the
something.
live chat.
Might be something to do with the actual
It's the
role.
voice perms or something.
I'm just gonna double check. Hang on. Missions.
Did you check, Clary, whether you had permissions for Glowbeds to come into the live stream?
Yeah, yeah, most people have always just come straight in with no role at all. Wide open server. I saw Snaps over there. The live chat, that rhymes.
She's got bad mic issues though, hasn't she?
Oh, do I? Okay.
No, she has. She's got bad.
Oh,
mic.
yeah.
She never heard her actually say anything. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
think she'd come into the voice.
Emma, that's Crit's ID.
Yeah, I
Discord
can't. I can't do that on my phone. It needs to be done on a PC. Cleary, you didn't have the Globhead thing set up.
No,
I'm
no,
just-
it was just the title.
Yeah, I'm just doing it now so they can get in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they should now give it a few seconds for everything to kick in, and then they should
The
start coming
wannabe.
in.
Yeah, the wannabe is for like naps, you know, people like that just wanna be, but they're not even really like a globe head, you know, or
That's the
just
one I
to
give Mel.
confuse.
There should be a groupie thing for that.
Yeah,
Just saying.
same type of thing. Like I want to be a baller, like a shot caller. Oh, I should have had a special role for a crit. Globalist.
I would have to be global atheist. Globalist atheist.
I don't know what's up with Crit. He's been hanging out with the Space Pope and a lot of the trolls. I'm not sure. If he comes in
We got a
a
scalpel
little
in the
too hot.
house.
Uh-oh. Better watch out. Just in time for Crit.
Maybe the debate can happen. We can keep it on point proper.
Is your camera supposed to be on, God?
No, I didn't know it was on. It's off now. I'm probably going to have to stay muted because I have this background noise that you're probably not going to like too much. Can you guys hear me?
Scraping.
Yeah. Putting on drought. That's my way of backing out of the debate. I'm kind of worried about the proper points and the points proper. So I made myself busy. I was listening to you guys for quite a while on the YouTube actually, and I was gonna come in and unban Crit when I heard you guys talking about it, but I heard you had it under control when I finally got here.
Well, it depends because it's not working.
Oh well, I can't now because now I'm grouting. I'll have to wait till I wipe it off.
They're all saying that
It needs on a PC. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
No, you should be able to do everything on your phone. What kind of phone do you have? Emma.
I got an iPhone. You can do the unban, but what I mean is you can't do the do the ID number unban. I can't do that.
Oh.
What do I need to do?
No idea.
No idea. Give me like 5 minutes if you guys don't get it figured out. I'll look on my phone. I think you can do it on your phone. I can usually do it on 24/7. Pretty much anything on my phone. Sometimes I have to fumble and bumble to remember.
Okay, for the time being, give everyone horizontal because that lets them come in. We'll have to sort it out later. Just give all the Glovers horizontal for now.
Because I set up some rooms and stuff the other day on my phone. I was able to do all that on the phone.
Oh yeah, I've changed some stuff round, but for some reason there's a glitch with Discord, and this one it happens sometimes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So I
maybe
need to give him that one.
Maybe I won't be able to do it either then. I thought I could. It took me a while. I know over at 24/7 I was having a hard time doing some things, but eventually I got them figured out.
Oh, goodness me.
It's definitely easier on the computer. There's no two ways about that.
Okay. There we go. We should.
Yeah, John.
They should
didn't say
start
that's
joining
starting
now.
working.
Okay, yeah. So it's basically something. There's a glitch with that role. I've changed all the permissions, but for some reason the iPhone is not
Oh, it's not
compatible.
accepting.
It's not going through to the. It says it's going through, but it's not working.
Okay.
I'm here now. This is John Watson.
Hey, John. Sorry about that.
Hey, John.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Anyway, I'm here now.
Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na.
Constance said it might be a time lapse on the thing. Oh, Merle's here. Hey. Evening, Merle. Or morning.
Yeah.
Evening.
Hey, Merle.
Hello.
What is it, morning?
Yeah, coming in.
What's tomorrow bringing?
Joy.
Oh, good. It'll be different than today then. That's nice. Nice change.
Yeah. It's interesting times. I've heard a few people talking about shifting, like feeling like a bit different. So that's kind of interesting conversation to have too. But now might not be the right time.
No, John's just come in.
Ah, cool. Is this like a new kind of space, or
Yeah.
am I just first to discover it?
No, this is
brand new.
so. Yeah, this is so we don't have to do this stuff anywhere near my server.
Right.
But
Cool.
also, there's a need for somewhere.
Right.
It's a home away from home.
Cool. Thanks for. I feel like I've gotten into some portal. I'm in an inner sanctum. It's kind of. I like that stuff.
Oh no, I don't think this will be that.
No, we're not special, are we?
No.
Just
This will be the open where anybody can come in.
Just humans, mate. Being humans.
And it's going to be hopefully one day a 24-hour live stream.
Right.
Yeah, I got to build up to it.
Oof.
Can I just clear something up? Just right at the start.
Okay.
Okay.
Once upon a time, I posted for a bit of a joke when Rakia he posted a picture of a bay, and yes, I was a bit drunk. I'm quite often drunk, and all I posted was, "That's where I'm going to drown you," and I thought it was funny, and it obviously wasn't actually that funny, but it was meant in jest, and that's all I said.
Mm-hmm.
There was absolutely no threats of "I know where you live" or anything like that. Nothing like that. That's all I said. That's where I'm going to drown you, and I thought it was funny at the time.
Yeah, that's the thing with being drunk.
Yeah,
you find things funny that really aren't funny, and
so
you shouldn't have said.
Any suggestion by Rakia that there was any kind of additional threat of me knowing where he lives?
I don't think any additional threat was necessary, to be honest. I think what you said was enough.
But
John, you gotta mean what you say and say what you mean, and there won't be any confusion.
But I did I did subsequently apologize and say that, I spoke to Rakia about it and say, I obviously that was inappropriate, and it was meant as a joke, and I really didn't think he would take it seriously. And to me, that's the whole issue kind of gone.
So you're apologizing then, right?
No, I did apologize. I completely apologized and said, I'm sorry that I said that. I didn't mean it to be taken seriously.
Yeah,
It was
that's
a joke,
cool.
like a a shit joke. But that's, to me, that's the end of it. But just to underline, what I heard Rakia saying just recently was, just a few minutes ago, was that there was some kind of suggestion that I knew where he lived or something. That's completely and utterly untrue. I have no idea where Rakia lives, and there was no. I never posted anything along those lines. All I said was, "That's where I'm going to drown you," and I meant it as a, it was supposed to be a joke. And as I said, it was not very funny. as it turns
Not
out,
very funny. It was not funny in the slightest.
no.
I think it's very nice of you to apologize. I mean, in this country, if you said things like that to someone, you could get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
So you just got to be real careful what you say.
Yeah,
So,
but
John, have you said anything like that to anyone else since?
what do you mean?
Well, I mean, like online, just typing things in,
That wasn't a
No.
no. That wasn't
Yeah.
a no.
Well, it is a no. I mean, that was kind of a one-off. I mean, I
So what I'm saying, did you
I
learn?
do
from
I
that
do enjoy
experience?
a sort of risky sense of humor. But that was the
Risky.
first
There's risky sense of humour and saying you're going to drown someone.
Can we call bygones bygones
Yeah.
and let's
Yeah,
start
move on.
Yeah, I mean that. I mean that as a risky sense of humor. I mean, just to let you know kind of who I am. I mean, I used to be a commercial diver, so the threat of death by drowning is something that I've laughed about for many years, and it's not obvious to me that everyone else, doesn't necessarily share that sort of black sense of humor. And so I overstepped the mark, and I owned up to it and apologized, and I won't do it again, and I haven't done it again. There was
Good
no
for you,
offense
mate.
meant. So
It's a shame Raki is not here to if he wanted to respond to that. But
Well, that sounds like a manly thing to me. What John just did. I don't know that's kind of respectful. We'll have to wait for Rakia's statement, but that's big stuff.
But yeah, when I if I hear that that someone has been offended by what I've said, then I'm like, oh fuck, yeah, okay, and I verbally apologized Rakia. But it does disturb me that I just heard that Rakia was saying just a few minutes ago that there was also some kind of suggestion of that I said something about that I knew where he lived or something like that, which just didn't happen. Not at all. So anyway, but this is all pretty fucking boring. So there's other more interesting things to talk about, surely.
Yeah, are you off your soapbox now?
Yeah, okay then. Yeah.
Sweet. We'll go on. Thanks for that. How are you, John? I don't think we've ever really had a chance to chat, have we? Maybe a couple of times at Jose's, and I think every time we've chatted, you've been maybe a little bit triggered. You come in a bit hot.
Well, I'm all right. Yeah. I don't think. I mean, when I feel like getting involved, it's because I wouldn't say triggered, but something has been said, or there's a emotion that
triggers
makes me want to actually say something, So I wouldn't say triggered is,
an emotional response.
My
that makes
interest
you say
is
something sounds like a trigger.
Is that bad though?
No, I don't say it's not bad, but I mean it doesn't make it not a trigger. If you've been triggered into saying something or triggered into doing something, it's a trigger. You've been triggered.
But it's not. But
it's not rocket science, John. It's just you get triggered, mate.
But it's not. It's not a negative thing. I mean, the way that it appears, if you hear the words, "Oh, that guy's triggered," it's as if it's a bad thing.
To you, John. That's just to you. I mean, it's just a word. And if you're triggered into saying something, I mean, like, if you asking somebody a question will trigger them into a response to answer that question. Usually, I mean, it's not in no way is it a bad thing at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no need to be so defensive about it. As I said, I think every time we've ever talked, you've come in hot. Usually because of something that I've said that's caused you to get hot, like that emotional response that you have.
Well, I mean that's your perception, I suppose. Yeah. But what? Well, I haven't come here with an agenda to talk about anything in particular. But is there anything that you would like to talk to me about as as an ardent glober?
Wow. Well, yeah. Have you seen the straight line test? Do you agree that it is sort of geometrically a test for a straight line showing a shared straight line segment? Did you get a chance to look at the test?
I haven't. I don't think I've seen the. Where can I get that?
I showed it on Jose's. On the thing.
No, I mean like.
What?
Is there a link on your a YouTube channel or something that would?
I rebroadcast it, or I put it out on my channel. Do you want me to get your link for it?
Yeah, if you just so I can actually make sure that I've seen the recent.
Well, I cut it twice. So what do you want? Just the test one? Yeah, just the presentation.
The distilled. Yeah.
It's obviously it's from the first principles, right? So you have to get it from the beginning, it's right from a straight line, all the way to in the live chat. I think you can get in the live chat, can't you? Yeah, it's just the principles of a water level, and how the test that moving it on those posts goes to show that there's no curvature to it. It shows that it's a straight line.
I mean, I've got to just very briefly. I really do appreciate just right now that you and I are actually able to have a conversation.
Yeah, man, and we appreciate you being the very first person to come in here from the globe.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, John, you're the man today, bro. I thought it would be paid NASA shill, but I was wrong.
What?
It was John Watson.
Well, obviously, I am paid by NASA, but yeah, this isn't what I was expecting. I was expecting to walk into a hellhole.
I know a lot of people do, though, John. I mean, I have to admit that we have got a bad rap, undeservedly so. Yeah.
Well,
we only bite when we're attacked, John.
Yes, of course. But there are quite a few places where it's for someone like me, it's just not wise to even think about going into. But anyway,
is there really?
Where were we?
Which places are they then, John? Because we
that's what I was
similar sort of things, right?
Nathan Oakley's. When I've
what science versus pseudoscience, or do you specifically mean you can't get into Master? You're not in Master B, are you? You never. What? Do you get on the panel at Nathan Oakley, or do you mean on the Discord?
No, the Nathan Oakley's YouTube. I mean, I've tried to sort of comment on there, and Nathan Oakley fucking hates me
on the Discord. Though. I mean, he might have Discord mods, but I mean that Discord like this one, that should be accessible for you, surely.
I've never tried it, but anyway, it's academic. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But we should get back to what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, the test. Oh yeah, you wanted to have a look at it, so you've not looked at it.
Say again?
Yeah, I wanted to know whether you've looked at the test, but you said you hadn't. You were over there the other day, though, weren't you? When I was doing it.
Well, to be fair, I mean your test has changed in over time. So it's difficult
right,
to keep.
It became because Ruhif gave us the Ruhif numbers, Ruhif and others gave us those numbers. It enabled us to show how we could narrow down and sort of make it a bit more compact, right? To make it more accessible to every man, right? To have a go at doing it. I mean, the equipment to do it now, once we've got the RUHIF numbers, to be able to not measure 3.1 mil enables us to do it over 400 meters. I mean, that's 100 quid all in. Sticks and pipes and water and...
Yeah, I haven't looked into this, but I've seen, had a glance at the RUHIF numbers. I don't get that. I don't think that if you're going to try and make a measurement that you can do over 400 meters, you can't have the sensitivity of measurement to actually do that.
It's 3.1 mil over 200 meters. How accurate could you be marking the level of the water, of a water level?
That's what I mean. I mean, if it's only a few millimeters,
yep,
over a few hundred meters, then that's the margin of error in your test is going to wipe that out.
Right. Well, do you know the difference between a straight line and a curved line over that 200 meters?
A straight line
and a curved line, yeah.
You still there?
Yeah.
A straight line and a curved line, as in the curvature of the Earth.
Like a hump, yeah, like a curve.
A hump.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're looking for over 200 meters, isn't it? You're not going to get the drop because water levels don't drop over distance.
But no, I don't. So, what is it?
The difference between a straight line and a curved line is 3.1 millimeters. So, can you measure 3.1 millimeters? Do you think you could?
That's my point. I mean, over that distance, if that's the difference, that's really not. That's way outside of the margin of error of measurement that you could hope to achieve.
That's the point, right? Yeah. Of a water level, how accurate do you think you could be when you were marking each level of a water level?
I'm
going to have my 0.5 millimeter lead pencil, by the way.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but I mean, if the difference is that slight, then
3.1 millimeters.
You definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you think you could measure 3.1 millimeters?
Well, yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, it's measurable then, right? It's measurable as 3.1 millimeters.
If everything was absolutely perfect, but as I say, the problem that I have with that is that it's not within the kind of margin of error of the measurement.
What? A water level?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the margin of error on a water level?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good question.
It is. It's a very good question. What do you think the margin of error is of a water level?
Well,
and how accurate could you be with a pencil if you were asked to mark where the water level was in a water level?
I'm I'm a bit suspicious about why you're trying to pin me down about this.
I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm saying it's a water level, right? In reality, we get a tube, we fill it up with water, we put it up against two posts, and then we say, "Mark the water level on the post, please."
Yeah.
How accurate do you think you could be with that pencil?
I just, again, I mean, I don't think if you want to have a really accurate measurement, if you're talking about a few millimeters, it's not going to happen.
No, I'd say I would be able to say quite confidently I could put a mark at each end of that water level within half a millimeter. I reckon they'd be very accurate because I can see where the water level is in the tube and I can put a pencil at the side of it and mark on the stick where the water level is, and I can go to the other end and do exactly the same. I can go to every stop along the way and mark that water level on every stick. To the millimeter. And then I can move the water level over, fill it up to a position on one of the sticks, call it to the second one from the end, because that would be the same on your model and the straight line. And then fill the water up and then just mark all of the things again. And if there's not 3.1 millimeters there to measure, then there's no 3.1 millimeters there to measure. If they're all on the same pencil line, then that would prove, wouldn't it, that they are all on the same straight line.
We see this is the fundamental problem that I have with your test.
Oh, right. Okay.
That I think people have been trying to say to you as well is.
Oh, really?
Yes. With your test, what I would expect to see if the Earth was flat or if it was curved is the same result, the same observation.
Right, so let me get this right. Geometrically, you don't think you would be able to see the difference between a straight line and a curve?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, you realise that in between the globe model and reality, there is definitely a difference, right?
Well, of course, I wouldn't agree to that either.
Okay,
but
then. Well, what can we say then that you might agree with then? A straight line, right, which is a horizontal water level.
I would say that
isn't a curve.
I would say that.
Can we agree on that?
The globe is reality, and anything else is non-reality. Of course.
Okay, so can we agree that a horizontal is a straight line at least?
No, I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not going to. Come on.
I just asked you to agree that a horizontal is a straight line, and you seemed unwilling to do that.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean,
John, if we drop a plumb bob, right? Is that a straight line?
A vertical straight line, yeah.
So perpendicular to that is horizontal, right?
Yeah, that's true. But the thing that really puzzles me about your test is that
have you seen the test? Because you said you hadn't seen it before.
You've been. Well, we've just been talking about it. So I'm somewhat familiar with it. But
Okay. The
your
principles.
test. What confuses me about it is that when this is it's the same. It's similar to the Globers are saying that people are upside down in Australia, and that the oceans curve around the Earth, and
This water level test won't work upside down. All the water will piss out of it.
No, but you've got for the entire UK, we have sea level.
Yeah.
Mean sea level.
Yep. From
for
one spot.
The whole.
Right, from one place.
The whole island.
Yeah, from one place. Down south.
But
right, you live up in Scotland, right? What altitude are you at? Or what elevation do you live at? About? I guess you'd be quite high up, being up in Scotland.
No, I'm only about 20 or 30 meters or something.
Really?
Yeah.
About the same as me then. So both me and you now are about at the same elevation above a space in down south. Right, so we are both a measured vertical height above that spot way down south.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a measured vertical height, right? It's measured vertical height. What do you think that vertical's reference to?
Mean sea level.
Yeah. So 1 foot above mean sea level, right, is the same all the way across the UK from that one spot.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get to 20 meters above, that's like another horizontal slice all the way through, isn't it?
I don't see the sort of
elevation isn't curved, is it? You don't have a curved elevation as a base benchmark, do you?
Not if you're on a flat plane.
Let's just go in reality, right? Because that's where we all live, and that's how we measure elevation changes.
But just going back to the point I was trying to make before. It's just the problem, the fundamental problem that I have with your test is that the observations that you might make with your test, I don't think would actually show whether or not the Earth is flat or curved, because you would get the same result whether or not the Earth is flat or curved.
Okay, well, for instance, these numbers, the Ruhif numbers, are a measured drop from horizontal, right? You get that. Even Jesse Kozlowski said the water level drops at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared, right? That's from the horizontal. So you establish a horizontal and then you measure those distances. They're a vertical change in height, right? Do you know what you call a vertical change in height in the surveying world? Yeah, it's an elevation change. So what those numbers seem to suggest is there is an elevation change in the water level. Does that sound right?
No.
No. So what are those numbers then? Why is Ruhif and Brad the Science Guy and Puppy Lover and whatever, why have those give us these numbers? I mean, if these are a measured change, and Jesse Kozlowski said it is the water level drops from the horizontal, well, that sounds like an elevation change, doesn't it?
It does sound like it, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it was the last time I spoke to you on Jose's, and I said, for an example, think about the Bristol Channel, and you said, "Well, I don't live near the Bristol Channel," but it doesn't really matter. It's just an example.
Okay, go on then.
So you got the south coast of the the Bristol Channel.
Oh no, I've never actually been. I've never been down south.
Well,
it's too close to that London.
Yeah, I don't blame you. South coast of the Bristol Channel, north coast of the Bristol Channel. Mean sea level is the same on either coast.
Down at Newlyn. Is it Newlyn? Did you get that right?
But so you've got the same.
Newlyn.
So you've got the same elevation on opposite coasts of the Bristol Channel.
Yep. That's because the water level is level, right?
But is it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they have a measured difference from the sea level. Like it's a mean sea level, it goes up and down. But like when they say sea level, it's measured from way down south, because that's the one point that they zero the vertical datum on.
There's one location in the UK that means sea level is measured from.
Newlyn. It's called Newlyn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, down south. I mean, it used to be Liverpool Docks, strangely enough, back when they were canal building. And, like, Liverpool has I think something ridiculous, like 11-metre tide or something. They were on about building barriers there because they could get a hydroelectric from the sea, because it must be something to do with Ireland and the coast and the way the land is and all of that.
But just to get back to what we're talking about, I think your test inherently won't actually show anything.
The difference.
I mean, by all
there
means,
is definitely a difference between a curve and a straight, right?
Of course,
your model has a curve,
mm-hmm.
and there are tools in reality, like a water level, that is a tool that it says establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, a horizontal is a straight line. So surely, if you have a tool that establishes a straight line and it says that, there's got to be a way to find that curve. If not, there's got to be a way to show and prove geometrically that straight line can have a shared straight line segment and be extended indefinitely as it states within geometry.
Yeah, I think we're kind of cross talking. I mean, I just can't be convinced that your test is actually going to show. I would fully expect that if you do this test, that the result would be exactly the same for a flat Earth or a curved
Well,
Earth.
I bet somebody who was willing to hope that, I don't know, it sounds a bit defeatist, John, to be honest. Because,
what?
Well,
why?
Like I can definitely tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm no doubt you can as well. But you seem like you're saying that there is no difference between a straight line and a curved line, which I think, because you understand the geometry of the spherical model, straight lines are curved lines. It puts you in a bit of a pretty bad position.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't say, hey babe, don't do this test. By all means, do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think it's going to show anything.
You don't. I mean, to you, it won't show anything, will it? Because you're not doing the test. You've not put yourself through a process where you can find a proof within geometry, right? You've not actually worked this test out so you understand what it will do. You've not put the reducto ad absurdum into the argument to see what would happen if it were a curved level. Have you? Because if it were curved and you tried to attempt to do this, you would definitely measure that hump in the middle. It would show it.
I'm going to have to step out just now. I may return.
Okie dokie. I was just about to show you a proof in geometry. Oh, Howard's here. Wow. Tap out. Did you tell him to leave, Howard? Good evening.
Is that left lane?
Yeah.
I had a quick question for you, Left Lane. Do you know what a CDL is?
I'm a little tied up at the moment. I'll be with you in a minute.
They're doing shift change right now, Clary. Give them a minute.
It's an acronym, man. He should have answered that.
Interesting
Anyway,
turn
I'm
of
just
phrase, though. Tied up.
Yeah.
I would never say. I'd just say I'm busy. I'll be there in a second. I'm tied
Maybe
up.
he really is.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a trucker, so but he ties a lot of things up. Gotta give him that slack.
It's quite the play on words you did there. Tied up, slack. I don't even know if
You noticed that, did you?
Yeah, I did. I noticed lots of shit in the run of a day.
He's trying to take
Spot
the
a French man a mile away.
Yeah, he's trying to take the title from 10th Man, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah,
Good
the
luck.
pun king.
Good luck.
10th Man is good with the puns.
No pun intended?
Pun intended.
Oh.
Sounded like that guy had a better understanding of the test from when he came in.
Yeah, like he must have watched it halfway through after asking me for the video.
He mentioned distilled water, so he knew what was up. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I don't remember when I put distilled. I mean, that was quite a bit ago when I said I was going to use distilled water. I won't be using distilled water. Not for the first test, anyway. What about this one? Listen to this. It says, 2 straight lines which cut one another are in one plane, and 3 straight lines which meet one another are in one plane. Sort of like 3 coplanar points, but there's a few more points. But wouldn't that be
yeah, what is that?
an arrangement?
Perpendicular and a triangle? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's book 11, proposition 2.
Yep.
Sort of. It says straight lines on a plane. It's one of them ones that, you know, when you're going through Euclidean geometry and you're thinking, okay, yep, he's establishing this and he's establishing that. Proposition 1 is that one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. Sort of that, like a horizontal could be in a plane and it will always be in that plane. It never will curve after a local distance at any point, because there's no such thing as a local horizontal. Goes on forever, infinitely local. So within the Euclidean geometry in the book 11, solid geometry, which definitely is not spherical geometry, absolutely not, none of this is allowed. The first one, he goes to show that a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. He's just sort of saying that once your straight line is in the plane, that's it. Bit of a funny thing for him to say in solid geometry, isn't it? That the straight line's on a plane. And then the very next one is that if you do 3 lines together, they're all in the same plane. Sort of right line geometry, that, isn't it, Cleary, right? These are sort of the basic principles of right line geometry and the principles we're going to use.
Yeah, 2 lines cut one another, they form a perpendicular, and if the 3 lines meet one another, that would be a triangle. If I'm hearing you right.
Yep. Yeah. What say you, Howard? Are you at work or you come to chat? What, have you seen the test, Howard? I think you came into the YouTube chat the other day. Remember what that was for?
Guess he's busy.
Yeah. I think he definitely had a problem with the test, though. As they have to. Because water level being a straight line, it's a little bit of a problem for people who have a model.
Especially if that model is a sphere.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to put any pressure on Howard. I mean,
no, he's probably loading or unloading or assigning some. Cleary must understand what he's doing right now.
It's strange that, because I remember when I first, I was on Twitter obviously first before I came round here, and there was a guy called Howard Moore on Twitter that I'm sure he said he was a surveyor. That's why for a long time when I came round here, I didn't know who Left Lane was. I thought, it's a different person altogether.
You mean he's moonlighting? He's actually a surveyor, but he's
Well,
moonlighting.
that's what the trolls were saying. When I first started on Twitter and I started talking about the water level and how level is horizontal, that sort of made a lot of surveyors from the other side who had to be like, well, level isn't horizontal, is it? I mean, it has to be. We're real surveyors and you're not, type stuff. That's what we got. And I'm sure Howard was one of those, but I mean, he says he wasn't. Turns out he's just a truck driver. But I bet he knows a bit about surveying, because they've all done their homework.
Yeah, he knows a lot about the elevation. Being a truck driver, he knows when he's going up hills and down hills.
Yeah.
On a flat area.
Um,
near the water.
How do you think John just did with the elevation thing? Because I know, like, we've been leaving it alone for quite a while now, right? Jem Panda's been saying for a long time, don't conflate elevation with curvature, and using that as an argument. How do you think the last two people that you've seen talk about it did?
Well, for him to say that
yeah, go on, Buster.
I was just say for him to say that the test would show the same either way is, I would say, pretty lame.
It's a lack of understanding. He doesn't know about the test. He's not looked into it, like Bev said. Until you go through a process of understanding, it is as simple as that.
Yeah. What about the elevation thing, though, right? Because that's where it's at. This whole fundamental straight versus curved is straight curved and straight is curved to them. It lies in elevation because they've been told level is curved. So therefore elevation must be curved. But I mean, it's just not. Just a concept. I can see them struggling. I think that's where John might have gone. To go back and try and fix curved elevation.
You know what I think he'll do? Like Sheeple's Phoenix. He'll be looking at his beer or whatever later. He'll be thinking about that. The way that water, that fluid does. Maybe that's what he went to get. All that water talk made him thirsty.
Yeah. Maybe. Straight or curved? Another one. Chalk it down onto the board. Another one that says you can't tell the difference between a straight line or a curved line. A plane or a curve. Should we change it? It's right. It is a plane or a curve, right? Plane or a... Elevation change.
Planar arc.
Yeah. I guess if you look at it from the side, though, right? From an elevation point of view, you're looking at it. Yeah, elevation. Is it a straight line or a curve, in it? And I think that should be easy enough for everyone to picture what an elevation. Do you call it elevation profile? Sounds right, doesn't it?
Yeah, an elevation profile.
Yeah. An elevation profile shows no curvature. Is that just for ease of use?
So it was interesting the way he was using the word fundamental, ironically.
Yeah, I think that's one of those sort of osmosis or diffusion sort of things where I have used fundamental basics of geometry with DP
I wish you
storm
could.
beams.
I wish you could have got a little past first. So pop him with the meme, the height of the pump, the water level in the middle. If he's a diver, he might have a little bit of insight, but
Yeah, I don't want to frighten them off with the board yet. Hopefully Howard might want to come on the board. Maybe not.
it just surprises me that he would agree with the plumb line being a straight line, but not the horizontal. He would never concede that. It's strange.
There you go. Put that one out.
Guardians of the fallacy. Yeah, think about that. If you had like a 400-meter little pond or whatever, in the middle of it, you'd have 3 millimeters of raised up water. That'd be a lot of weight. A lot of water weight for it to be sticking up and not laying down.
Well, it would put a pressure difference across the surface, and everyone knows that that's how you get movement of water, by changing that vertical height, which changes the pressure difference between one side to the other. That causes motion within the water to make itself level out.
I was describing a water level today to someone and how it actually works. Just literally, I thought of a way to do it, like just to say you put water into the tube, see-through tube, keep snipping with some scissors, keep going until you get to the top of the water on one side, do it to the other side till they're both exactly the same level, and just lower one or the other, raise one or the other. That's it right there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we've done it practically.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Yeah, there's a case of practically being able to do it and to see it and to imagine it. I don't think if you've not ever actually used a water level specifically, I mean, like you can look at an auto level and you can look at a bubble level, a spirit level type thing going. You can look at a laser level, but a water level's a completely different thing altogether.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so practical and it's so, I don't know, you can see it. You can move and you can see what happens.
See, I used mine when I got it. It took me a little because I was getting so used to looking at the water level, just the tube, tube one end, tube the other. That's it. When I got mine with the reservoir, the measuring tape, it changed it. Now the water level functions the same, but your use of it changes. Because then it went from, instead of like say if you just had the tube, you would tape it to a post or say a fence line and tape the other end, move it where you need to. But then when you use the reservoir with the tube, that fancy contraption with the tape measure, then you have it's even more useful. If you're using the water level that equalizes that measuring tape to know how far away your mark is going to be from where the water equalizes. Very, very handy. You can actually measure that elevation change.
Yeah. Yeah, what was you have as the best tool for measuring an elevation change?
So far, that water level. Matter of fact, concrete gas saw me doing it. And he said, "That's perfect. Better than laser level."
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would as well if it was just a pure elevation change. And it would mean setting up a auto level every 50. It would be 100 meters, wouldn't it, for an auto level?
Mm-hmm.
Then I think the water level would be better. Might take a little bit more to work out, and it'd probably need two of you.
Yeah.
Be a good way to calibrate the auto level.
Yeah.
Over
Yeah.
50 meters. Test
I
it
would
on
agree
50
with that.
meters and see.
It probably would be a good test to see, if anybody could you could do speed leveling and get somebody with an auto level and a water level.
Yeah, I saw an article recently where they had the water level against a total station, I think it was, in a big warehouse, and they were able to more accurately, quickly determine the level with the water level for, like, instead of a $30,000 piece of equipment, a very, very affordable water level.
Yeah.
Hey, those that are in England, my wife told me earlier on that they had water levels for sale in Lidl for £7.99 this week. I was like, why didn't you tell me? He's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like probably sold out now. My only chance of getting myself nice cheap Lidl's.
Yeah.
What?
I'm checking now.
Yeah, have a look. I'm sure everyone's rushing out to buy them. They must have caught on. Lidl's are right on it.
A gardening
Has
event.
has anyone managed to solve Crit's issue yet?
Oh, I don't know. I bet God's left it for it. It's only Crit.
No, because at the moment he's spiraling in gems
Oh, is
after
he?
telling them.
I thought you guys got it. I had moved on.
Oh.
Can he not turn the bot off?
No.
Is that the problem?
No, he is literally. He went into gems and told them that he still couldn't get in here, and
Oh,
he's
dear.
literally spiraled.
But save him. Save him, God.
I know.
We don't want this to happen.
God, he misses us bad, doesn't he?
Yeah. He'll be happy. Well,
Give me a couple of minutes. I'm just wiping off some growth, and then I'll try.
That's what you said 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I know, but I told
Yeah,
you
you said
to
5
move
minutes.
on.
We want Crit.
That's
Yeah.
why I
We want
assumed
Crit.
it would be done by now, but Crit's still over there spiraling.
Tell him he can listen to on YouTube. Just send him a link to the YouTube, and we'll get back to him.
Crit not spiraling.
Yeah, give me like 2 minutes.
I've got everything planed off now.
2 minutes means 2 hours.
No. I'll get him in a
Who
second.
is that? Is that SC Montreal?
I'm just doing my clean wipes on the grout right now on my little spot.
Pulling your leg, bro. Hey, left lane, is that you?
Yeah, that's you, bud. How you doing?
Good stuff. Good to see you here.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Brian Mabbitt shot me an invite. I thought I'd check it out.
Sweet.
All right.
So what is this, like a separate server from on the level, or what?
Yep. Yeah, this is where, in case you were feeling a bit scared of Emma, I think that was the rumour that was going round, that you were all scared of going over to on the level, so...
Nobody's scared of me. Don't start that annoying rumour.
I'm not scared.
I'm scared of Emma.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ricky.
Is it cold down there, Rakia?
Frosty this morning for us, you know. Windy and
Yeah, it's kind of
cool.
crazy, wasn't it?
It's nice right now, though. Sunshine over. Kids went to the river. I had to work.
Yeah, me too. I've got to get out here and mow the yard as soon as I get back to the house.
Here.
Somebody's taking a bath.
No,
I think God. Yeah, God's is God's is in the bath.
Just nipping to
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Cleary.
Okay, cool. Hey, Howard, do you know what CDL stands for?
Of course I do. Why do you ask?
I'm just asking real quick. It was something Rakia was saying. A pilot should
Running
know.
joke.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like PPL and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it on my license.
Yeah, me too, man. Yep.
Class A, no restrictions.
Yep.
Restrictions. They don't know you very well.
Yeah.
Well, they actually do have now restrictions, like if you're unable to pass the manual transmission, they've got it separate now. And you get a
Oh my
restriction on
God.
your license. Yeah, you're
That guy
only allowed.
called the other day. Yeah, a guy called here the other day and said, "Hey, I want a job, but I can't drive. I can't drive a stick." And we were laughing, like, "How the hell could you get a CDL like that?" But yeah, I never heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Auto now. As long as you know what a brake light looks like, you can pretty much pass the test now.
Wow.
There were several. I helped an outfit that did CDL training, and we would work with people for like months trying to get them graduated, and they just couldn't do it, you know. And while I was there helping them, they actually came out with that limitation on license. They just couldn't do it though.
Most of the rigs now, the in-town driving, like concrete trucks and dump trucks, they're all automatic.
Yeah, most all of them are anymore. I mean, any of the new trucks you see out there, unless they're, you know, large cars or Peterbilts, whatever, they're probably the majority are automatic now.
Can I interrupt for a sec?
Sure.
There's only 3 people banned from this server. It's Flat Stuff, NBD, and WS.
Yeah, because I am.
Oh, really?
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I unbanned him, but it's not worked
Okay.
because I've done it from a phone. He posted his ID somewhere.
Is his name Crit?
Hang on, I can get you his ID number.
Yeah, it's not Crit.
Okay. The ID number is in the live chat room.
Okay.
I will post it for you.
Hey, quiet. I'll have to mute for a minute.
Okay, I've posted it in the live chat for you.
Yeah, Flat Stuff Earth, man. What a nut. He was with IPS and went crazy on me 2 different times.
Well, apparently Jem is in the house.
Here.
On YouTube.
Oh.
Jim, why are you scared to come in here? Come talk.
He did a bit of Bible talk with Chrissy, I think, and obviously he can't talk about the geometry, but we're waiting for Crit. This is going to be a big event. Are we doing the full-on debate, gods? Or do you think he's going to have...
What debate?
Who knows? God Scalpel was having a debate with him that Scott Veach was modding.
I can't
everything.
even find him by his ID in here. Oh, because he's not in here. Yeah, he's not banned. He should.
He's banned.
No, he's not.
Well,
Be. Huh?
Discord is doing something weird then.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's not on the member list and he's not on the ban list. So there's only 3 people there. I'll give him an invite and see what happens.
Could just take him over there to on the level.
Yeah, tell him to get another account. Use one of his other accounts.
Yeah, use one of his other dozen accounts.
Tell him to send the M Scott Veach account in.
That's funny. It's also a little funny how I mentioned how Left Lane and Cleary were both truck drivers and sounded alike, and they're acting like they're here at the same time right now.
Yeah, it's a good setup, this, right? The way they can act and like they're talking to each other about trucks.
Yeah, like they're
me and Howard are definitely not the same person because I always rip him to shreds. I tell him, "You're the only truck driver I know who doesn't realize they're not driving around a ball."
Lordy, lordy.
See, you never interrupt each other or anything. It's really uncanny the way you do that.
They can't. Go ahead, I dare you. Speak at the same time.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. What's up, Cleary?
4, 5, 6.
See?
Hey, Howard.
It's proven. 100% proof.
Busted.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, Bev, I heard you mention a while ago something about Twitter and me saying I was a surveyor.
Yeah, I said it like ages ago. I'm sure I can remember you saying on Twitter you were a surveyor.
I mean,
or
no,
you'd done some surveying or something. Everyone was on jumping on the I've done surveying.
Yeah. No, I'm a lot like you with regards to any survey, and I did it in an ag engineering class in college where we laid out like the Ned Ray McWhorter complex, and but they had all that already like pre-laid out, and we just kind of went and confirmed elevations and confirmed points and things like that, and just your basic college course type stuff.
McRae. Why does that sound familiar?
Building construction. Nice.
Yeah, Ned Ray McWhorter, he was the governor of Tennessee for a few
Tennessee,
years, and he lives down there near, or lived, he's dead now, down there near UT Martin in West Tennessee, and we built a big horse arena complex with practice rings and an indoor arena and all that. Covers probably.
Is that near Memphis?
It's about 50 miles northeast of Memphis.
Oh, okay. Beautiful area there, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty country. Reelfoot Lake and all that.
It's many great songs from Memphis.
Mm-hmm. So
John Bernard.
Howard, when they were teaching you about your stuff, did they teach you that level was curved?
Yeah.
No,
hello, how are you doing?
Yeah. No, we never talked about that in class at all, really.
They never
the only
talked
thing
about
that curved came
level.
In. The only
you were
place
doing elevation checks.
Yeah, the only place curve came into effect was in our limitations in length were refraction and what they called earth curvature were your limitations to shooting a horizontal, that you would start deviating after a period,
When was that?
I think
when was that? When did you do this course, Howard?
I don't know. It's 2000. Let's see, 1999 or 2000. One of those two.
odd years ago, right? So, yeah, that was. So, what did they say that when you were shooting the horizontal? Let's say I never use the word shooting. But you're looking through your thing, and it's a horizontal. At what point does the curvature take into account on that horizontal?
Well, it's not really taken into account because we would stay, within probably 100 feet of each shot,
Okay. And then what? So that there's no curvature there, or there is a curvature there.
No,
I don't know.
We didn't really consider any curvature in what we were doing.
Well, you did say that they just told you that it does at some point. When was that point?
Yeah, it's in the book. It was just in the studies that, in talking about limitations and things like that.
The limitations of an auto level.
And that, the planar surveying was like a part of the geodesic survey that we were sort of a subset of that, that we wouldn't be considering any of that stuff, any long observations or anything like that.
Yeah, you were never doing projects above 100 square miles.
No, nothing even close.
Yeah. So there's no curvature taken into account in anything like that, is there?
No, not necessary.
Do you know of any projects that are over 100 square miles?
No.
So, to your knowledge then, because there's no projects that are over, there's no projects that ever have to take curvature into account?
Well, see, I can't say that. I mean, just because I don't know about it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist,
No, but to the knowledge that you do have, planar surveying only occurs, well, everywhere.
Well, I don't know enough about it to get into the detail of it, like that. I really don't know enough about it to speak to that.
Sweet. Well, who do you reckon there would be then on the in the globe defender?
Oh,
who's the best?
I don't have no idea who's the best, but we're going to talk about in the main surveyor and all that.
The guy from Maine.
Ask him the real question: are we living on a ball or not?
I don't think Jesse's from Maine.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think the guy from Maine's from Maine, to be honest, but.
It's over.
Looks like John Watson came back.
We have to keep on and try to ask.
The first guest ever.
Answer the questions. What the fuck? Where are we? That's the question.
Has somebody left the bot on for John?
Yeah.
I'm he's one.
All right, John.
I'm back if anyone wants to talk to me.
Oh, you're lovely. I love you. So you can talk.
See, John.
Oh, we've
John
got
loves
two
you.
Johns. Oh, this is going to get John and John.
John. Did I hear earlier, John, that you've been banned from Jose's?
The story is, but I have not talked with Jose yet, so I don't know. Really.
Which John you talking to?
He couldn't take it.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, John.
I think somebody said earlier that nobody had been banned. Oh, that was Cosmo, wasn't it? He was speaking for Jose. He said Rakia hadn't been banned. The only person that had been banned was John. I was just checking whether it was. I suspect.
Yeah, but
John.
I can tell you the story. That was
What did you do, John?
I was saying maybe I have to kill the character. And he was taking it seriously. I want to kill him. I was talking about I want to kill his character. He has so many characters, flip flop, and there. So it was.
I'll tell you. I'll
It
tell
was-
you what happened.
Misunderstanding.
John, you said to Jose in the chat, unmute me or I'll kill you.
Did he unmute him?
So that
What
was
a dick
that was
thing.
that was it. That was it.
That was it. But I was thinking about his character.
Was that before
Oh, maybe
or
you
after Rakia and the Nugget banning?
I posted nug pictures. That's why I got.
Did you go? I know. I'm just wondering whether the death threat sort of thing for the unmuting came before or after the Nugget banning. Like,
it was mutiny of there was nothing behind it. Why he was doing it? Just to piss me off. And I did say, mute me again, you fucking character, I'll kill you. I was thinking.
John, you can't go around Discord servers saying things like that.
No.
Yeah, especially to Jose. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It was funny though.
Yeah, it's good, but yeah.
Were you drinking, John?
It was just a misunderstanding.
It might have had a little tipple for dinner.
A little sip.
I hope Jose would take me back.
I got it muted, so I don't.
Hey, John, will you threaten my life, please, real quick?
It was nothing real. It was just about the characters. His character.
It's all right, John. You'll never get muted here.
I hope not.
Don't bet on that.
You just get kicked.
Howard. People mute people. We just kick them off.
Oh, you're scared. You never want to mute me because I kill you.
Scared I'll kill you.
Oh, shit. It's too. Everybody can understand it. It's not. It's just.
Not many people can understand, John. Don't go too far.
Yeah, I mean, he just been in Colombia.
But I cannot see him on my Discord anyway. Everything is disappeared.
Yeah, you've been kicked. You'll have to get somebody to send you an invite to see whether you can click the button or not.
Yeah, I can maybe come in with all the.
I won't be able to send you an invite because I'm not there.
It's a fucking shit. A misunderstanding also. Anyways. Yeah, but that's live on the internet. It's it can be hard sometimes.
I was going over that video.
Threatening you'll kill people in real life can be pretty hard sometimes too.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe harder. Maybe even harder.
That is the end, in the real life. But on the internet, it's more virtual. But I mean it. I was thinking, I killed this fucking character. Flip flop or what the fuck ever it was.
Well, both of them. Flip flop's real, right? You can't threaten Flip flop. That's his real person. That's the real Jose.
That is the real Jose.
Yeah.
That is Flip flop is the real.
Mm-hmm.
So I will keep him on live, but kill the other character. That's what I was thinking. So there's nothing wrong with that. I can do that every day. I can kill the other character many times. How? Yeah. Especially if he is muting me.
As we both know, John, it can end badly if you playfully threaten to kill someone.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was not the reality. I'm talking about virtual the character. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe we can have a day.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, I'll be quick. Maybe we can have a day where John can get totally wasted and basically talk to each other and threaten each other all day. That would be real entertainment. Lots
That
of
would be
laughs.
cool. You know, if you're here, Rakia, what I'd really like to talk to you about is, you know,
We don't have to
that's
rehash it, John. I heard you earlier. I've already accepted your apology. You know,
yeah,
we were
that's
just
fine.
stating what had happened earlier.
Yeah, that's
no big deal.
fine. That's fine. But I heard you talking earlier, saying that
About the address thing, you probably don't remember the whole conversation.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The truth
That-
is that I cannot kill a fly. So
Please,
I'm
can I
a
please
very
just
nice.
speak about this, John, if you don't mind? Rakia, what you said was that there was like I had your address and stuff like that. That never happened.
Yeah, you said you were going to come to where I live. You were going to give my address and come to where I live. Yeah.
No,
Yes.
absolutely not.
100%.
The only thing that I said playfully was, "That's where I'm going to drown you." That was it. That
you
was
know, we
it. And that's
we
all.
talked for like an hour, right? You know that, right? Me and you. I was sitting on my boat in my chair, and you were telling me how when the pandemic was over, because you couldn't get out right now, you were on lockdown, that you were going to come to my address. You don't remember that part? What are you laughing about, sir?
I'm laughing at what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. Well, laugh away then. Just because you don't remember the conversation and I do.
No, I remember. Yes, I remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was that what you said? That's what you said, right?
Rakia, honestly, if you want to turn around anything that I've said into some kind of legitimate threat upon your life, then that's just stupid.
I don't think he actually said it was a legitimate threat. He just said that you said it.
Right.
That's all.
Absolutely not.
Yes, you absolutely said it. Why wouldn't you have? You said you were going to drown me in the bay. I also have the chat where you said that you, when you got my address, you were going to come to my address. We talked about having coffee, remember?
Mm-hmm.
You do remember that then? Talked about having coffee when you got to my address. So now your memory's coming back? Sir. Move on, man. Maybe you just don't remember.
Oh, shit.
You were pretty wasted. Yeah, that was
just
probably
own it.
why
Just
you
own
said
it, John.
Yeah, you probably said those things because you were drunk, right? We all agree on that. I've accepted your apology. You used the excuse as being drunk for saying that. You thought it was being funny. And now you're denying that you said these other things. That's moronic. You did say them. It's no big deal. Let's move on.
Good idea.
Yeah. If we could
John,
actually
a
just
wise man would move on at this point. Just saying, bro.
yeah, cool. I mean, if we could actually just move on.
Yep.
I mean,
Okay, great. I'd
is,
like to
good
ask
idea.
Howard
Let's go.
something.
Yeah.
Howard, at what time
there
in
is
your
no-
life did you
just
learn
like-
that a level
Just bring
line
it up
started
again, John.
curving?
Just keep talking about
Yeah.
it. That's the best thing to do, right?
Howard, you said that they didn't teach you when you were in that course that, or you knew that level line was not curving. At what point in your life did you come to realize or learn that a level line does curve? Is Howard still here? We might have drove him off with the John and John thing.
No, it was never in contention. Never thought about it. Never gave it any thought.
Yeah, I agree.
Until I ran across this debate, and
So may I say that your answer would be only in this debate on Discord have you learned that a level line curves at some point?
The definition of level and conforming to the liquid, the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth as being the definition that I agree with, but as far as like doing construction or building a building or things like that, you don't think about the curvature of Earth when you're building a shed or a house,
I agree, but my question was, here on this debate is where you learn that definition of level, and that level is actually curved, and you've never even actually used what you learned in school to test that theory, right? You haven't measured the curvature of a level line, is what I'm asking yourself.
No, never have. Nope.
Yeah, there you go. Me neither.
So how do you differentiate curvature and elevation?
Well, curvature and elevation to me are two different things.
Wow.
That's not what he asked.
Yeah.
No, but that does put him in a bit of a predicament, right? Howard?
Why is that?
Because if elevation and curvature are two different things, then a change in elevation is a measured change in the vertical, and it's horizontal. It's a straight line. If there's zero change in elevation, that's a straight line, right?
No, not at all.
Right, so how is elevation different from curvature then?
Elevation is a distance above a datum that we know is zero or sea level.
Okay, so a zero change in elevation is a straight line, right?
No. It would, if you measured 10 points at sea level on a sphere and they were all zero, they would plot a straight line on a graph.
Sorry, sea level on a sphere. What's that?
Come on, Bev. You know what that is.
No, level is horizontal, right? There's no on a sphere. You can't do that. You could float a sphere on the water, or you could put a sphere under the water. It would not affect the water, would it?
Yeah, but the water is on the sphere, planet Earth.
Oh, it's on the sphere. The water's on the sphere. So the sphere's under the water, right?
No, not
You
at all.
sure?
What is?
So the water's level and horizontal, but the sphere's under the water, right?
No, you're conflating level and horizontal, and that's the point of contention.
No, don't conflate. You've just conflated elevation with curvature. Don't say that we are conflating level with horizontal. They're the same thing, Howard.
No, they're not.
Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
I was noticing earlier when you you went to your definition of, I take it you go in Merriam-Webster for, I'll put these ones in here, the definition of level. When you said, can you remember what you said? Something about the curvature of the water level, was it?
Well, with respect to planet Earth, the definition of conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth.
Yeah.
And then you can talk about
that's Merriam-Webster though, right?
I'm not sure.
Have you got a definition then? Because you said that definition as that's your definition of level. Do you have that anywhere?
With regards to the planet, yes. But with regards to a
level
foundation
planet.
of a house, with regards to a foundation of a house, you could say that foundation, you establish a horizontal and that's what you build it off of, and it's level, But you think about at 100 meters, according to the math, there's only a 0.7 millimeter change at 100 meters.
0.78 according to your model maths. Yes.
Guys. How do you know that?
Do what?
How do you know that?
Well, that's the math. You know, I can't say that I know
Math.
that
What
because
math?
I've not laid it out. I haven't laid it out. I've never done that.
What is the
that type of
math?
curvature. Well, you know, there are some figures that are known that I'm aware of. You know that, and it was a conversation that was had recently about at 100 meters over a lake, and I'm referring to someone's observation, and it was calculated that it was only 0.7 millimeter change, and even Blue and I were talking. Well, you know, for all practical purposes, you know, that's flat because even
It's a
making great
0.7, right? It's not flat. There's a change, right? If there's a curve, it's not flat. If it's flat, there's no curve. Very simple.
Well,
can you just have a look in the live chat right now? Can you see that in here?
even or unvarying height equal in advanced progression standing proceed monotonously unevenly. You know, that's all.
Yeah, you're looking. You're looking at 1A, aren't you? But you're not really talking about, because it says having no part higher than another. Well, that's a hump, right? That does a hump out of the way, and it says conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Now, is that the bit that you agree with?
Sure.
Okay. Now, can you see that just above it, it says definition of level entry 1 of 3, right? Okay. So this comes before it. That one's entry 3 of 3. The particular one I want you to look at is number 3. It says a horizontal condition. Now, that says especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Yep.
Water seeks its own level.
Yep, I agree with that.
So the water seeking its own level is finding a surface of even altitude, like you agree with, an equilibrium. So it's an equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. So let's go back to the other one. It says conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Right? Let's go back.
Yep.
What is the curvature of a horizontal condition? Because that is an equilibrium of a fluid, water, marked by a horizontal surface, a horizontal plane, of even altitude. Now, the part about this is it's an even altitude. The difference between elevation and altitude is elevation would be like on the land and altitude is above. Now, can you think of any way that we could get a equilibrium of fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude, as in up off the surface? Maybe in a tool called a level, right? But not the bubble level, a device for a horizontal plane with a bubble. That's number 1, was the bubble level. So this third one sounds like a water level, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a little confusing, to be honest. Talking
what do you mean?
about
No, that one's very, very simple. A horizontal condition, right, of equilibrium of even altitude. That's very easy to understand. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, that's exactly describing what a water level does. I think the problem that you've got is that you think that when it conforms to the curvature of the liquid parts, that there is no curvature. So conforming to zero curvature would be a problem for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Yep.
Over any given distance, you know, or significant distance, I should say, on a curved surface, To stay at even altitude, that line would have to be curved, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that wouldn't be horizontal, would it?
Right.
Because a horizontal isn't a curve, is it?
That's what I'm saying. It's a little confusing in that statement that seems like they're conflating horizontal
confusing?
with what we understand to be a curved line.
What you imagine to be a curved line. We all know a water level establishes a horizontal plane of even altitude. That's what a water level, the tool, does. We know that. I've been saying for ages, but you guys keep saying it curves, but you've got no evidence, and even the dictionary definition that you use to prove it
we do have evidence,
doesn't support you.
But we do have evidence.
Evidence of what? The curvature of liquid water, a water level.
Drop from a horizontal in George Natchez in his experiments that he did, his observation.
Howard. Right, we've just been over this with John.
From just a personal observation that I make weekly is from an altitude or elevation of 4,500 feet on the highway. There's a mountain at 80 miles in the distance, according to my GPS, that's 7,500 feet. And I see the peak of that mountain at eye level on the horizon at 80 miles away.
That's in your truck.
There's 3,000 feet of that mountain missing.
You're eyeballing that in your truck.
Yeah, eyeballing it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's
Now,
right. Eyeballing it.
Howard, you've said you've done a little bit of training, right? What if you were looking with an auto level and you measured a vertical drop? You know, like you measured a change in the vertical. What would you call that?
Measured a change in the vertical. What do you mean?
Well, you obviously you're surveying, and you've got your auto level out, and like say you measure 1 meter, and then you go to a next point and you measure 90 centimeters. Right? What would you call that difference of 10 centimeters?
I'm not following you, Bill. You talking about reading the story poll?
Yeah.
And you know, where are you talking about the first story poll being?
It's a measured change. Or let's say you just measure a drop from horizontal. What would you call it? If you were actually measuring it.
Over what distance?
Over any distance.
Well, I mean, it just depends on what you're doing. Are you shooting grade?
You're surveying, and you're measuring an elevation change, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would require a shot of a great distance.
Well, no. In order for surveying, like you said, you've done it. You don't need a great distance to measure an elevation change. That's just a drop from horizontal. That's what an elevation change is, right?
Yeah, but what I've done is with regard to shooting grade, nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, just tilt then?
No, just change in elevation, just shooting grade.
A tilt, yeah, a grade, like not the same grade, a different grade.
It's going in a multicate direction.
Wow.
How can it tilt in one way?
I don't know what John's doing.
I don't know.
How can something
does
tilt?
this.
Tilting, if you're on a sphere, and you say, how can sphere be tilting? Tilting to what?
Hey, John, we're talking about like elevation. We're talking about shooting grade and terrain and
yeah, you're on about a tilt of the water level, aren't you?
I'm talking about the tilting of the sphere.
I don't think so.
You know, they're saying the sphere is tilting 23 or 66.66 degrees.
Wow, John. Have you been drinking, John?
No.
No? Earlier?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I bet you have. Yeah.
But
red wine again, was it, John?
It not change the reality.
White side of this time. Which one was it?
You cannot tilt a ball. The ball is just a ball. Ball tilt to what? Direction.
John,
what is the
John,
reference? What is the
John,
reference?
Bevan, this guy were really starting to get somewhere then. Can we carry on?
I think everybody has to understand the horizontal, or what level it is. It's ridiculous, this conversation. Of course, we are living on a flat plane and we have a balance.
All right, John, you're interrupting. John, you're interrupting.
Oh, are
okay.
you into something? Okay, excuse me. You're saying.
Have you got yourself together yet, Howard, or was that a bit of a distraction for you as well?
I just got tickled a little bit.
You know,
I know John. I know AD. He's all right. He means well.
Right. So the water level that you said is a grade. Right.
I'm sorry.
A grade of the water level. Is that what you were on about? You were measuring?
No, I just in surveying. We the only time I've ever used a water level is setting up a trailer, and setting the blocks under a trailer, and we use water level to do that.
Wow! To get a
a
trailer level.
Huh? Yeah. You set it up level to the middle, and you jack the ends up to match that, so it'd be level and horizontal.
Just back it onto the pin, right, and release the pin for the trailer and jack the wheels up. I mean, I have done that. I can't remember why you'd use a water level, but I mean, we get back to the point, Howard, that you've got a change, you've got a drop or a change from the horizontal, like a measured drop from horizontal. Do you not call that an elevation change?
No, not at all.
No,
that's not how it works on the sphere model.
But that's how it works in reality. That's all we're talking about here, Howard.
No,
and surveying, yeah.
We don't care about a model in reality, right? In reality, we only measure what we measure.
But elevation, with regard to a sphere, if it's a perfect sphere, all points around that would be considered the same elevation and level to the center of that sphere.
So you imagine elevation is a curvature, then? You are conflating elevation and curvature. They're both the same thing to you.
No, it's not.
Elevation is a measured change in vertical.
Elevation to me is a change in the distance from the center.
What?
Yeah.
How do you do that with surveying tools? What are you talking about, Howard?
Well, Bev,
elevation is set at a benchmark, Howard. Surely, did you do any surveying, right? You establish a benchmark, which is your initial point.
Yeah.
Right. Now, you can establish that from a point that's already set, that is, say, 51 feet above sea level, or you can establish your own zero and work from that, can't you?
Yeah, but shooting grade is not the same as geodetic surveying.
What's geodetics? What's the difference, Howard?
Personally, and I'm not an expert, but when they use the term geodetic surveying, I'm thinking of surveying the entire planet, so to speak.
Nobody does that. You do it with what tools are they using, Howard?
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not.
Do you know what surveying tools do you know, Howard?
Transit, level,
and
an
auto level. Yeah,
and a water level. Now, what I've got is just a transit.
What about a laser level?
just a scope on a tripod with four leveling screws.
Yeah. 4. Old school.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm sorry, hang on. Howard, do you realize that your transit is based on a horizontal? Any change from that horizontal you can measure, right?
Yeah, that's how you shoot grade with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you use surveying tools to establish a vertical change in elevation from your horizontal that you established. So if you go out a mile and let's say you measure an 8-inch drop in a mile, what do you call that?
Well, that's what you expect on the model, so you would expect to see that.
Would you call that curvature or elevation?
Well, if you were doing that over water, I would call it curvature. Over land, I don't know, because land has topography,
Wow.
and
So
you wouldn't be shooting a mile. You wouldn't be shooting grade at a mile.
I know. You take an increments. You're going a mile, and you tell me I'm your boss. You say, "Hey, boss, I measured an 8-inch drop over that mile." What do you call that? Earth curvature or elevation?
The only way you could establish that is to shoot that mile.
Not in
with
one
a reference
shot.
point in view. Yeah,
That's
in one
not how you
shot.
survey. No, sir.
No,
No,
I know.
sir.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. You've got to reset and reestablish and go in increments, which
Right. That's what I just said. Yeah.
Which you're basically creating a segmented curve.
Segmented curve. Wow. Need to write that down.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry, Bev. That's interesting there.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even know. Yeah, you wouldn't even know if you had an elevation change or curvature because you call it a segmented curve.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't pick it up.
You sort of sound like you're choosing your words really carefully, if I'm being honest.
Oh no, Merle, I'm not. I'm no debater. I'm not good at argument or anything. I'm just a plain old guy, just talking about stuff, man.
Good on you.
Yeah.
That's
I'm not trying to
totally
win
honest.
anything.
See?
Yeah. I'm
Cheers.
not trying to win an argument or convince anybody. This is just how I understand it to be.
Yeah, there's
I appreciate
no
that.
argument here, Howard. Like, nobody's trying to be confrontational about it. We're all trying to learn, and everybody who's listening in is definitely learning, right, from what we both say. But I am curious as to when they were talking, Cleary was saying about elevation. He said over water and over land. Is there a difference?
Well, you do expect the water, the flat Earth versus the globe. You're gonna, expect to see different things. Where over terrain, it could be just a change in elevation. It could be terrain. You don't know about the land as you would expect over water.
That is what we do over the land. We measure a change in elevation, don't we? All the way over. Like earlier we were talking to John Watson. He lives in the UK. He lives up in Scotland, sort of higher up, right? And I live in the middle. But our datum is set way down at the bottom in the south. But our elevation changes across. So we're both the same. We're both referenced to the same 0 point down at the bottom. Now, what would be 1 foot above sea level for him would be on a parallel plane if I was on 1 foot above sea level. I mean, we're only in the UK, it's little. But all of the horizontals and all of the elevation marks of 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, they're all parallel planes. They're not one of those planes that establish the elevation over the land will intersect with each other.
Yeah, I don't know. Once it gets out of what I would say, my mental comprehension and being able to visualize what you're saying, I can't comment to that.
Wow. So that surveying stuff you did 20 years ago is not stuck with you?
I would have to say, I hope I don't get an exam popped on me, and that means anything. I mean, it's 20 years ago.
Well, what was your understanding of the horizontal plane, the tool set back then?
Shooting grade only.
Yeah, and a change in the vertical would be considered a change in elevation, right?
Yeah, the only thing we did with regards to maybe what we would call water and level was terracing a field, and it was we were mocking terracing. We didn't actually go in there and dig it out and terrace it, but we would set the flags at the proper elevation to terrace the field, and you know what that is, where they like cut a sort of a ditch around at one elevation around a contoured field and things like that. But so that's the limit of anything to do with water being level and things like that.
Okay, well, like we like to use the canal, for example, because we consider that to be level is horizontal, right? So over a mile, if there's no locks in that one stretch of canal and you start at one end, would you consider that a drop of 8 inches from the horizontal if you were traveling? Okay. And then if you go that 1 mile in that direction and then were to stop, turn round and go back again, would you go drop 8 inches from the horizontal again?
Yes.
Yeah. So like
No,
if you were doing a closing a loop with an auto level at the same time you were doing it, you would go that 1 mile and then turn round to come and close your loop to end back up at the same spot. Would you imagine you were going to drop 8 inches one way and then drop 8 inches back again the other way to close your loop?
Yes, because you're always on top.
Okay, so that's an infinite drop then. Always.
You're always on top. You have to reference the drop from wherever you're observing.
But a reference a drop from horizontal, though.
And I've heard it described over here as being like a zigzag, what you called an infinite drop, I think you said.
Yeah.
But that's not the way I see it. No.
Oh. Okay, but I mean, in order for you to say that the water level drops from horizontal, that to me sounds ridiculous. Where have you got that from?
That's just spherical geometry.
No, it's not, because there is no vertical in spherical geometry. That you cannot get a drop. No, you can't. There's no drop from a two-dimensional plane surface, which is what spherical geometry is. And there's no vertical. You can't say that you have got a drop of water level 8 inches from horizontal in spherical geometry, because I can tell you now, there's no such thing as a horizontal in spherical geometry.
It's called a tangent.
But there's no tangents in spherical geometry. Spherical geometry is the two-dimensional surface of a sphere.
But a tangent, a line drawn tangent to that sphere,
yeah,
it makes contact at a point, and you would call that your reference point or point of observation.
For you to do that, though, you would have to make the sphere a three-dimensional object, Euclidean, therefore not spherical geometry, Euclidean geometry, tangent.
No, you can maintain two-dimensional. You don't have to go three-dimensional for that.
For what? For putting a tangent on a ball.
Yeah, and the tangent, right? Yeah.
Tangent to a plane?
Tangent to a sphere.
A 2D.
That's 3D.
Plane.
I don't know what you're doing here, Howard. You can't have a tangent in spherical geometry because there are no straight lines in spherical geometry, are they? Only the ones that you imagine as circles. And you can't have a tangent to a straight line imagined circular straight line.
No, tangent refers to spherical geometry, a straight line tangent to a sphere. Right?
No, that
Like, you
sphere
know,
would have to be a
yeah.
3D dimensional object.
Why is that?
In order for you to have a tangent to it.
No, it wouldn't have to be 3 dimensions. You could draw a circle and draw a straight line tangent.
That's not a
to
sphere,
that circle.
though, is it? A circle
Well, it
isn't
could
a
be
sphere.
cross-section. You could, a cross section of it would be a circle.
But that's not spherical geometry, Howard.
But
That's
it
a circle.
is.
That's
Yeah.
Euclidean circular geometry, right?
Yeah.
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 Howard, would you say that everything you know about geometry and all that you've learned from like Rumpus and people like that?
I would say that I have learned some aspects of geometry in this arena that probably the detail of I didn't learn in regular mathematics, studying in high school and college and such. Practical application, I guess you would say. Yeah, there are some things I've learned in this arena.
From
that I
like
would
who,
never thought
Rumpus
of.
or somebody?
Oh, just the general conversation from all of the argument on both sides. That, and then people interpret, and I have to rely on mostly just mental concept because I'm usually driving and I can't get the books out and look this stuff up, and I'm always having to just cognitive, figure this stuff out in my brain and get a picture of it. So
Kind of like imagine what people are saying. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Bev. I'll be quiet now.
No, that was.
I got to get out of my truck in a minute.
I was struggling. There, Howard. I think you're very brave to come in here, and whoever has told you whatever they've told you about the geometry that you imagine the place you think you live on, it's not exactly true. Because this tangent idea doesn't fit with spherical geometry at all.
Yeah, and for me to argue that, I would not attempt to argue that. I would have to study. I'd have to get the books out.
Well, I'll give you a quick idea just to give you a heads up, right? In spherical geometry, they imagine a straight line as being called a great circle. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard that said. So,
yeah.
If a straight line is imagined as a great circle, or a great circle is imagined as a straight line, one or the other, it becomes hard to tell what a circle is and what a straight line is. And then for you to say that you can put a tangent to that straight line circle seems a bit ridiculous, right? Because you can't have a tangent to a straight line, can you?
Well, see, I think of the great circle is the closest point between 2 points on a sphere, and a tangent line is something different. I don't equate those two.
A straight line. A tangent is a straight line, and supposedly, because you're talking about spherical geometry is the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. Two-dimensional surface is a plane surface. It's only conceptually imagined as a great circle, isn't it? Because they are straight lines, aren't they?
Well, a two-dimensional, a plane is two-dimensional.
Yep.
But the surface of the sphere is also two-dimensional.
That can't be true. You can't have both. You can't
not
have something
plane.
being a plane surface and also a curved surface. That's contradictory.
The plane is two-dimensional, and the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
No,
because
that doesn't work. A sphere is a three-dimensional object. Surely
it is, but the surface of it is two-dimensional. With no depth.
What's a circle then? What sort of a shape is a circle? what would you say? How many
It's a circle.
dimensions does a circle have? Or a square, or a triangle?
Well, you're talking about Euclidean, I guess.
Take your pick. Well, I'm just saying, like a sphere is also Euclidean, but that's where we're going. But a triangle, a square, and a circle, they would be classed as two-dimensional shapes, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, is a sphere a two-dimensional shape?
A sphere is a three-dimensional object.
Okay.
And the
Shape.
surface of the sphere is two-dimensional. You think about, you can plot, put your latitude, longitude. I can give you any two coordinates, a latitude and longitude coordinates, and you can put a dot on that sphere with those coordinates.
No, you can't, Howard. I know you imagine you can. You can't. No.
That's how we navigate. That's how we.
No.
I used to
It's
fly
a sphere,
helicopters.
Howard. Please, Howard.
I used to.
I know
fly
what you
helicopters
imagine.
in LZs on wreck scenes, and we
You
would
need
give
to
them
fix.
latitude, longitude, and that helicopter would fly right to us with those
you
two.
need to
with those
fix
two
the sphere, don't you?
no, it's not. It doesn't need fixing.
It does. Of course it does. The sphere can rotate at any place. There's no way in a sphere you can point to it and say X here, Y here. You can't do it. You need a starting reference
We do it all the time.
frame. No, you do it, Howard. You do it on a two-dimensional surface.
On a two-dimensional surface of a sphere, yes, you can do it with latitude.
A two-dimensional surface is a plane, Howard, with like X and Y coordinates. Everybody knows you can plot X and Y coordinates on a plane. That's two-dimensional.
And you can do latitude, longitude on a sphere.
You can imagine latitude and longitude to be on a sphere, but you're still imagining a two-dimensional surface of a sphere. A two-dimensional surface should give you a little hint as to what it is you're dealing with. But you can't have a two-dimensional surface enter the third dimension, can you? In reality, right? Of course. Only in reality. Not concepts in your mind. Just reality.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what I understand the sphere, the surface of a sphere to be two-dimensional. And the fact that we can report our coordinates to life flight and they'll bring a helicopter to us.
Uh-huh.
Based on those two dimensions.
And the concept of a sphere that you have.
Yes.
And because of that concept, you have water level that constantly drops away from you.
Yes.
It's a strange model that makes you think that, or that gives you the concept that that's okay. I mean, no. I think it's this arena that we're in that gives you the concept that that's okay, Howard.
No, I just understand it to be completely plausible, and I don't have an issue with it.
I can tell. There's a lot of people that do.
I understand where some do have an issue with it, and I'm not in contention. Like I said, I'm not like it. It's not. I hear these people, get angry and call each other names and all that, and I really try not to get into that aspect of it where we can just talk and everybody be kind to one another and we can discuss this stuff. And in the end, if we disagree, then that's fine too.
Yeah. Well, this is good, right, Howard? I mean, this is what we talk like.
It is. Yeah. Yep. A good conversation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we've all learned. I've definitely learned.
What have you learned, Bill?
I've learned that you can quite freely have cog dis where water level drops away from you. Like drops, literal. Drop away from horizontal. Yeah, it's fantastic, that. Not many
like
people
magic.
go for the infinite drop, right? Most people see the contradiction within it.
Yeah, the infinite drop to me is just you got to maintain your reference point. You're always on top.
Mm-hmm. But you understand, as a surveyor, a measurement, a drop from the horizontal is a measured altitude, elevation change. And if you can go in one direction, have an elevation change, and turn round and come back and have another elevation change, when you get to your end point to close your loop, you should be ending up with a zero change. But
well,
like you've just expressed, is a double drop of 8 inches. So you start back at your original start point being 16 inches lower, according to your model.
No, I don't have, my brain doesn't do that to it. But, and you're talking about surveying and changing elevation and drop. If I was standing on a hill and measuring grade and stuff like, yeah, you know, if your story pole is halfway down the hill and you're reading off the top of the pole, that is elevation, you know, but it's not the same as shooting over water.
No, it's, you are using, I mean, like, you shouldn't really shoot over water. I mean, how many people do you know that survey over water with auto levels?
Yeah, that's right.
How many?
Yeah,
I mean, who does that?
I don't know why in the world you'd want to do that.
No, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Shout out B-Ball for life. I know the pictures are going to be coming thick and fast. Tell him he doesn't want to be looking over water, Howard. What about that other dude, that guy from Maine? He likes to take pictures of lighthouses over the water.
I don't know. B-Ball's pretty sharp. I would say whatever he's doing, he probably knows what he's doing.
With an auto level, do you reckon?
Yeah, I guess he's using the auto level with respect to his photography, and he got him an auto level to ensure that he's shooting a straight line, you know, the level referencing his location, you know.
Oh, so you think
where his crosshairs hit the buildings would be considered, you know, a horizontal line from his location.
Really?
Yeah.
You know that line that you see when you look through an auto level? Do you know where that line is?
It would be considered like eye level at your location.
It's like about, I don't know, 6 inches away from your eye when you're looking through that little line.
Yeah.
Or in fact, it may even be closer. I think it may be at the eyepiece end, right? It may be like about an inch away from your eye, that line. Yeah. So do you think that is within the effective working range of an auto level?
Effective working range of the auto level. What do you mean by that?
Well, does he get his, you call them story poles, call them measuring rods. Does he put his measuring rod all the way over the other side to measure? I asked him like how, I asked him one, if he'd had it calibrated. He said the guy said it'd be right. And then I asked him how far he went for his accuracy check. Because that's the first thing I do. Oh, it is the first thing I did, was to see how far I could get away and still read the story pole. Is it story pole? Effectively. Because I wanted to be a millimetre accurate when I'm doing my surveying. So,
yeah.
What you I mean, even you said 100 feet at the beginning, right, when you were doing it?
Yeah, you're operating well within the error margin at that distance, and it's very accurate.
What do you reckon B-ball will have done?
I don't know. In shooting, looking over a body of water at a set of buildings on the other side, you're not reading a story pole. You're just laying the crosshairs on a structure, and if it's hitting that building 30 feet higher than sea level, then that's where the curvature is coming in.
Well, considering he hasn't got a calibration sticker on it, so it's not been actually calibrated professionally. Do you reckon he did a 2-peg test to make sure it was calibrated, or do you reckon he just sort of took it out there and pointed it at a building?
I don't know.
16 miles away.
I put a diopter, and that's a good point. That I put a diopter app on my phone. Just, and I would never have done that if I wouldn't. We were talking about the shape of the Earth, but immediately I was like,
about level here, aren't we?
That crosshair looks high. Well, this is an example of how things. It should be.
It looks high.
Should be at eye level. But evidently my accelerator on my phone is off because my crosshair is shooting way higher than it should be. So it's useless to me. I can't use it to reference anything because it's shooting way higher at a distance than it should be. So it's possible.
How do you know that, Howard?
Well, it's just obvious. When my crosshair's shooting over a fence that's 50 feet away from me and 10 feet taller than I am, then it's got to be out of whack.
Have you, would you not perform a 2-peg test first just to make sure?
Oh yeah, I would.
Okay.
Especially if it was going to come into question.
Well, you should always do that first, shouldn't you? Just to make sure it's not got knocked or...
Yeah, you don't want to be out there just willy-nilly making all these observations and making claims based on a piece of equipment that's out of calibration.
Yeah, I mean, how embarrassing would it be if you were to, say, put a theodolite up right next to an auto level and both start looking at the same thing and find that one of them's upside down with a massive difference between what you're looking at and the other one not so much, but the right way up.
Yeah.
I mean, normal people would be able to notice that, wouldn't they?
Yep. It would be embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. Sure would. Do you reckon it'd make somebody disappear and change the name?
And do what now?
If they were to do that, make such a faux pas with the tools that they were meant to be using.
I would personally, I would own it. That would be me though. I would own it. Say, yeah, I screwed up, y'all. Y'all quit laughing at me.
You'd not just say, well, it's still above the horizon. There's a drop.
If it was not accurate to the T exact, I would disclaim it. Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to go over that video at some point then.
Yeah, check him out. But fellas, I've got to get out, and lady, I've got to get out here and mow the yard before the sun goes down, or my girlfriend's going to be mad at me. And
okay. Well, thanks for popping in, Howard. It's been a nice chat.
Yeah, it was a good talk, Bev. Thanks for being cordial, and I appreciate the conversation. And I'll come back in.
Sweet. See you
All
soon.
right, guys. Y'all have a good. See you later, SC.
Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Yeah, man. See you later.
I like Howard. He's a nice man. How do you think he did there?
As best he could under the circumstances, and
yeah, of not knowing anything. No. I mean, I don't doubt that he did actually do some agricultural college when he was in his youth, but they did not do any surveying. It's unfortunate, but I mean, like, there's loads of people that have led people like Howard to do that, right? Because there are people that talk just like that. I've heard them. I've heard loads of them. They just make stuff up that they think needs to happen within their model. It's impressive, right? I mean, you've got to be have been into this for quite a while to have that level of ability to be able to talk like that. It is impressive. At some point, that he will realise that somebody's told him something that he can't actually back up, and that person that's told him that will be in trouble. That's 3 people just recently we've had with the elevation. And Jem Panda's going to have something to count, because he's definitely used that argument, and he did the triangle thing and he's run from that. Most of the arguments that we've come up with have come around because Jem Panda has said them. Now, people have told Jem Panda, and Jem Panda's used his usual argument tactics of explaining how triangles can have more than 180 degrees when you measure them in reality from mountaintop to mountaintop. Explained perfectly how the impossible can happen on his model. He can't prove it, of course. And now Howard's shown exactly why Jem Panda says that you shouldn't conflate elevation with curvature. Because if you take it from a reality standpoint, then you just measure a change in the vertical with a tool called a level, an auto level, which establishes a horizontal. So you've only got the 2 right lines, horizontal and vertical. There is no curvature there. You measure a change in. So you would measure the curvature as a change. A water level's also the more accurate tool. So obviously that doesn't drop from the horizontal. It's tricky how you end up curving that, but I guess that's the trick, right? The model enables you to curve that line. And I almost feel sorry for people like Howard, because the model's telling him to do that. He thinks it's natural to do that and to say that. And then to not know what to say when somebody asks you. It's a tricky one, isn't it? How to enter that elevation conversation.
It shouldn't be for somebody who understands these terms. And I mean, when you're walking upstairs, like when you're at the bottom of the stairs, when you're at the top. It's not that hard, is it? Yeah, it shouldn't be. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, that's why I sort of said, like, it sounds like you're choosing your words carefully, because it's not like I was
like a trick
doubting
question.
you. Yeah, it's sort of like it shouldn't be a setup. It's like either, and like you said, like with the model, like it's almost like you maybe that is what's happening, that some people are actually trying to bend their, like, reality's presenting as reality's presenting, but they're trying to then bend it to fit the globe.
fit the model.
Like
yeah.
wrap reality around the model.
I think the problem is, right, the model is taught and reality isn't experienced with the level. Right? It's so disjointed. And until you've actually practically used it or done something practical, it's still, the model's more real than reality because you've never experienced the reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it can be given that. It still has to be, there's a certain element of effort that has to be put in. And the Globers that we're dealing with will not want to experience that because it'd ruin everything for them. That's why they're scared to come in, I think. Or the model belief is that strong that they can't even see the reality. I don't know. Yet to see. Well, hopefully we'll get to talk to more people. Is Brandon's on now or something? We've had a bit of a drop in numbers.
Yes, Brandon is on, and they're talking about giants.
Giants?
Yes.
Nice. Is Crit over there? Has Crit managed to come? Or Rumpus? What happened with Rumpus? I've seen that.
No idea. I think it's a thing because there's been issues. I think they're like coming in and going, "Oh, you've got issues with this. I can't get in." But he's got all the right roles. I even had him to the room.
He was in here the other day as well, wasn't he? Cleary, I can remember that, Rumpus.
Yeah.
He was sat in here. Oh, Cleary's not here. His channel's not here either.
Oh, he switched his off, has he?
Well, yeah, he's not here. Yeah, we're losing numbers now, so maybe a good time to stop and we'll all head over to
go back home.
Friday night fights, and we'll come back tomorrow again for a bit, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'll switch it off now then. See you later, people.